718, Zhu Lian sneakily waved his little hoe in Windy City for a few years and finally took away a Fox Kingdom. When Zhu Lian brought Pei Xiang back to Luopa Mountain, it was just when Jun Qian left the mountain and entered the mountain. Su Han, the mayor of Windy City, had just left the ascension platform. Su Han and Huang He, the sword cultivator of Wind Thunder Garden, were known as the strongest under the upper 5 realms, in the Aquarius continent. Now that he had reached the upper 5 realms, even someone as calm as Su Han could not help but show some pride. He did not return to Windy City, but took a Dolly Border military ferry at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and rushed to the battlefield in Old Dragon City according to the ascension platform. Then, Su Han received a message from a flying sword. On the ferry, there was a strong murderous aura that spread out like a tide and shrouded the ferry. Because the Aquarius continent cultivator on the ferry had a special identity, a Mahist ranger with a sword behind him quietly left Dolly's capital to escort the ferry to the south. When Su Han could not suppress his upper 5 realms aura, it caused the entire ferry to tremble. It just happened to pass by the Sea of Clouds, where the ferry passed by, the clouds scattered and rolled in all directions. Su Ruo's expression was calm as usual, one hand behind his back, using the unique, by-sword style, that he comprehended from the Gu Shu sword deity painting. He gently pulled his sword out of the scabbard an inch, and Su Han's aura was instantly suppressed. The ranger Su Ruo shook his head at the ferry manager who used to be a general from the Great Li dynasty, indicating that there was no need to make a fuss. The ferry manager could record the actions of the Lord of the Windy City, but there was no need for them to hold him accountable now. A moment later, Su Han, who always wore a by-armor, appeared at the bow of the ferry. He took the initiative to apologize to the ferry manager and thanked Su Ruo. Su Ruo just smiled and said that it was no big deal, it was just a small matter. Su Han returned to his cabin. It seemed that his Taoist heart could not withstand the ripples. The Dolly Border military general was from Marshall Mountain, and Marshall Mountain and Wind Snow Temple were the 2 ancestral courts of the Aquarius continent's military school, and had the best relationship with the Mahist sect. The armored general softly asked in a voice, "Mr. Su, to make an upper 5 realm cultivator lose his composure, did something big happen in Windy City?" Su Ruo nodded. "Fox Kingdom. We don't have to worry about that, we have spies there." The foundation of the Clear Breeze City was the Fox Kingdom, and it was all about earning money. Although the city lord Su Han held a high position, but when it came to matters of romance and spending money, he was as pure as a saint. Of course, Su Han's wife was a woman who could earn money and enjoy life. Su Ruo, Su Ruo, Su Ruo, Su Ruo, Su Ruo, Su Ruo. After Zhu Lian returned to Luopa Mountain, he immediately pulled Wei Bian, Miyu, and Wei Wenlong together to discuss several important matters. Butler Wu Fu, ally Shan Jun, worshipped Sword Immortal, and a Golden Core Qi refinement warrior who was in charge of money and accounting. Different paths of cultivation. They came from different hometowns, but they finally met at Luopa Mountain. Those night banquets were not for nothing. Wei Shanjun collected a lot of treasures from the immortals. Z. Let's not drink too much tonight. Wei Pai raised his sleeve again. It looked like he was going to collect the wine. Zhu Lian hurriedly reached out to cover the wine pot in front of him. Drink to liven things up. You can't not drink. Wei Pai smiled and said, "Let's talk business." Wei Wenlong had been carefully sizing up the wine cup and estimating its value in his mind, but when he heard Wei Shanjuan's words, he immediately collected his thoughts. Zhu Lian took a sip of wine and put down the wine cup. He gently twisted the exquisite porcelain cup with 2 fingers. The first thing Zhu Lian asked was when the mountain chieftain would return to the vast realm, and, if he could return to his hometown. Zhu Lian was prepared for the worst. He was even prepared to be scolded by Wei Pai. However, Zhu Lian received an extremely good piece of news. It was not exact news, but Miyu said that Mr. Liu, who was the senior brother of the hidden official, was rather certain about this matter. He dared not say that his junior brother would definitely be able to return, but there was definitely a chance of survival. There was no such thing as a dead end. If there really was a chance, as his senior brothers, whether it was planning, passing the sword, punching, scheming, or using their fists as swords, they had to win that chance for their junior brother. Zhu Lian said, the 3 canopy upheavals that occurred above the northern peak territory were truly shocking to witness. Good fish technique, really good fish technique. However, it was not that Zhu Lian did not respect this Jun Qian, but that Zhu Lian's view of fish techniques and martial arts had always been rather strange. In Zhu Lian's opinion, compared to Cui Cheng's fist intent, although Jun Qian also punched to the sky, her fist intent still came from the sky. Therefore, Zhu Lian still respected the martial artist Cui Cheng more. Just like the junior Ding Ying, according to the young master in Zhongqiu, Ding Ying still felt that the heavens were pressing on his head and heart until his death. Of course, asking the heavens was extremely good and could be said to be domineering. However, Zhu Lian even felt that even if the heavens were standing in front of him, he would be the heavens. Just like Cui Cheng's fish theory, in front of a martial artist, there was no opponent. Otherwise, even if Ding Ying was in another blessed land of lotus flowers, he would still have an afterlife. At that time, his fish technique would improve by another level. Even if he cultivated an immortal technique to nourish his fist technique, no matter how high his fist intent was, he would still be a puppet. Zhu Lian collected some of his thoughts and began to talk about the second matter. It was the Luopa Mountain's choice if the mountain chieftain still did not return in the next few years. How should they get along with the Song clan, which was a country and a continent? Regarding this matter, Wei Pai did not say a word. No matter how close the Pailuan Mountain and the Luopa Mountain were, it was not appropriate for them to speak. Unless the discussion between Zhu Lian and the other 2 deviated greatly from Wei Pai's mind. However, Zhu Lian did not make any stupid moves. This was how chess was. Zhu Lian's chess skills were quite good, and he was on par with Wei Pai. Although the 2 of them were slightly inferior to Jing Dafeng and were not small compared to Cui Dongshan, Zhu Lian did not deliberately pursue immortal hands. On this point, even Jing Dafeng flattered him. Miyu, on the other hand, was guilty. On the Luopa Mountain, he only cared about eating melon seeds with Xiaomi. At this moment, a great sword immortal Mi was a little timid. Fortunately, there was still Wei Wenlong, who did not disappoint Miyu. Wei Wenlong and Zhu Lian discussed together and came to a conclusion. They still wanted to split into 2. The way to get along with the Song clan should be slightly different from the way to get along with the Dali dynasty. Zhu Lian came up with a plan. All the ferries at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry did not have to pay a docking fee. The spirit chi consumption of the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry was borne by the Luopa Mountain alone. Wei Pai said it was still 50-50. Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and looked at Wei Pai with a flattering smile. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Pai resolutely said 50-50, and Pailuan Mountain would not accept even 10% more. Wei Shanjun of noble character and unquestionable integrity, his 2 sleeves like the wind blowing over the cloud-covered mountain. Happy events continued to happen in the northern peak, a few small night banquets, selling everything to come up the mountain, drinking a few cups of good wine down the mountain. Zhu Lian thought of some rumors that could be heard even in the distant Qingfeng city, and felt that it was not easy for Wei Shanjun to manage such a large family business, so he no longer haggled. The most miserable were those who snuck into the middle peak with great difficulty to avoid the limelight, but in the end, they just happened to run into Shanjun Jinqing's night banquets. Zhu Lian thought for a while and came up with an idea. Excluding all the costs of Luopa Mountain's business and all the profits after miscellaneous expenses, everything related to the Dali army and battlefield supplies, even if it was from Luopa Mountain to all the supplies to the border army, they would give up all the profits. Not only that, Luopa Mountain also had to work with the Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud City, Sparrow Manor, and all the allied mountains in the southeast of the North Continent to fight for an appropriate price. Under the premise that they would not lose money, they would make less money, or even not make any money at all. Wei Pai said, "It's actually more troublesome to return a favor than to borrow and return a favor. I think it's best for Luopa Mountain to settle this debt by themselves and not involve their business allies. Or Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, and the other mountains will take the initiative to speak, and we will remember the other party's favor. The reason why I say this is because you haven't been on the mountain all these years. You don't know that the current Luopa Mountain still has some spare money. Not to mention the income from all aspects, just the trip to Tongyi Continent from Lotus Flower Blessed Land to Jiangshangzhen is not a loss but a profit. Wei Wenlong, report the account to Zhu Lian." Wei Wenlong calculated the account of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Jiangshangzhen was really good at making money. Wei Wenlong now admired this Luopa Mountain's honorary master very much. He felt that if they met, they would definitely have a chat. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "You can't blame me. Which Mountain's honorary master not only doesn't take money, but also desperately gives money. Luopa Mountain's expenditure on the salaries of the members of the Ancestral Hall was really enough to make many sects and immortals beat their chests and stamp their feet in jealousy, because they all like to subsidize the mountain." Zhu Lian then smiled and asked, "Brother Wei, is our Luopa Mountain afraid of owing favors? Does Luopa Mountain lack business partners?" "I don't think so. When Luopa Mountain does business with people, it is for the sake of hundreds and thousands of years of friendship. In my opinion, who owes who a favor, it's hard to say in the future. So in the matter of lowering the price, will you allow me to make the decision for once? Those who are not willing to lower the price, other than the Linen Sect, can only be decided by the Mountain Lord himself. As for the others, like the Spring Dew Garden, behind closed doors, let's say something unpleasant, even if the relationship between the two sides is getting further and further apart, so what?" Miyu finally nodded and said, "I know the general situation of the North Continent better. Besides, we didn't let the Spring Dew Garden and the others lose money, we just don't want to earn money. If they are not willing to do this, Wei Pai thought for a while and nodded, "It's possible." Then Zhu Lian made another suggestion. Even someone as magnanimous as Miyu was a little speechless. Zhu Lian proposed to immediately lend their overturned ink dragon boat to the Dali border army for full use. From the beginning, they had made it clear with the Dali dynasty that even if the boat was destroyed in some battlefield one day, Luopa Mountain would treat it as if the boat never existed, and the Dali border army would not have to pay for a single piece of snow. Although Wei Wenlong was distressed, he still said, "Okay." The third matter was the merger of the Lotus Root Blessed Land and the Iron Lock Well, which would implicate the Blessed Land and the Grotto Heaven. Although the well was not really a small grotto heaven, after all, no matter how mysterious it was still only one of the shattering mountains and rivers of the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past, and the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven was only one of the 36 small grotto heavens. This matter was proposed by Wei Pai, and Wei Wenlong was responsible for adding details and figures. The Great Sword Immortal Miyu was responsible for listening. The 3 golden rains made the Lotus Root Blessed Land full of spiritual energy, and the mountains and rivers were abnormally lush, so much so that everyone in the 4 countries of Nanyuan was surprised. The people at the foot of the mountain were only surprised that there was so much rain in summer this year, but the cultivators and mountain and lake spirits on the mountain were shocked that the heavenly dew was too much. The Lotus Root Blessed Land, which had just become a medium-level blessed land for a few years, was suddenly promoted to the bottleneck of the medium level due to the divine coins earned by Jiangshangzhen, and the 3 heavy rains. It seemed that if one more divine rain coin was thrown, it would be promoted to a superior level blessed land. Once it became a superior level blessed land, there would be all kinds of auspicious signs in the world, and many heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be born. Many cultivators' blessings would appear out of nowhere. At that time, the lotus root blessed land would usher in a huge profit beyond imagination, and make the Luopa mountain have a turning point of profit. This was also the reason why the pure gold copper coin was more valuable than the divine rain coin, minor heat coin, and minor snow coin. Not only was it rarer and more difficult to forge, but the pure gold copper coin itself could be transformed into the purest spiritual energy of the world, and at the same time, it contained the aura of the gods. However, when Wei Pai talked about inviting sword immortals to open up the mountains and rivers and break through the passes, Miyu's expression suddenly became awkward. Miyu had never been so embarrassed when he was ridiculed by young sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi as relying on his face to kill the enemies of the upper 5 realms, or the number 1 unpolished jade sword immortal. The coexistence of blessed lands and grotto heavens required the sword immortals to open up the path, and at the same time, they needed to stabilize the world with sword aura. Therefore, the Central Plains Confucian Temple had to invite Bai Yi to open up and stabilize the 5th world. For a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, the depth of their sword will, the level of their swordsmanship, and the amount of their spiritual energy were all tests. Although Miyu had reached the unpolished jade realm before, he was actually a ruthless person like Nailan Saihuan and Qi Shou when he was an earth immortal. He could even be considered a senior, and that was why Yin Chen only looked at Miyu in a new light. Unfortunately, Yin Chen saw him as a comrade, and Miyu was not happy at all. However, after Miyu reached the unpolished jade realm, he suddenly became insignificant in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and even ranked at the bottom among the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Miyu and the traitor sword immortal, Lai Ji, were once brothers in distress. Miyu did not dare to say anything about this matter that involved the great cause of Luopa Mountain. He only felt that it was a pity that Bai Yi was a guest at Luopa Mountain, and Zhu Lian was not there. If Miyu could not do it, then even if the Sage of Dragon Spring Sword sect could be trusted, it would be even more impossible. Therefore, Wei Pai's idea was to invite the Ranger of Mahist, Su Ruo, to help. Miyu drank a mouthful of wine. After arriving at Luopa Mountain, he seemed to have not accomplished anything. He said softly, "If only the left sword immortal was here." Wei Pai said helplessly, "Mr. Zhua is now in Tongya continent, and there are strong enemies everywhere. It's impossible for him to appear." Therefore, this matter was temporarily put aside. Anyway, they could first upgrade Lotus Root Blessed Land to a superior Blessed Land. Connecting the Blessed Land and the Grotto Heavens was not an urgent matter. Since it could not be rushed, then there was no need to rush. Zhu Lian drank a mouthful of wine and smacked his lips. Good wine, good wine. Later, he would ask Wei Shanjun for a few more bottles. Then, he sighed sincerely, "It's really our Luopa Mountain's fortune to have Changming on the mountain." Wei Wenlong's eyes were even brighter. He nodded vigorously and said with a smile, "That's true." After Changming came to Luopa Mountain, his fortune was extremely good. From being unable to make ends meet, all of a sudden, he was so rich that I almost forgot how to plan. Wei Pai said, "Next time we have a meeting, we can ask Changming to join us." Zhu Lian suddenly said, "Are you sure you can trust her?" Wei Pai said, since there was a secret letter from the mountain master, Changming was naturally cautious. He first went to Tongya sect and asked for a token from Mr. Zhua. Zhu Lian shook his head and said with a smile, "My master is worried that we don't trust Changming, so he killed 2 birds with 1 stone." Miyu felt that his little world had finally appeared. He hurriedly drank a glass of wine and said in high spirits, "It must be so." Master Hidden Official has always been a meticulous schemer. In the Summer Palace and the Spring Banner House, he is recognized as the person who helped Master Hidden Official to win people's hearts. Which one of them is not an old fox? In the end, each one of them is more convinced than the other. The target of Master Hidden Official's scheme is not just an Ascendant Realm big demon's head that was chopped off at sea. Wei Wenlong lowered his head and drank the wine. Mi Jianxian could finally speak his mind. It was really not easy. Zhu Lian raised his cup. Let's drink with Mi Jianxian. One will be a welcoming feast, and the other will be my young master, the hidden official of Sword Immortal Mi. Mi Yu immediately poured a cup of wine and drank first. Then, he poured another cup of wine, but there was only half a cup left. After all, today was a meeting. He was the only one who spoke less, so he could only drink more. Zhu Lian had already raised his cup. He immediately turned his head and complained, "Brother Wei, where is the wine? How can you let me Jianxian drink only half a cup of wine?" Wei Ba glanced at him. "You old chef, are you sure you're good?" So, there were 4 more pots of immortal wine on the table. Zhu Lian said, "Wei Shanjun has the face to ask for the wine, but I have the face to not give it to him." Wei Wenlong suddenly found that the atmosphere of this old chef became familiar when he came to Luopa Mountain. It was just like Spring Banner House in the past. When only he, Yan Ming, and Nailan Saihuan were in the accounting room, the atmosphere was inevitably dull. Even if Mi Yu was there, he would only sit on the threshold and be in a daze. Only when Master Hidden Official appeared in those years, things would be different. In fact, Master Hidden Official never deliberately said anything. He only said natural things and did things that came naturally. Wei Wenlong didn't want to learn from Master Hidden Official because he couldn't learn it. Zhu Lian said slowly, "I'll meet Master Changming first and chat for a while. Then we'll see if we can go together next time." The 4th thing was that Wei Pai took the 3 scrolls out of his sleeve and returned them to Zhu Lian. As for the inside story, Wei Pai wouldn't say much to Wei Wenlong. Whoever owned these 3 paintings would have the Tao and life of Liu Baixiang, Wei Xian, and Sui Yuyu in their paintings. Before Zhu Lian traveled to Qingfeng City, he took the initiative to give these 3 scrolls to Wei Pai. He asked Wei Shanjun to help keep an eye on the scrolls in case someone died and didn't return. Chen Pingan was willing to trust Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian wouldn't let his young master's trust go to waste. In fact, Wei Pai had a 4th scroll. It was equivalent to Zhu Lian's natal item and also a life-prolonging lamp. As for this scroll, Chen Pingan had given it to Wei Ba long before he left for the long journey. It was stored in the mountain monarch's residence on the cloud-padding mountain. Furthermore, he had spoken of this matter in front of the 2 of them at the very beginning. It wasn't that Chen Pingan didn't trust Zhu Lian, but rules were rules. First, he couldn't explain it to the other 3 if he treated Zhu Lian this way. The 3 scrolls were in Zhu Lian's hands because Zhu Lian was the head steward of Luopa Mountain. His status was different from the other 3. Zhu Lian's scroll had to be kept in the hands of Mountain Lord Chen Pingan. On Luopa Mountain, everyone had their own great Tao. It was inevitable that there would be differences between those close to them, but they couldn't go too far. For example, Chen Pingan was obviously more biased towards Pei Qian, Nuan Shu, and Xiaomi. As for Cin Yuanji, Yuan Bao, and Yuan Lai, he was naturally a little distant. However, all the rules, and principles of Luopa Mountain's direct disciples were dead. For example, in the future, when it came to the giving of opportunities, the distribution of heavenly treasures, and the protection of juniors by the elders, everything had to be done according to the mountain rules. Chen Pingan was on Luopa Mountain and Chen Pingan wasn't on the mountain, so it had to be done. The 5th thing was the relocation of Qingfeng City's Fox Nation and where they needed to settle down. Zhu Lian allowed everyone to speak freely. Mi Yu was actually just a bystander who was drinking and listening. He was too lazy to use his brain. Even if he tried to use his brain, it seemed that he couldn't outsmart old Mr. Zhu and Lord Wei Dashin. After thinking about it, he decided not to force himself. It's not my forte. In the future, when the world is peaceful and the world is no longer chaotic, the opening of Luopa Mountain's Mirror Flower, Water Moon will be the best time for me to show off my skills and make contributions. When the time comes, I'll pull Lord Wei Pai, Consecrator Zhou Fei, and that hidden official student Cui Dongshan. As long as it didn't involve the grudges between Luopa Mountain and the Song clan, Wei Pai had always been blunt and expressed his own opinion. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qingfeng City or the pure Jade Realm military cultivator Su Hun, but it was meaningless to argue with Qingfeng City. Otherwise, why not beat the gongs and drums to celebrate the Fox Nation and settle down in a certain mountain under Luopa Mountain, such as Mount Huimeng or Mount Huanghu? Was he really afraid that Su Hun would come knocking on his door? What was the point of beating up that city lord Su who had just ascended to the upper 5 realms for a few days to return home with a bloody nose and a swollen face? Now that the situation was so chaotic, it was one thing to plan in private, but it was not appropriate to have internal strife on the surface. Could it be that they could learn from Jingyang Mountain sword-seeking Wind Thunder Garden? Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and nodded, deeply agreeing. He said that Lord Wei Shan was far-sighted and had the elegant demeanor of a famous scholar. Mi Yu was a little disappointed, but he couldn't say much, so he could only drink and drink. The old sword immortal of Jingyang Mountain who had only reached the pure Jade Realm after 100 years of seclusion had already shocked him. Now, there was a city lord with extraordinary killing power in the upper 5 realms. Mi Yu subconsciously took out a handful of melon seeds, and then saw Zhu Lian and Wei Pai looking at him together. Mi Yu was about to retract his sleeves, but he didn't expect to be scolded by Zhu Lian. Lord Wei agreed, so Mi Yu distributed the melon seeds to the other 3. Now, even Wei Wenlong was no exception. In fact, Wei Wenlong didn't have such a hobby in the beginning, but he couldn't stand it. Every time Xiaomi followed Wanchu to the accounting room to clean up, Xiaomi wouldn't cross the threshold without permission. She would only say one sentence outside the door every time, "Shopkeeper Wei, are you tired? Do you want to eat melon seeds?" Later, after a few times, Wei Wenlong couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect that he would become addicted to it. Since then, every night when it was quiet, he would drink melon seeds with wine, which had a different taste. Previously, when he heard all the details about the Fox Kingdom, there were a few fox spirits of different realms, and there were a few immortal caves of different grades. Wei Wenlong, who had been calculating with his fingers, suddenly stopped and said, according to Lord Hidden Official's style, regarding this matter, he would most likely ask for Pei Xiang's opinion first. If there is a disagreement, the 2 sides will first explain the reason clearly, and the benefits will be clear before making a decision. Zhu Lian and Wei Pai looked at each other and smiled. Both sides were actually waiting for these words. Wei Wenlong didn't disappoint. If it was a god of fortune who only cared about money, and the world was big, making money was the most important thing, it might be the most suitable on other mountains. But on Luopa Mountain, it wasn't enough. Zhu Lian asked with a smile, "God of Fortune Wei, then about the Fox Kingdom's most profitable fox skin talisman, in your opinion, how should we deal with it?" Wei Wenlong was a little embarrassed, and hesitated to speak. Zhu Lian smiled, "You only need to speak frankly. It doesn't matter if you speak good words, stupid words, or wrong words. What I'm afraid of is that people's hearts can't be seen through their bellies. Over time, they may part ways on the road of people's hearts." Wei Wenlong's forehead was actually sweating. Mi Yu was a little puzzled. Wei Wenlong took a deep breath. Qingfeng City's Su family is rich but heartless. Of course it's not desirable. But if our Luopa mountain goes to the other extreme, is it necessarily the best choice? So in my opinion, the source of the fox skin talisman's material can be reduced, but it shouldn't be cut off immediately. It's just to win a benevolent and righteous reputation in front of the Fox Kingdom's Pei Xiang, as well as all the Fox Kingdom spirits. Once that's the case, people will take a mile after an inch. They will like to use righteousness to suppress our Luopa mountain. Nascent Soul Pei Xiang's position was ultimately the Fox Nation's position. Sooner or later, when everyone was talking about it, it was very likely that Pei Xiang would go from being extremely grateful to being ungrateful to the other extreme. The resentment in her heart is great, and her hatred of our Luopa mountain is not inferior to that of Qingfeng City at all. After Wei Wenlong finished speaking, he looked a little tired, and whispered, as Mr. Zhu said, "These are my heartfelt words, really my heartfelt words. If you blame me for falling for money," Zhu Lian nodded. On Luopa Mountain, they were not afraid of people telling the truth, nor were they afraid of people having selfish motives. Moreover, Wei Wenlong's words were not selfish, and on the contrary, it was extremely good. If a god of fortune who was in charge of flowing water and money did not know the slightest about people's hearts, then Zhu Lian would inevitably worry that one day, Wei Wenlong would go astray. At that time, he might forget one thing: how glorious he was at that time, how high his position on Yizhou Mountain was. The fundamental reason was where he was and where he stepped on. Of course, it was related to Wei Wenlong's talent, but it was definitely not just how powerful Wei Wenlong was. To be honest, if I, Zhu Lian, was in charge of money, I might not be as good as you, Wei Wenlong, but the difference was not that big. It's just that Luopa Mountain is the most tolerant of flowers, and young master also sincerely hopes that it will be so. If it's a towering tree of martial arts or sword arts, it will do its best to shelter the people's hearts. If it's a flower that has not yet grown, it will be carefree and grow slowly. Wei Pai was even more gratified. Miyu rarely took the initiative to speak. Master Hidden Official doesn't fall for money every day. Is this a bad thing? Wenlong, it seems that your cultivation heart is not enough. Wei Wenlong raised his head, half believing and half doubting. Miyu rolled his eyes, imitating the hidden official's occasional words in the summer palace. Don't you think so? It was rare for Miyu to be so serious. My original intention is for the good of others, and at the same time I make money. There is no conflict. The demons of the Fox Kingdom, due to the deliberate atmosphere of Clear Breeze City, have been hostile to each other for a long time. There are constant disputes, and killing each other is a common occurrence. Every year, the old fox's fur will fade. What, Wenlong is an abacus accountant? Are you going to run off to be a moral saint? Since you're not, why should we have a guilty conscience and act coy? Wei Wenlong was after all from Spring Banner House, half a family member of the Summer Palace. Regardless of whether what Miyu said was reasonable or not, he had to say a few words of justice for Wei Wenlong. If the old cook Zhu Lian, whom Miyu met for the first time, held a grudge because of this, Miyu would accept it. Zhu Lian raised a cup of wine. Wenlong, you underestimate our mountain lord's ability to see through people. Drink with me, then punish yourself with another cup. There was a double meaning in his words. Wei Wenlong had underestimated him, and also underestimated Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai was about to raise his sleeve. Wei Wenlong hurriedly said, Wei Shanjun, I still have a lot of wine left. Zhu Lian laughed and scolded, Wei Wenlong, how can you be the god of wealth of Luopa Mountain? You still want to save wine for the great mountain lord of North Mountain? Are you looking down on Wei Shanjun's cloud-splitting mountain, or North Mountain's night banquet? Wei both smiled and said, I'll have to trouble you to let this matter go. Is that okay? Miyu nibbled on melon seeds and whispered, our family members agree, but in North Mountain, there are so many immortal masters and mountain spirits eagerly waiting for the next night banquet. They might not agree. Wei Pai raised his hands and gently rubbed his temples. Zhu Lian raised his wine cup again and stood up. He laughed and said, "There will be a day when our Luopa mountain will truly appear in front of the world. Before that, the few of us will work hard and show off our strengths. I believe that in the near future, when the young people in our family grow up one by one, Luopa mountain will definitely not." At this point, Zhu Lian looked at Miyu. Miyu stood up and said with a smile, "I will definitely not disappoint you." Wei Wenlong also stood up and raised his cup. "Luopa mountain will definitely be rich." Wei Pai finally stood up and said helplessly, "Let's try not to hold any more night banquets." They drank the wine in their cups together. Then, they all sat down. Only Wei Pai was still standing and looking at Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian asked, "Are you done chatting? Brother Wei, you can go ahead. As the great mountain lord, you must be busy. I won't go against my conscience and keep Brother Wei." Miyu still did not understand. Wei Wenlong's sharp eyes had already noticed that Zhu Lian had already put the imitation 12-flower god cup into his sleeve. Therefore, Wei Wenlong reached out to hold the wine cup and represented Luopa mountain. It was difficult for the recluse to deal with people. What was so difficult about the recluse being shameless? Miyu realized it late and smiled as he reached out to cover the wine cup, 2 pots of wine each. "I've already enjoyed myself to the fullest tonight. I really can't drink anymore. We'll talk about it next time." Wei Pai sighed and put down the wine cup on the table. His figure dissipated and he returned to Cloud Pagoda Mountain. The remaining 3 people laughed heartily. Sui Yuyu had previously gone to Dragon Rider Ali's New Year shop and told the substitute shopkeeper, Shiro, about the situation of Calligraphy Lake and True Realms sect. As for her cultivation, she only said that she was at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. As for Floating Duckweed Sword Lake sword cultivator Rong Chang, the eldest disciple of female sword immortal Xiuzai, she brought her junior sister Sui Jingqing to Luopa Mountain. The 2 of them had been here once before and were familiar with the place. As for Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang, who were heading south, they returned to Luopa Mountain around the same time as Rong Chang and Sui Jingqing. After passing through the ascension platform and becoming a nascent soul sword cultivator, Chui Wei went to the battlefield of Old Dragon City. Chui Wei did not forget to ask Wei Shanjun for help and used the identity of Cloud Pagoda Mountain's crown prince. Chui Wei was a sword cultivator born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, he was able to become a spy planted by Dolly's imperial tutor. His temperament, aptitude, and of course, his brain were all not bad. Hongxia succeeded in reaching the nascent soul realm. After recovering from her injuries in the water cave of Jade Liquid River, she turned back the way she came. She had to be stubborn and according to the instructions in the secret letter from head butler Zhu Lian, she had to visit the righteous gods of the river and the mountain gods along the way to thank them one by one. Hongxia was not too uncomfortable about this. Miyu's talent hadn't diminished in the past, and he blurted out, delicate and tender, swaying and swaying. "From the side, it looks like a mountain ridge, from the side, it's hard to control." It was quite a neat match. Zhu Lian turned his head, and so did Miyu, and they clapped their hands together. Everything was understood without words. Behind them, little Mealy sighed. Fortunately, the good mountain lord wasn't here, or she would feel ashamed again. Wei Wenlong really didn't have the ear to listen to this, so he got up and left. Little Mealy coughed. "What are you 2 talking about? I also know how to recite poems, there's also the word stop, do you want to hear it?" She borrowed a poem from Lu Yinshua and said that she would return it after showing it off. Although she wanted to show it off to Pei Qian at first, she felt that she couldn't lose to Old Chef and Yumi now, so she planned to use it to show off to them. Zhu Lian was instantly stunned. He had actually forgotten about the existence of Xiaomi, the messenger god. Thus, he immediately turned to Xiaomi and said with a smile, "I don't know how to recite poems." These 2 lines were written by Brother Yumi. I just suddenly remembered them and was inspired to recite them, so I recited them. Little Mealy, do you remember? It was Yumi who got the inspiration from eating melon seeds. It has nothing to do with me. Miyu was confused. Zhu Lian had already left quickly, not even looking back. Little Mealy gave Miyu a thumbs up and praised, "Good literary talent, we can compete in poems in the future." Miyu probably didn't know that the right guardian of Luopa Mountain never hid anything from Sister Wanshu and Pei Qian, and Pei Qian's account book was calculated by its book. Moreover, little Mealy was often muddle-headed and forgot things. She couldn't remember things that seemed important to outsiders, such as being bullied. However, the little girl remembered things that no one cared about more than anyone else, and she loved to share them with Pei Qian and Sister Wanshu. For example, Bai Yun, who passed by today, was a little chubby, and yesterday, Lei Gong's snoring was rumbling, more rumbling than last time. In the past, Pei Qian never showed the slightest bit of impatience at home on the mountain. This was probably an important reason why little Mealy could always be like this. Luopa Mountain's flying sword sent a message to the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. Fellow Daoist Changming soon arrived at Luopa Mountain quietly. After fellow Daoist Changming, Miyu, and Pei Xiang entered the Lotus Root blessed land. Zhu Lian stood alone at the edge of the cliff, slightly tired. It wasn't that it was difficult to do things, but that the Mountain Lord hadn't returned for a long time, which made him feel burdened. Zhu Lian took in Xin Yuanji, who was temporarily a registered disciple, and not a direct disciple. Xin Yuanji was now at the bottleneck of the 4 realms of martial arts. Chao Qinglang thought of her hometown for no reason. She thought of the ancestral house in the shabby alley, the school, the bustling Zhuangyuan alley, the entire capital city of the Nanyuan kingdom, and the foreigner who was also a banished immortal, like her master from the lotus flower blessed land, Mr. Liu. Her master and Mr. Zhong were of course Chao Qinglang's great benefactors. In fact, Chao Qinglang also cared about Mr. Liu a lot. Later, when she traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she learned from her master that Mr. Liu was actually the leader of the Yin-Yang school and the descendant of the Liu family. She met her master on the ferry on Osmanthus Island, and then met him on the inverted mountain. It was a great friendship that made her master give her a grain of grain rain money. In the end, by chance, they took another ferry across the continent, the treasure-swallowing whale, and traveled to Tonya continent. Not only did they fight side by side, but they also went through life and death together. They became best friends who didn't talk about money. Zhang Shanfeng, Su Yuanxia, Lu Tai, Zhong Kuwei, Lu Jinglong. These people were all close friends that her master regarded as his peers. Among them, Ranger Su Yuanxia could be considered half an elder. As for Lu Xianying, who came from the same hometown, he was slightly different from them. Her master never denied that he would treat Lu Xianying as his elder brother and the slug from the mud bottle alley as his younger brother. They were all his family. Lu Tai was actually the person who took care of her the most together with Mr. Zhong after her master left the lotus flower blessed land. Without their guidance, she might still have to grit her teeth and endure day by day, but it would definitely be more difficult. However, Mr. Liu, who was unparalleled in elegance, followed one of the lotus flower blessed land to Qingming Tian. Chao Qinglang didn't know if she would have the chance to reunite with Mr. Liu in this lifetime. At that time, her master was chatting with Chao Qinglang in the pavilion on Dragon Slayer Cliff. While drinking, he joked that when he looked back, Lu Tai carried a body of magic weapons and endless immortal methods. He did indeed have the demeanor of a direct descendant of the Liu family. However, his realm was too low. Many young talents who were born in the immortal families of the central region increased their realms like drinking water. For example, in the North Continent, she met a cultivation genius named Hui Qian. Therefore, when she met Lu Tai in the future, she must make fun of him. Why? Just because he was afraid of heights, he was also afraid of the increase of his cultivation realm. In fact, her master rarely talked about people behind their backs. However, when he mentioned it to students or disciples, he was often talking about friends. The stories he told were all past events that made him smile and not worry about drinking. In the end, Chao Qinglang only said from the bottom of her heart that if she didn't know that Mr. Liu was a heroic man, she would have mistaken Mr. Liu for a woman in disguise. She didn't know why, but her master looked a little strange at that time. He even reached out and pressed Chao Qinglang's head, scolding her, "You're thinking about this at such a young age. When you return to Luopa Mountain, don't hang out with Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng. If I find out that you dare to peek at those immortal books, I will go to Mount Biyun to chop bamboo and help you make a ruler." Chao Qinglang rarely couldn't continue reading, but tonight was an exception. She simply closed the book and began to rest. For some reason, Chao Qinglang always felt that her master was about to return home. Mi Yu and the other two had already returned from Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Everything went smoothly. Pei Xiang chose a piece of land with good feng shui on the border of Songlai country. It was secluded and occupied a potential dragon vein. From now on, the lineage of the sage of literature's lineage no longer needed to be hidden from the world. Chao Qinglang nodded and said, "I will remember." Left and right suddenly asked, "Do you know how to drink?" Chao Qinglang blushed and said, "This trip, I drank, but I don't like to drink." Left and right laughed, "Very good. Don't learn from your teacher and become an alcoholic. Learn from Martial Uncle." Chao Qinglang asked, "I still have some questions in my studies, Martial Uncle is busy." Left and right said, "There are many things in the world that cannot be studied. Just ask." In the end, Left and Right stayed at Luopa Mountain for a short 2 days. The heavenly paradises were connected. Left and Right retracted his sword Qi, and went down the mountain to travel 1,000 miles away. When he passed by the center of the Aquarius continent, Left and Right heard a voice, and told him a simple principle, which made Left and Right frown. The sage of literature's lineage already has a disciple, then among Martial Uncle, can there be someone who can fight, and is known by the world? So that the old farts in the future will not dare to bully them. This was the principle that Cui Dong held the Beko Keikyung building in his hand and told Left and Right. So in the end, Left and Right turned his sword, and did not go south to Old Dragon City, but crossed the sea and went straight to the Pessoa continent. Xiao Chuo was about to ask Qin Chunan, who could carry the sun and moon on his shoulders, to ask a continent between heaven and earth. The sword light arrived. Xiao Chuo was struck into the air by the sword, tilting a little, and instantly crashed into the bottom of the sea. The sword light split the sea, and then pierced through Xiao Chuo and the mountain range under the sea. Xiao Chuo asked me a punch, from behind. Left and Right returned a sword to you, bright and powerful. Even if you don't want to, you have to. If you are not in the savage desolate world, you might not be able to take it. Once the heavenly paradises were formed, the burden on Zhu Lian's shoulders lightened. It was as if everything was smoothed out, and the only thing left was for young master to return home. Just as Zhu Lian's mood turned for the better, he did not think that something bad would happen. Damn it, people should not get carried away. A few days after one lady Sui left, another lady Sui came. Zhu Lian saw a strange scene in a scroll painting on the desk, and cursed at the prodigal woman, and threw in a grain rain money. Luckily, she was the least valuable, and only needed one. Also, she was not a pure martial artist, which was the good thing. After dying once and walking out of the painting, her Tao foundation was not harmed. After Sui Yuyu walked out of the painting, her killing intent was extremely heavy. Obviously, she killed many demons in the old Dragon City battlefield, so much so that her body and Dao disappeared. Sui Yuyu's killing method was not like Zhu Lian and Wei Xian, but more like Lu Baixiang. Therefore, she was definitely not courting death, but the battle was really fierce, and she was in a place where she would definitely die. Zhu Lian still cursed, "Of all people to learn from, you learn from your master, who likes to fight without caring about his life. So arrogant, so amazing, a scholar from the lotus flower-blessed land, you really think you are the scholarly sage of the world. What happened in the end? I don't care if it ended well or not, but as a direct disciple, you don't know." Sui Yuyu's eyes instantly turned cold, her killing intent rising. Zhu Lian glared, "What, did I say something wrong? Or am I right? This prodigal woman still dares to scare me. How many divine coins have you earned in the Jade Gui sect and True Realm sect? You can't even compare to Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian." Although this woman's killing intent was heavy, her killing intent was not deep, and she still had some conscience. Otherwise, Zhu Lian was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and beat her back into the painting. A sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm, how amazing do you think you are? Outsiders can't tell why you went to the Ascension platform and why you can't break through to the nascent Soul realm, but I know it clearly. Others don't know why you, Sui Yuyu, want to ascend, but when I was in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, I, Zhu Lian, flipped through all the unofficial histories and secret records of the pugilistic world, and I know why you insisted on ascending with your sword. You're just helping your damn master achieve his wish." Zhu Lian also knew why Sui Yuyu treated his young master differently. It was that Daoist temple's master, God, who purposely changed Sui Yuyu's memories, making Qin Pingan and her master look similar. Sui Yuyu naturally knew about this, but because she could not let go of one and was unwilling to let go of the other, she pretended that this did not happen. Sui Yuyu was in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. When you were alive, even if you made all the heroes in the world bow down to you with your sword, do you dare to say to the world that you like your master? As for the 4 people in the painting, including you, who hasn't been tampered with by that stinky old Daoist? The old Daoist temple master was resourceful and cunning, so the 4 of them could only accept it. Wei Xian treated little Pei Qian as his own daughter. Lu Baixiang was obsessed with chess, so when he came to the vast world, he was determined to become the Lord of White Emperor City who played the iridescent cloud manual with Cui Dong. To become a true giant of the Devil Dao. I, Zhu Lian, am also pitiful unpitiful. You don't know if I'm real or fake, so you're just going around in circles with me. Sui Yuyu did not want to argue with Zhu Lian, but said, "I want to go to Old Dragon City again." Zhu Lian said, "How many lives do you have left, so you can do whatever you want? When you died in the Blessed Land, you could still come to this painting. If you die again, who will help you collect your body?" Sui Yuyu said angrily, "Who are you to control me? Among the 4 of us, you're the one who likes to cause trouble the most." Zhu Lian said with a cheeky smile, "My young master can't control you. He'll feel bad about Gu Yu's money. I'm warning you, my young master has never made a loss in serious business. Don't make an exception because of you." However, Sui Yuyu, this silly woman, said something knowledgeable. Sui Yuyu prepared to fly away on his sword. Zhu Lian said coldly, "He'll feel bad about his money and regret it." Sui Yuyu snorted and walked away, but he did not fly down the mountain. Her residence was on Luopa Mountain. Zhu Lian clicked his tongue. In the small town of Huaihuang County. With his back facing Shiro, he snapped his fingers and Shiro actually jumped up high before falling heavily onto the ground. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's one good thing about sect leader Lu. When it comes to big matters, he's always willing to accept his losses. As for small matters, he really disdains to scheme. At most, when he's bored, he'll occasionally take a look at the scenery of Riding Dragon Alley. Every time he executes the ability of Mountain View and River View, he'll cross 2 worlds. Although he doesn't see much, he expends a lot. This in itself is a kind of gift to Shiro. Cui Dongshan leaned on the counter with his feet off the ground. He turned his head and smiled. What's more, Sister Changming probably doesn't know. Once Sect Master Lu is bored, I'll have a lot to talk about. On Miss Shiro, every time I reach a higher level, I'll add a secret restriction that has never been heard of before. Other than some old bastard, unless Lu Chen comes here to observe Shiro, he won't notice anything. In short, I know everything that Sect Master Lu has seen. Some of the things that he has seen are things that I deliberately want him to know. Maybe I'm saying it like this, but Sister Changming, you must believe in my master's judgment in selecting students. Cui Dongshan turned his body and floated to the ground. He faced Changming and said with a smile, I swear to heaven and earth. Changming shook her head and said, even if Sect Master Lu is trapped in a scheme, he'll still be able to predict your scheme after a few times. Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously, and then. After all, we're separated by a whole world. Even if his real body came here, he was suppressed to the Ascendant Realm back then. Plus, he's just a master of mountains and rivers, so he should be in the immortal realm. If he calculates with me again, can he beat me? Cui Dongshan shook his head vigorously, I really can't. Only then did Changming nod his head lightly. However, he said, I will tell Master about this matter in full detail. Cui Dongshan bowed and said, with teacher's help, half of the burden on my shoulders has been lifted. Changming was a little helpless. Changming suddenly asked, did you predict that I would test Shiro today? Cui Dongshan raised his hands. His snow-white sleeves were too big. They covered his face and were blown away. He put down one hand and patted his chest vigorously, I swear to heaven and earth, it's all based on luck. Changming was silent. Cui Dongshan pointed to his head and said with emotion, it's not all about luck. After all, you're not Li Huai. How can I ignore you in Luopa Mountain? Don't blame Wei Pai for tipping me off. Except for Wei Shanjun, you didn't find all the spies I placed here in the town, so I'm just scheming against you. Speaking of this, the young man in white began to shake his head and said carelessly, I won't say anything like, Sister Changming, please don't mind me. Zhou Mili stood on her heels and laughed. Cui Dongshan rubbed Xiaomi's head and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he jumped up and shouted at the top of his voice, the vast world, listen to me. Today, I scared Xiaomi a little. When Sir goes home, he must scare the whole world. Damn it, plus the savage world and the green world. 719. After Cui Dongshan finished his speech, he nodded his head lightly. Very good, very tactful. Since no one objected, I'll take it that the 3 of you have agreed to this. Zhou Mili hugged the golden carrying pole and mountain walking stick. She took out the signature clap of the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan followed the 6 green stone bricks on the ground and performed a set of tortoise fish technique. He was vigorous and powerful. It was not a fish technique, but his sleeves crackled as he fought with each other. Cui Dongshan landed on the ground and faced the bamboo building with his back facing Xiao Mili. Suddenly, he turned around and threw a punch. Seeing that Xiao Mili was confused, he could only remind her, take my punch. It's invincible. Xiao Mili quickly spun around on the spot and praised sincerely, good punch. Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves and said regretfully, I didn't expect that after learning the ultimate fist technique, I still couldn't defeat the right guardian. Forget it, forget it. We'll fight again next time. Xiao Mili scratched her face. She hadn't even thrown a punch yet. Cui Dongshan swaggered to the side of the stone table. Xiaomi hurriedly placed the two treasured magic weapons on the table, pulled out several handfuls of melon seeds from her sleeves, and piled them in front of the big white goose. She had been saving them for a long time, and now she finally had a use for them. Cui Dongshan munched on the melon seeds and asked casually, Xiaomili, did anyone bully you? Even if you're a mute lake monster, you have to tell your little senior brother if you've been bullied. I don't have any other skills, but I'm good at cursing and blocking the door. Zhou Mili crossed her arms. She wanted her shoulders to be taller than her little head. She sneered, Big white goose, you've been away from home for too long. You're not smart anymore. I'm the only one who can bully others. That's why I said, don't always like to travel. If you're bullied when you're outside, I won't be able to take care of you. Cui Dongshan bent over and munched on the melon seeds. His mouth was not idle as he said, Xiaomi, in the future, there will be more and more people on the mountain. Even if they don't travel far, there will be more and more things to do on the mountain. At that time, I may not be able to chat with you as much. Are you sad? Are you angry? Zhou Mili laughed. The big white goose is talking nonsense again. When I was a big water monster at Mute Lake, no one talked to me for many years. How could I not be sad? Cui Dongshan suddenly understood and said, but those passers-by are not your friends. If your friends ignore you, the feeling will be different. Zhou Mili furrowed her thin and yellowish eyebrows and thought for a long time. She counted the good friends in her mind one by one. Finally, the little girl asked tentatively, can you talk to me for a year? Cui Dongshan stopped munching on the melon seeds and smiled. Of course. Zhou Mili said in a low voice, 2 sentences are not too much. Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, when are you going to take me to Red Candle Town and Jade Liquid River to play? Zhou Mili blinked. Let's wait for the Good Mountain Lord to come home first. As long as she squatted in the Good Mountain Lord's bamboo box, the black-clothed little girl's courage would be as big as 2 grains of rice. As long as she knew that the Good Mountain Lord was on his way home, she would dare to go down the mountain alone and pick him up at Red Candle Town. Cui Dongshan nodded. That's a problem. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. I'll talk about it later. I can't scare little Mealy. Since old chef had already returned to Luopa Mountain to help sort out the situation, Cui Dongshan was more at ease. What he could do was to check and fill in the gaps when he had nothing to do. Other than helping fellow Daoist Chang Ming with Shi Rou, he also had to give Hongxue Yunzi, the 2 little rascals, a warning. As for Pei Xiang, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, who had just arrived, it was even more so. Old chef had always been affectionate towards beauties. He was still a little soft-hearted. In fact, it was just right. Old chef would be the good guy, and Cui Dongshan would be the bad guy. Cui Dongshan had already told Master that even if a mountain did the same thing in the end, it would still need many people's hearts. It was so that some people could see it clearly and remember it firmly. Only then could they really remember it well. Among them, one of the more important things was that he suggested that fellow Daoist Changming temporarily take up the position of the Patriarch of Luopa Mountain. In fact, according to the etiquette of ordinary immortal mountains, Cui Dongshan had already overstepped his boundaries. It was no longer considered daring. He was challenging the entire ancestral hall alone. Not to mention being punished after the autumn, he could just cut off his legs and throw them out to feed the left guardian of Dragon Riding Alley. Therefore, this trip to Luopa Mountain was really not just for Cui Dongshan to stroll around. Chen Wanchu jogged all the way over. He had a bunch of keys on his waist and was chatting softly. The little girl in the pink dress bowed to Cui Dongshan and sat quietly at the stone table. Chen Wanchu would not get involved in any major matters, but he knew all the small matters on Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan told Qin Wanshu about Qin Lingjuan's situation on the river in the North Continent. It was not that he was lazy, but he had encountered a big accident. Qin Lingjun had become familiar with a new friend. He was loyal and was willing to sacrifice himself. In the end, for the sake of his good brother who had seriously chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper, the two brothers really enjoyed blessings and suffered misfortune together. They were both detained by the Thunder God residents of the Baby Mountain, the westernmost mountain of Jifeng. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven in the central part of Jifeng had sent 2 letters to plead for mercy for Qin Lingjun, but they had failed to get the Thunder God residents to release him. They were really angry. The losses to the sect were not great, but they had lost too much face. Who would dig out more than half of the words on the golden plaque at the entrance of the Thunder God residence? Even if you're F*King crazy, you should know what you're doing, right? Even if you wanted to steal it, you could have just stolen the plaque as well. You could have recovered it in one piece and rehung it on the plaque. But those 2 fellows only took away the 2 golden words, divine residence. In the end, after the culprit was caught, the other party's reason was, I took away all 3 words because I was afraid that you would beat me to death. I just left a few words. They all contributed money, manpower, and even built the 2 majestic temples. Obviously, Duke Lingyuan and Marquis Longting could be considered half of their family. Even if they were not close in the past, the water fate couldn't be faked. Not only could they gather the water fate of an entire continent, but they could also absorb the water fate from the sea. Especially the latter, which was a fortune that even the cultivators on the mountain couldn't obtain. Who wouldn't want to take the opportunity to benefit from the 2 ancestral temples of the Duke and Marquis? The headmaster of the academy in the North Continent was thoughtful. Not only did he not reject this, he even wrote 2 letters to the Great Wall of Heartland. One letter was sent to the Confucian Temple, and the other was sent to his teacher. He probably wanted to convince the Confucian Temple to accept this matter. He wanted the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Academy to confer the title. Even a saint of the Confucian Temple wasn't enough. However, Cui Dongshan wasn't the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple or the Grand Chancellor. He couldn't see what was written in the letters. He could only make a rough guess based on Zhou Mi's temperament and the situation of the continent. In fact, it was the Aquarius Temple that forced the Confucian Temple in Heartland to agree to the connection between the North Continent and the Aquarius Continent. So what if they didn't admit it? The Aquarius Continent's Qi crossing was handled by the old man from the Book Lake. The old monk in chicken soup and Mr. Fan of the Shang clan watched the ceremony from the side. Li Lu, who had secretly returned to the Aquarius Continent, and Ruan Shou, who looked at Li Lu across the water, were also present. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong of the Yang family's medicine shop asked Ruan Shou to bring a plaque and Li Lu a couplet as a gift for the Great Wall of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple. Temple of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple. Like a spring breeze, a gentleman inherits the past and opens up a way for the future. Being calm and proud, a sage saves the world and helps the people. Literature brings peace to the world. The plaque and couplet were made of words, as if they were written by Qi Duogong himself. There was a blank plaque in the Great Wall of Blasphemy Ancestral Temple, as if it was waiting for someone to write. It might write spring in the world. It might write, my heart is bright. Who knew? Cui Dongshan lay on the melon seed shells on the table, feeling bored. Why isn't Sword Immortal Me here to catch up with him? We are good friends. I'm very busy. I have to cherish my time. So what if you are a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade Realm? Do you think you can look down on a useless friend who is only one realm higher than you? Miyu, who was dressed in a green robe, walked to the edge of the cliff. His smile seemed unnatural. Miyu was really afraid of great sword immortals Wa. To be precise, he was in awe of him. As for the white-robed young man in front of him, who was handsome when he didn't speak, but had a screw loose when he spoke, Miyu was really annoyed. Back then, on the city walls of his hometown, he was leisurely lying in a drunken stupor. He didn't provoke anyone, did he? In the end, this guy passed by and set a trap for him. This caused Swazwa to attack a native sword cultivator for the first time. Miyu got half the jackpot. After all, Swazwa didn't really attack him. He looked down on the unpolished jade realm's embroidered pillow. What else could he do? Great Sword Immortal Yuqing had good luck and got the remaining half. Therefore, when Miyu first discovered that Cui Dongshan had come up the mountain, he went to the empty old mountain shrine. He didn't expect Cui Dongshan to be so good at chatting. It wasn't appropriate to hide all the time. Besides, when Luopa Mountain opens the catoptric deflection, Miyu wanted to bring this guy along to earn money from the fairy sisters. Besides, no discord, no concord. They were now a family. However, Miyu felt that he had to take it easy. Lin Junbai was such a smart person, but she had been tricked so badly by Cui Dongshan after a few rounds of chess. Miyu was a bad chess player, so it was best to be careful. Chen Wanchu tugged at Zhou Mili's sleeve. Zhou Mili suddenly had an idea. She bade farewell and accompanied Sister Wanchu to clean the bamboo building. If there was a speck of dust on the desk, it would be considered that she and Sister Wanchu were slacking off together. Cui Dongshan gestured for Great Sword Immortal Me to take a seat. He smiled and said, "Great Sword Immortal Me, I've heard a lot about you." Miyu helplessly sat down and faced the white-robed young man. It was better for them to be far apart. Cui Dongshan said in all seriousness, "I'm Dongshan." Miyu said unhappily, "It's not like we don't know each other. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some temper. Even if he wasn't a sword immortal, he was still a sword cultivator. Which sword cultivator in the world didn't have a temper? Then let's get to know each other." Cui Dongshan smiled in his heart and said, "My natal flying sword filled the sky." Before ascending to the upper 5 realms, in the lower 5 realms, he secretly went out of the city to fight 6 times. In the middle 5 realms, especially when he was a nascent soul sword cultivator, he was the most ruthless. Among sword cultivators in the same realm, his battle achievements were ranked second. He was the most willing to risk his life because this place was hostile to the demon race. His realm wasn't too high. Even if he was in a desperate situation, his brother Miyu could save him. After ascending to the unpolished Jade realm, Miyu's fighting style suddenly changed. He became timid and cowardly, becoming a joke in his hometown. The truth was that once Miyu was in a desperate situation, he would only cause his brother to die first. Even if Miyu died later than his brother, he would most likely die in the next battle. Or he would learn from sword immortals like Tao Wen and Zhou Qing. He would suffer for the rest of his life and live a life worse than death. Miyu clenched his fists under the table. His face was ashen. Cui Dongshan rested his chin on one hand and fiddled with the melon seeds with the other. He said, "My master didn't tell me that." Miyu sneered and said, "Master Hidden Official definitely wouldn't be so bored." Cui Dongshan's head shook. He switched to his other hand and rested his chin on it. "That's right. I'm rather bored. That's why I poured wine on the wound in someone's heart." Miyu said, "If you don't like me, just say it." Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, "It's the exact opposite. I don't dare to say that in my heart. Miyu is a hero who has been wronged by others." Those experts did not argue with Cui Dong anymore. Other than the title of the first disciple of the literary sage, he was just a nameless junior. What did he know? But Cui Dong did not stop while he was ahead. At that time, the young man who had not yet revealed his outstanding talent said something even more disgraceful and ruthless that slapped people's faces. I have always felt that language itself is always a cage. The words of the world are the life and death of the family. Because the boundaries of language constructed by words are the invisible boundaries of our thoughts. If one does not transcend this, it is difficult to prove the great Tao. At that time, only the old patriarch nodded lightly and looked at the young Cui Dong with a gaze of admiration. The old scholar grinned until his mouth was as big as half a dustpan, but he could be considered honest and did not say anything. The old patriarch looked at him from the corner of his eyes and did not nod his head. After that, Cui Dong's reputation rose and he did not disappoint the title of the first disciple of the literary sage. After that, Cui Dong's name shook the world and his brilliant performance was only one of the 3 splendid matters. Finally, his reputation fell into disarray. Everyone in the world knew about this, but most of them forgot about one thing. In the past, Cui Dong was in the literary sage's lineage, and frequently taught on behalf of his master. Cui Dong Shan had always been looking towards the south at the center of the Aquarius continent. That talent was always Cui Dong, regardless of whether or not he was considered the first disciple of the literary sage, he would always be the embroidered tiger Cui Dong of the 3 splendid matters, the Dali imperial tutor who was not willing to add flowers to the splendor of the world. I am not. Cui Dong Shan laughed and muttered. I am just Cui Dong Shan, the innocent and pure young man Dong Shan. Tomorrow will always belong to the young man. Note 2, there will be young men every year, and I will always be one of them. In truth, Cui Dong Shan had thought of not being one of them, but Cui Dong did not agree in the past, and even gave Cui Dong Shan a reason that he could not reject. Cui Dong was like that, when he seriously calculated, he would always include himself. Mi Yu did not seek trouble for himself, and only sat at the side, and did not take the initiative to speak to the white-clothed young man. Cui Dong Shan gently exhaled, and gently pushed the white clouds away. When immortals boast, clouds gather and disperse. Then he turned and shouted to the black-clothed young lady on the 2nd floor, Xiao Mili, I will go down the mountain first, get the old chef to cook a table full of delicious food. Zhou Mili immediately asked, how delicious? Cui Dong Shan imitated Xiao Mili and wrapped his arms around his chest, and frowned. Zhou Mili waved her hand, Master, you are too childish. Go go go, remember to come back early, if you are late, remember to walk to the mountain gate, I will wait for you there. Cui Dong Shan nodded his head, and walked backwards, he leaned back and fell into the cliff. After his figure disappeared, he suddenly rose up, his entire body spinning in circles, like an immortal flying in the wind. Zhou Mili sighed, the big white goose was truly childish. Mi Yu squinted his eyes and looked over, good fellow, seems like he is heading straight for the Jade Liquid River Deity Temple. Then Mi Yu sighed heavily and was extremely angry, you should have brought me along. Cui Dong Shan had indeed gone to the Jade Liquid River, but not to the Water Deity Temple. Instead, he used a camouflage technique to hide his figure, and when he was above the Jade Liquid River, he fell headfirst into the river, and then paddled all the way to the entrance of the water mansion. His old face was full of grievances, and he said in a trembling voice, Immortal Master Cui, I understand what you mean. It's just that I can't speak of the bitterness in my heart. Today, I met Immortal Master Cui. Even if I don't want to lose face, I have to boldly tell you about the difficulties of us 3 master and disciple. Speaking of his sadness, the old man rubbed the corner of his eyes, but he didn't delay his words, my Jiu Heir's physique is indeed in line with the natural order. It's not that I can't bear to part with this natural treasure. As a registered consecrator, I am not a person who goes against my conscience. I am grateful to Luopa Mountain and Mountain Master. I only hate that I don't have a memorial tablet at home and offer incense every day. It's not because of our Mountain Master's good fortune. I have reached the Dragon Gate realm in Yellow Lake Mountain, so I should do something good for Luopa Mountain. It's just that I wandered around in my early years, killing demons and subduing demons. My heart is still hard. It's just that my cultivation is insignificant and my ability is not good enough. I have become a joke to immortal Master Chui. How can I not know the benefits of my disciple Jiao Er's blood? I'm just afraid that this move will hurt others. If the Mountain Master Chui finds out, I would have let Jiao Er do this long ago. Even if she is unwilling in her heart, her eyes are shallow, and she doesn't know how to be grateful to Luopa Mountain. As her teacher, not only do I want her to give me a few caddies of Talisman Spring, but I also want to teach her the principles of how to conduct herself. No matter how much I love my two disciples, I am willing to give birth to a filial son under the rod. Of course, Jia Cheng was talking nonsense. It was pure nonsense. Not only did he flatter himself, but he also wanted to splash dirty water on his disciple Tian Jiao Er. The Dragon Gate Realm's old immortal, Jia Cheng was actually speaking the truth. He was afraid that Luopa Mountain's Mountain Master Chen Pingon would feel that this move was hurtful. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Jia Cheng's eyes were blind, but his heart was not. He knew that Luopa Mountain's bottom line was to have a conscience and be a human. The rest of the tricks would not make him lose this immortal rice bowl of Luopa Mountain's honorary consecrator. In fact, until now, the shrewd old Taoist still did not understand why the young mountain master would choose them and let them, who were used to living in the open, have the honor of eating rice bowls in Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan pulled the old Taoist's sleeve and took away the jade bamboo folding fan that was given to the old Taoist. He gently opened it and walked in a circle while fanning the breeze. Immortal Master Chui did not speak. The old Taoist used all his strength to finish his words from the bottom of his heart. He really did not have the courage and brain to speak more. Cui Dongshan said, "From today onwards, let Jiao Er accumulate the Talisman Spring regularly. It will be of great use in the future. Just remember not to hurt Jiao Er's Tao." The old Taoist pecked at the rice and cupped his fists. "I will follow Immortal Master Chui's decree. Not only will I help Mr. Chui accumulate the Talisman Spring, but I will also miss Jiao Er. How can I bear to part with her? After all, she is my own daughter." This Jia Cheng's cultivation was vague, but his words were not vague. In fact, it was because Jia Cheng was too shrewd that Luopa Mountain noticed some of the old Taoist's unwise choices. Those two disciples were really miserable to have a master like him. He often beat and scolded them. He could say all kinds of unpleasant words. When he beat his disciples, he did not lose to killing demons for money. However, there were some things that Jia Cheng did not do as an immortal master on the mountain. Cui Dongshan walked to the edge of a grain-sunning field. He lowered his head and said with a smile, "Changming, I'll answer all your questions." The longevity Taoist didn't take the patriarch discipline too seriously. He asked, "You're wearing this uncommon skin bag so that one day, you'll have a chance to eat that GQ from Mud Bottle Alley." "Wang Zhu." Cui Dongshan grunted. However, that was the worst outcome. Now, it was the best outcome. Cui Dongshan was born to deal with flood dragons. Now, in the Cloud Forest's Deer Academy, the Huangting country's old flood dragon who was the deputy mountain leader had already experienced it. However, Cui Dongshan really wanted to win. From the beginning, it was the last true dragon in the world of Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, Li Zhu. If he couldn't help her, she wouldn't become a talent. Then let me, Cui Dongshan, do it personally. If the situation wasn't right, Cui Dongshan would be ruthless. Not only that, Wang Zhu, the other 5 little things, the Huangting country's old flood dragon, his 2 useless children, and Li Jin in Red Candle Town under the Yellow Lake, plus some leftover opportunities and remnants in Gu Shu's territory, I'll eat them all. Changming said, "Now, it's a burden." It'll be difficult to reach the Ascendant Realm. Old Mr. Yang definitely won't open the Ascension platform just for you. Cui Dongshan shook his head. The world scheme is taboo. Changming nodded. I'm overthinking. Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and moved again. He took the longevity Daoist, who was already a fallen patriarch in his heart, for a stroll. Changming thought of the straw shop and Fu Quan. He smiled and said, "It's not a good habit to reap without sowing. After a long time, it'll be easy." Cui Dongshan said, "If you don't pay, you won't cherish. The more you pay, the more you care. It has nothing to do with good people or bad people. The same pot of wine, regardless of the reason, the taste and the speed at which one drinks it will be different regardless of whether the price is raised or lowered." Cui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, "Daoist Changming, tell me the story of how you met my master. Pick up the things that can be said." Changming told him tirelessly. In fact, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Other than the old master, the penal official, who didn't mention anything else, and the hidden official sewing process, Changming didn't hide the rest. For example, the existence of the sewing man, the old deaf's disciple, and the demons imprisoned in the prison. What were their origins? How did they get along and fight with the hidden official? In a sense, the shed skin on Cui Dongshan's body was actually the sewing man's first favorite. As for the skin of some cultivators, it had nothing to do with the level of their realm. It was naturally suitable to be used as talisman paper. The sewing man was best at this. The talisman beauty, refined from fox skin by the Fox Nation of Qingfeng City, was barely related to this. The sewing man selected cultivators, killed them, skinned them, and stored talisman paper. He would either use it to draw talismans or sell it to Devil Dao cultivators at a high price. Therefore, the sewing man, the Southern Sea Lone Rider, and the flower thief were regarded as one of the 10 great evil Dao cultivators. Of course, there was no reason for everyone to kill them. After Cui Dongshan finished listening, he said slowly, "The sewing man and the executioner have similar great Daos. The Southern Sea Lone Rider who stole the world's water transportation. The passerby who caused the Yin soldiers to pass through. The beautiful corpse who cultivated the color refining technique and created a romantic tent. The flower thief whose corpse was put on a bounty by the 100 Flowers blessed land. The god of plagues who was destined to suffer misfortune in his life. He couldn't refuse their kindness and personally wrote the fan." In fact, at that time, Bai Yi and his friend Lu Shirlu didn't have money on them and couldn't enter the graceful grotto heaven. Bai Yi could only write poems and sell them in exchange for passage money. Therefore, in the future, at the entrance of the graceful grotto heaven, there was a cliff carving of 10,000 hearts united in one moon. That was the work of my junior martial brother Jun Qian. Who can guess it now? In the end, when they left the graceful grotto heaven, the fairies secretly asked Suishio, "That temple attendant wasn't that good-looking, right?" She was quite good-looking. At the entrance of the grotto heaven behind her, there was a girl smiling beautifully like a crescent moon. Beside her, there was a girl who wasn't so happy. After a while, she said, "What does good-looking have to do with me?" The two girls' moods were flipped again. After the fairy left, I jokingly scolded Junior Martial Brother for being a fool and begged you to open your mind. Junior Martial Brother smiled and answered Senior Martial Brother, "Do you really think I'm stupid?" I don't know if the fairy who liked Senior Martial Brother was beating around the bush. She saw that the temple attendant was good-looking and was worried that Senior Martial Brother would change his mind, so she felt uncomfortable. Junior Martial Brother still understands such shallow thoughts of a girl. At that time, I gave him 2 thumbs up. At that time, Junior Martial Brother's smile was very bright. Changming found it very interesting to chat with Cui Dongshan. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. A person who had experienced more and accumulated more stories was the most ruthless. The two of them walked through Mud Bottle Alley. When they walked past the old school, Chengming stopped and asked, "So what?" Cui Dongshan didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. However, his sleeves were still hanging down. "I can't say, there's nothing to say." Changming followed the white-clothed youth's footsteps and changed the topic. "What did you do when you visited the Jade Liquid River's water god's residence?" Cui Dongshan said, "I didn't do anything. I just pulled the water god's hair and casually spun it around a few times." Changming teased, "Can't you be human?" However, Cui Dongshan said, "It's very difficult. Trust me." Changming sighed. "It's very difficult not to trust Mr. Cui." Cui Dongshan laughed. "I won't be the villain of Zhuiying Dynasty's master and servant, as well as Yunzi of Green Mud Slope. Traveling isn't tiring, but chatting with others is. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you to help me be the villain. Anyway, you said it yourself. It's not a good habit to reap without sowing. However, take note of one thing. Don't add fuel to the fire with the pseudonym Shircho. The entire Luopa mountain will pretend that she doesn't exist. That's the best way to get along with her. In private, you have to protect her more. Anyway, you can control your own temperament. Otherwise, when Mr. blames you, he will reason with you. At most, he will scold you a little. When it comes to me, I reckon Mr. won't care about being reasonable and will directly beat you up." Changming nodded. "All right." Yunzi of Mount Huaming's Green Mud Slope was temporarily in the Dragon Gate realm. His true identity was the Black Snake of Chess Dun Mountain. However, he wasn't a mountain spirit in the true sense. Instead, he was transformed from one of the black chess pieces used by the two immortals. There were golden lines on his abdomen, and he already had the embryonic form of dragon scales. Compared to the water dragon Hong, because of the chess game back then, the black chess piece placed on the chessboard. His killing intent was extremely heavy. This caused the Yunzi later on to be more brutal and unruly than the mountain snakes and pythons. 720. Sorry, the update is late. A 20,000-word chapter. Nothing major happened on Luopa Mountain. Just like what Zhu Lian and Pei Xiang said, it was a beautiful day. The wind blew the mountain and the rain hit the water. It was just a pleasing sight. The stability of Luopa Mountain was, of course, not because Luopa Mountain stood aloof from worldly affairs, but because a grown-up adult, an elder, in different positions far and near, sheltered Luopa Mountain from the wind and rain. For example, Sword Immortal Miyu, who had already gone through the battlefield of Old Dragon City, and nascent soul sword cultivator Cui Wei, who was rushing to the battlefield. On Luopa Mountain, even Pei Qian, who was only slightly taller than Zhou Mili, was now in the middle of the battlefield of Jinjiao Continent. The person Pei Qian was chasing was the 10th realm martial artist Chao Ci, who she regarded as her master's martial arts rival. Pei Qian chased not only the level of the fist technique, but also the number of enemies killed on the battlefield. Even if she could not catch up, the gap between her and Chao Ci was still very big, but to Pei Qian, after learning the fist technique, she had to do something. So now half of Jinjiao Continent, which was in imminent danger, knew that beside Chao Ci, besides the famous genius martial artist Yu Zhuanfu, there was also a young female martial artist called Pei Qian. She was even more talented, and her fist was even more domineering. She was best at exchanging injuries for death. On the battlefield, she preferred to take the initiative to pursue the strong enemies of the demon clan. Unfortunately, the enemy she encountered was a demon clan Earth Immortal cultivator. As the place where half of the Li dynasty rose, the northern peak had not come into contact with the army of the demon clan for the time being. However, the 3 consecutive golden downpours were actually enough to make all the cultivators feel a lingering fear. Among them, the flood dragon under the pond was originally a big event, but under the current situation of a continent, it was not so eye-catching. In addition, Wei Ba and Cui Dongshan, the two officials of the Li dynasty, covered up the flood dragon on their respective lines. As a result, the immortal masters of archives and the cultivators of the mountains and lakes who stayed in the northern peak to cultivate still did not know whether the flood dragon that appeared out of nowhere was the guardian of the mountain secretly cultivated by the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Pei Xiang's Fox Kingdom moved to Luopa Mountain because of the location of the Lotus Root Blessed Land, and Su Han of Qingfeng City had to use the old Dragon City's military merit to repay Dali's ascension platform, so even if the Su woman in Qingfeng City had some guesses, she could not do anything but tremble in fear and wait for the punishment. Su Han of Qingfeng City gave the outsiders the impression that he was focused on cultivation and did not know about the affairs of the public, so the power fell into the hands of the woman. But of course, Pei Xiang and shopkeeper Yan knew that the real backbone and the person in charge of Qingfeng City had always been Su Han, who made the final decision in every major event. Another example was the old master Zhong Qiu, who wanted to go to the Wind Snow Temple to take a look. Even Sui Yu had died once. Wei Xian and Liu Baixiang both had the status of Dali's border army and official. In the Dali dynasty, if an outsider wanted to become an official, other than military merit, there was only greater military merit. Even Guan Yiran and Liu Xuanmei, who were born in the Yinqi Alley and Miao, Street, who were born in the noble families, killed their way out of a pile of corpses. He would definitely see some young faces that he could not recognize when he went out one day. In the early years, Chen Lingjun, who only focused on cultivation for 2 punches, would become one of the mountain guardians in the eyes of the future young people of Luopa Mountain. It was unimaginable that the ancestral master Chen Lingjun would wander around the gate at the foot of Puyun Mountain just for a friend's loyalty and Jianghu friendship. In the end, he would be rejected and returned to Luopa Mountain dejectedly. In the early years, Shui Jiao Hongxia, who did not even dare to come to Luopa Mountain, would become an unattainable, yellow-robed female immortal in the eyes of the future disciples of Luopa Mountain. They would feel that their ancestral master Hongxia was really good at water techniques. Even that warm tree might not have the chance to be busy with those trivial matters every day. Maybe even a handful of melon seeds in Xiaomi's pocket would become more valuable than Guyu money in the eyes of the cultivators of Luopa Mountain. There would definitely be a day in the future when every disciple of Luopa Mountain would talk about their ancestral master's invincible fist technique and the #1 swordsmanship. They would admire their old mountain master Chen and make friends all over the world. They would be close friends with some ancestral masters and brothers with some sect masters. When the young people in the future travel down the mountain or walk the Jianghu, most of them would like to talk to their own friends about when and where their ancestral master had done something magnificent. Then, the rules and principles set by the young mountain master of Luopa Mountain would become more and more important. And Cui Dongshan wanted to ensure that these things in the future would become a vein that was nailed to the board. The mountain stretched and the river spread, the roads of the mountains and rivers were already there. The future disciples of Luopa Mountain only needed to walk on the road, and it would be better if there was someone who could open up a new path. It was just that in this process, there would definitely be all kinds of mistakes, all kinds of people's hearts would scatter and many big and small unhappiness. There would need to be someone to preach, someone to protect, someone to correct mistakes and someone to correct mistakes. It was definitely not something that Mr. could do alone. So the reason that Cui Dong gave to Cui Dongshan, the reason why he persuaded Cui Dongshan not to let his emotions affect his decisions, had nothing to do with outsiders. It was just a matter between Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan. You feel that you are Cui Dongshan, and no longer Cui Dong, that's fine. I, Cui Dong, have already made the Dali dynasty and the Aquarius continent become a big one, then you, Cui Dongshan, will make Luopa Mountain the next big one in the human world. Let's have a competition between ourselves. Let's assume that Cui Shi has lived 100 years longer than Cui Dongshan. I'll give you at least another 100 years to wrestle with me. Let's see whose one is bigger and more indestructible. Every time Cui Dongshan thought of this, he wanted to curse out loud, but every time, he could only curse an old bastard, and could not curse anymore. That me sword deity is vex my ass, how can he compare to me, Dongshan? You still want me to bring you to the Jade Liquid River God residence to relieve your boredom, me sword deity, dream on. I will envy you to death. After all, there was a difference between being close and distant. Cui Dongshan believed that he was still very protective of me sword deity. After all, he was the future leader of the illusionary flower, water and moon. However, Cui Dongshan was not too polite to some newcomers, and he did not think highly of them. He pinched his nose and recognized them as half of his family, so being too polite would only make them estranged. For example, the lord of the Fox Kingdom, Pei Xiang, who had added inscriptions to Zhu Lian, had secretly become Cui Dongshan's possession. Cui Dongshan liked the phrase, true love for a few years, very much, so he gave Pei Xiang an item that he did not like for a long time. It was not only a fair transaction, but also a small gift in return for Luopa Mountain. Receiving an item that even cultivators of the upper 5 realms might not have, the lord of the Fox Kingdom, who was used to seeing immortal money, felt like he was dreaming. One day, when old chef was cooking in the kitchen, Cui Dongshan leaned against the door and took out the inkstone with a smile, gently blowing on it, and showed it to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian glanced at it and asked with a smile, "How much is true love?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It can be a lot, but it has to be exchanged with an item that is close to you. Of course, it is not a matter of money. Sister Pei Xiang has a high status, so of course, she has to consider the Fox Kingdom. Old chef, don't be sad, or else you will hurt Sister Pei Xiang even more." Zhu Lian smiled and said that it was already very unexpected. His expression was calm, and he was very sincere. Cui Dongshan asked again what would happen if Pei Xiang took the initiative to apologize to him. Zhu Lian said that he had his ways to help her relax, or else what else could he do? Cui Dongshan admired old chef more and more. He was really a stubborn old chef. It was not enough to describe his cultivation of the heart, but rather, his cultivation of the heart was mature. At the mountain gate, Cui Dongshan asked Mr. Liu about some trivial things that happened in the lotus flower blessed land in the past. The more trivial, the better. Firstly, it would not arouse the suspicion of the meticulous Chao Qinglang. Secondly, 1 or 2 trivial matters and a few casual words would of course not reveal one's true nature. However, as long as there were enough, it would reveal one's true nature more than any major feat. Moreover, Lu Chui was more sincere on Chao Qinglang's side. Therefore, Cui Dongshan could get closer to the real Lu Chui. Once Zhou Zi felt that the time was right, he would really make a move. Lu Kai, the sword cultivator, was one of the top 10 young people in the world, and the innate restraint of the 2 blade strengthening gourds and the 2 natal flying swords were not only a means to suppress Mr., but also a smokescreen. Q sword was not only about the sword. Sir had already figured this out long ago. In the future, he would even use Xingyang Mountain to practice and ask this person's heart. Then, how could he not know about Tan Tianzhou, who was above the entire Shua Di Lu clan? When the time came, Zhou Zi would definitely make Lu Tai suffer in the past. He would then become the sword immortal Lu Kai in Zhou Zi's heart. In the end, it would make Sir's state of mind even more unbearable. All the sincere thoughts, past grudges, and beautiful things of the past would be another intrinsic flying sword that Zhou Zi forged for Lu Kai. It would be Lu Kai's true most powerful sword. The most troublesome part was that Zhou Zi's intention to kill Lu Kai was not necessarily to force Lu Kai to kill Sir. Perhaps it was because of his Dao heart. The so-called death of one's body in Tao on the mountain seemed to be a matter of one's family. In fact, it was often a matter of two neighboring families. All he needed to do was to separate the family physically and mentally. Cui Dongshan was rarely so wary of a person. A person who dared to use Shuro as a training ground and compete with Lu Qin in mental arithmetic such as, Lu Qin, you're bored, and I'll relieve my boredom, was definitely a million times stronger than a woman who only knew how to use a few red threads and move the sword fate of an entire continent to sharpen her Tao. However, there was no need to mention such an important matter to junior apprentice brother Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang was still too young and lacked a few real trials. However, even if it was just a chat with Chao Qinglang, Cui Dongshan's mood improved. Within the same literary lineage, there was a successor who could take on great responsibilities. This was more worthy of Cui Dongshan's expectations than someone who was 1 or 2 levels higher on Luopa Mountain, or someone who could ascend to the next peak level in the future. The junior apprentice brother beside him who seemed to make the bamboo chair smaller with each passing year, the slightly thin green-robed youth in his hometown back then, was now a young Confucian with a jade-like complexion. Other than Jun Qian, the literary sage's lineage, including Sir, was actually not bad with women. It should be quite good. When it came to Chao Qinglang, even Cui Dongshan did not dare to be sure. After all, no matter how good one's luck with women was, one had to be enlightened, right? Otherwise, they would learn from the blockheads around them. Even if you Lao paid them a visit and hammered the red string of red string every time, or dragged the red string of 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 red string of. Cui Dongshan and Chao Qinglang's chat was actually a temporary farewell to Luopa Mountain. When a white cloud flew away with the wind, he could not help but look back at the beautiful mountains and clear waters. Let's go, let's go. Previously, he had found Cui Dongshan and asked if the white-clothed youth had any relationship with the bamboo sea grotto heaven, and if he could buy a few more bamboos of similar quality. Here at Padding Cloud, he could buy them at a high price. At that time, Cui Dongshan had a strange expression, saying that he was willing to bite the bullet and risk half his life to open his mouth for the Mountain Lord, but he was afraid that he would be beaten half to death by the Lady of the Azure Immortal Mountain and implicate Padding Cloud to become a first-class guest on the Green Mountain God Temple's list. Wei Pai could only give up. However, he placed his hopes on Chen Pingon. In any case, this young lord of Mdiluopo was really good at dealing with women or with seniors. The little person from the Zhou City God Temple who came to Mdiluopo on time to offer incense was privately given a temporary low-level position by Zhou Mili. He was the right Dharma protector of the Riding Dragon Alley, the one that Zhou Mili had resigned from. Moreover, she told him frankly that whether he succeeded in the end would still be up to Pei Qian. Right now, he was only temporarily in charge. The little guy was so happy that he almost went home to beat drums and gongs. When the little person returned to Mdiluopo's pavilion of the province, probably because he was wearing an official's hat, he had a tough back. The little guy spoke like he was quite arrogant. He stood on the edge of the incense burner with his hands on his hips, raising his head towards the golden statue and saying, "Show some respect when you speak in the future. Why don't you fucking put more incense ash in the burner? If you make me hungry, I'll report you to Mdiluopo. I have someone protecting me on the mountain right now, so if you don't want me here, they'll be somewhere else." The Lord Mdiluopo that ranked first across the entire Dragon Province chuckled and said, "What a great official's might." The little guy's courage diminished slightly. He crossed his arms over his chest like the right Dharma protector and was just about to say a few heroic words when Lord Luopa slapped him out of the empty Luopa mountain. He felt humiliated, so he just ran away from home and joined Luopa for half a day. When the right Dharma protector of the Dragon Rider Alley ran into the right Dharma protector of Luopa mountain, he only resented himself for being too small, unable to carry Sergio's pole and bamboo cane. Instead, Chen Wanshu heard the little guy grumble about many of the faults of Lord Luopa mountain, so he tried to persuade him. He basically said, "You've gone through so many trials and tribulations with the old Luopa mountain in the past. Now that your master has finally been promoted to an official after so much difficulty, you can be considered as half a face of the Luopa mountain. You can't squabble with Lord Luopa mountain so often, just in case the other Luo temples of various sizes and civil and military temples see you as a joke." Chen Lingjun hurriedly drank a bowl with Bai. Chen Lingjun couldn't help but sigh. His mood was a little strange today. Chen Lingjun thought of that old brother of his from Mount Huangshan for no reason and said, "Bai, come visit my house in the future. I want to introduce you to a friend. He's an old Taoist with the surname Jia. He's witty and has a good tolerance for alcohol." Bai laughed and said, "Fake. Is it real or fake?" "It's fake, right?" Chen Lingjun chuckled and said, "You're ignorant. But as a member of the Jianghu, it's not shameful that you don't know much about fighting. But you have to mention one." Bai hurriedly drank a bowl of wine and continued to fill it to the brim. The bowl wasn't big and couldn't hold much wine. He had to rely on the number of bowls to make up for it. In any case, a good brother wasn't a petty person. In the Jianghu, this was called face. The two of them walked out of the restaurant in a drunken stupor. Chen Lingjun weighed the money pouch and said bitterly, "Bai, I don't think we can drink more than a few meals of this kind of wine." Bai nodded with a smile. "That's right. There's no banquet in this world that doesn't end." Chen Lingjun burped. He was still in the attire of carrying a bamboo chest and holding a mountain walking staff. He originally wanted to follow his good brother's words and scold Bai for not knowing how to speak properly. But when he thought about how he was going to really walk on the river, he took it that this sentence was sad and couldn't refute it. After all, walking on the river was not only destined to be difficult, but there were also too many accidents. Elder brother Bai was only a martial artist of the third realm. Firstly, he might not be able to keep up with his speed of walking on the river. Secondly, it was even more unstable. What if a thunder god residence blocked the way? Bai hurriedly turned his head to look at Chen Lingjun, who had his head lowered and didn't say anything. He smiled and slapped the back of Chen Lingjun's head, causing the latter to stagger. Chen Lingjun scratched his head. "What the heck?" Bai hurriedly patted his stomach and said with a smile, "Wine can fill one's stomach." Chen Lingjun hesitated for a long time before saying, "Brother, we might really have to part ways. I have something to do that can't be delayed. If it succeeds, I will look for you to play later. We will drink good wine, drink the most expensive immortal wine." Chen Lingjun saw that Bai hurriedly smiled at him, and was startled. "What, after being locked up for so long, you can treat me like a girl?" Bai hurriedly, "Don't be like this, I will give you all the gold leaves, but I will keep the silver ingots. After that, I won't care where you go." Bai hurriedly laughed out loud. No need, following a good brother, I don't have to worry about food and drink. This is the business of the martial world." Chen Lingjun had already taken down his bookcase and walked to a secluded place. Bai hurriedly laughed and formed another seal in his sleeve. He was still standing in the same place, but that Chen Lingjun had already disappeared around the corner of the street. A head suddenly popped out and shouted, Bai hurriedly, "I'll help you change your name in the future." "It's a waste of effort, it's not festive enough." Bai hurriedly, or perhaps Jia Qing, or perhaps the master of the White Emperor City's city lord, the person who once ruled over the world, smiled and waved at that Chenling Jun. In the tall building of the feudal residence. Today, Song Mu left the meeting hall where the generals and immortal masters gathered. He personally brought Mr. Fan, an esteemed guest from afar, and together they ascended to a high place to observe the battlefield. The words of his royal uncle, Song Zhangqiang, made him truly change from Song Jisun of Clay Bottle Alley to Song Mu, the vassal of Dolly. If you spend your whole life studying hard, you may not necessarily become a sage of the Confucian temple. If you cultivate Taoism, you may not necessarily become an immortal. However, you are the vassal of Dolly. You don't have to care about whether you are Song He or Song Mu in the genealogy of the Song family. As long as you know how to use people, you will be the Song Jisun in your hands, who is far more powerful than the headmaster of the academy and the immortals on the mountain. The mountains and rivers of a continent, half of the country, are in the hands of Song Jisun, waiting for you to devise a strategy. The sages of the academy speak reason, but others just listen. The gods are in charge of the mountains and rivers. Just take a look for yourself. As for the thoughts of some women around you, do you need to deliberately understand? Do you need to feel sorry for yourself? You need to let her take the initiative to guess the thoughts of Song Jisun beside you. Song Mu gently exhaled. Outside Old Dragon City. In a small Aquarius continent, many cultivators who left the mountains displayed their spells and divine powers. Even Mr. Fan, the old cultivator who hunted down Alliance, was secretly shocked. GQ first revealed her true dragon form in the sea, and wantonly strangled the demon army of the wilderness. She also controlled a huge wave out of thin air, and crashed into the water waves that were activated by the royal demon, Imperial Concubine Faye. Imperial Concubine Faye's attack caused the entire South Sea outside Old Dragon City to seem to be divided into two, one high and one low. After GQ revealed her true form, a pearl as big as the bright moon in the sea shone over 100 miles, and instantly rose to the surface of the sea near Old Dragon City. The two high walls of the sea that seemed to be separated by a thin line, the north was higher than the south by a large margin. After all, Imperial Concubine Faye's move of the sea was originally this royal demon's full effort, and there were also hundreds of demons who were proficient in water techniques helping to add fuel to the fire. GQ allowed half of the sea to collapse and directly rushed behind her, flooding Old Dragon City. She just fiercely smashed the wall on the way forward, and went straight to the south to find Imperial Concubine Faye. Of course, the Aquarius continent's cultivators on the battlefield of Old Dragon City would not allow the sea to destroy Old Dragon City's mountain river formation. The sword boats suspended in the sky, and thousands of flying swords shot out. The group of sword immortals and sword cultivators from the North Continent, as well as the native sword cultivators of the Aquarius continent, including the Fu family's consecrator Chu Yang, shot out all kinds of sword lights, and shattered the water. There was also the Tao Attainment Master from the White Frost dynasty, who allowed the calligraphy that had lost its words to completely disappear from the world. He then turned the seals on the calligraphy into golden puppets that were hundreds of feet tall. Each of them held a magic weapon, and they lined up in a line outside Old Dragon City. There was also the eminent monk who represented the Aquarius continent's temple to return the gift from the Dolly dynasty. He did not hesitate to give up his two natal items, a monk's staff and a kasaya, and used his staff to transform into a dragon. It was like a green mountain that spanned between the sea and the land, and then used his kasaya to cover half of Old Dragon City. He had to stop the water from crushing the city, and not cause damage to Old Dragon City's formation that even the immortal money could not repair. The Tai Hui sword sect's patriarch of discipline, Huang Tong, did not retreat. He stood alone on the shore and took out a natal flying sword. He did not care about the huge waves and seawater, and just took the opportunity to kill those demon clan cultivators who could do whatever they wanted. He used this opportunity to tear away all his disguises, saving him the trouble of looking for her. He thrust out his sword, and it first turned into 81 sword lights. There were sword lights swimming in all directions like dragons. As long as a bright sword light touched a demon clan cultivator's body, it would instantly explode into a large cluster of scattered sword lights, and burst out again with a loud bang. In the past, when he fought with the sect master at the Great Wall of Sword Chi to seek death, this was where Huang Tong's confidence came from at that time. Unfortunately, he was still suppressed by the sect master Han Huizi's "I am the sect master." The old Dragon City's Great Wall formation was temporarily unharmed. However, before that Mr. Fan left, he still smiled and said a few polite words to vassal King Songmu. It was fine if he could not see this kind of loss, but if he could see it and did not do anything, he could only pay. Therefore, Old Dragon City received a sum of money to maintain the spiritual chi of Old Dragon City on the ground and the sword boat in the sky. After Mr. Fan and the attendant left, Songmu just stared into the distance, looking at the pair of mortal enemies that occasionally revealed their true bodies on the surface of the sea. GQ, Fei Fei. They had both revealed their true bodies. The rich water in the north was like a torrential river, continuously surging from the central region to GQ in the sea. Fei Fei also borrowed a part of the water in the north of Tongya continent, but the momentum was not as exaggerated as GQ's. The battle between dragons and snakes. It was just that the true dragon, whose rank was higher, was still young, and its realm was lower. Fortunately, both sides did not dare to steal the sea's water for the time being, and were more inclined to be close to the true dragon, whose body was snow white and only had golden eyes. Songmu's expression was calm, but his one hand holding the railing turned into 5 fingers like a hook. Songmu suddenly retracted his hand. Without turning his head, he just gently raised his hand. The Dali army cultivators immediately let the two go, allowing the latter to go to the vassal king's side. They were 2 old acquaintances, young city lord Fu Nanhua and Yunxia Mountain's Kai Qinqian. There was no need to be polite with Fu Nanhua. It was not common now, but after so many years, one lived in the old Dragon City's vassal mansion in the inner city, and the other moved to the outer city. There were many opportunities for them to look at each other and reminisce. Therefore, Songmu turned around, only smiled and nodded to Fu Nanhua, then looked at the Yunxia Mountain's immortal, clasped his fist and said, "Congratulations to Jin Jian for ascending to Yuanying." Kai Qinqian was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It's just a joke. Fu Nanhua just made fun of me, you're not the only one." After Songmu laughed, he said, "I'm not young city lord Fu." Kai Qinqian sighed. He stood beside Songmu and looked at the battlefield from afar. The layer of light of the old Dragon City's great formation was crushed by the remaining huge waves that came ashore. Fortunately, after the impact, it dimmed a little, and quickly recovered its original aura. The Song clan was really rich now. After Kai Qinqian got the opportunity of the ascension platform, because of her sect's Yunxia Mountain, she did not need to go to the battlefield to fight. Her financial and material resources could be exchanged for military achievements. After Yunxia Mountain knew that Kai Qinqian had ascended to Yuanying, the Grand Master of Law even specially looked for Kai Qinqian and asked her to promise one thing, that she would not stop him from going out to fight, but she must protect the foundation of the Great Tao. Songmu continued to look at the battlefield in the distance. His cultivation realm was not worth mentioning, but it was a good thing. He did not need to look at the bloody scene, it was too real. That was the only true dragon in the world. It was 3,000 feet long. Once the wound on its huge body was torn, it would be even bigger and more shocking. Kai Qinqian glanced at the king of vassal state, who was not too young, and sighed in his heart. Finally, he was no longer the young man who could not hide his noble aura in the mud bottle alley. In the center of the Aquarius continent, at the imitation Beko Kakyung building, the 12 flying swords were released together for the first time. They disappeared into thin air above Pidu and Great Blasphemy, and appeared in the sea outside the old dragon city. The flying swords nailed Fei Fei's true body from head to toe. The true dragon, whose white bones were exposed and its body was covered in golden blood, was able to withdraw from the battlefield, but even with the help of the 12 flying swords, the true dragon still could not successfully leave the battlefield. A long-armed old man, who was hovering outside the battlefield, changed from a posture of holding a long stick on his shoulder to smashing the true dragon's head with the stick, hitting the true dragon's head to the bottom of the sea. Blood instantly covered the sea surface. This scene could be said to be very close to the old dragon city. Song Mu clenched his fists in his sleeves, but his face was expressionless. Several sword immortals from the northern continent helped the true dragon to hold the line. Seeing that the chances of killing the true dragon were slim, the great demon Yuan Shou chuckled. He tapped the tip of his foot and left the long sword under his feet. Suddenly, he transformed into his gigantic true form and stomped to death a dozen cultivators who dared to kill his own men on the shore. Then, he smashed his staff onto the old dragon city's mountain landscape Grand Formation. With just one strike, the Grand Formation lost its luster. The great city-protecting Grand Formation, which was created by countless fine, majestic spiritual energy, shattered on the spot. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it was as if a gorgeous rain had fallen on old Dragon City. Not only did the long stick break the great array, the momentum was still huge, and quickly smashed the tall building. Almost at the same time, Huang Tong and Li Kai took out their flying swords to slash at Yuan Shou's head, but the great demon slapped away one of their swords, and then grabbed the other sword and threw it far away. Fortunately, when the stick was about to land on the old Dragon City, a continuous thin line appeared in the sky, and it was this small mountain range that was moved by an unknown person that blocked the remaining half of Yuan Shou's stick's power. When the thin line broke, a mountain range in the middle of the Aquarius continent collapsed. Yuan Shou did not dare to stay on the battlefield for long, and took a few more hits from the sword immortals. He stepped on the long sword again, and retreated from the battlefield. These swordsmen from the North Continent are truly despicable. Wait till I destroy 100 ancestral halls in the Aquarius continent. When I reach your hometowns, I will not use my long rod to destroy your ancestral halls, but instead, I will have a good fight with your mountaintop. On the Dragon Ascension stage, a white-clothed lady who had kept her true body, curled up her body. A yellow-clothed boy stood by the stairs, trembling in fear. He did not dare to go up the stage, and even more so, did not dare to go near his miserable master. GQ's cheek was pressed against the ground as she stared at the trash. She squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth: "Get lost." The boy in yellow, who had followed GQ to successfully escape from Chi Feng's fire, the 4-legged snake from Mud Bottle Alley, hurriedly ran down the stairs and squatted at the foot of the dragon platform. He covered his head with his hands and shivered. Just now, when they looked at each other, he realized that his master seemed to be on the verge of eating to heal himself. Imperial concubine Fei had also returned to her human form, but there were 12 holes in her body. Those were not ordinary sword immortal flying swords, so it was inevitable that her great Tao foundation would be damaged. Especially the sword that pierced through the back of her head, it was the most ruthless. But compared to the little dragon, Imperial concubine Fei's miserable end was still much better. As for the 12 Beko Kakyung building flying swords, she didn't return all of them to Cui Dong. She broke one of them and kept the other one, intending to give it to her young master as a gift. The battlefield returned to the 2 armies. King Song Mu ordered. Dozens of Dali men of sacrifice quietly moved, like a net, towards the 3 gates that were broken through by the wasteland. Since it was the gates torn open by the demon race army, it was also the path that old Dragon City intentionally gave up. Otherwise, the wasteland would really attach to Old Dragon City and flock to the north. Song Mu and all those who were qualified to participate in the meeting never thought that Old Dragon City could be defended. But when Old Dragon City couldn't be defended, it would be a complete ruin, and enough of the demon race army would die, especially the demon race cultivators. As for the Aquarius continent's cultivators, how could there be no casualties in this world's war? Just like those men of sacrifice who rushed to the battlefield, other than the cultivators who followed the Dali border army, there were more cultivators who were prisoners in the Ministry of Justice's death row prison. Every one of them was a talisman, and the death of every one of them would be equivalent to the suicide of a Jin Dan Earth immortal. Kai Qinqian asked, "Aren't you worried that some of the men of sacrifice are afraid of death and run away, or simply surrender to the demon race?" Song Mu said, "There are definitely some, and there will be many. But don't worry. If they are afraid of death, the demon race wouldn't dare to accept them. The men of sacrifice who came from the Dali dynasty army would first surrender and then die. It wasn't just one person, but one after the other, a total of 12 people. They would force the demon race army to not accept them. Furthermore, the battlefield was so chaotic, who would have the mood to identify them one by one? Very quickly, at the front of the battlefield, near the demon race army, a large ball of light lit up. Fu Nanhua leaned on the railing, and turned to look at Song Mu, who was squinting his eyes to observe the situation of the battlefield. The latter raised his hand, as though he had some thoughts. He called over a secretary, and spoke telepathically, and the latter directly rode the wind to the meeting hall. Fu Nanhua retracted his gaze, and was somewhat envious. The identity of the vassal king, the qualifications of a formidable person. Other than the southern peak behind Old Dragon City, the two elite cavalry units of Dali were quietly waiting for Old Dragon City to be breached. There were also two battle lines in the southeast and southwest of Aquarius continent, where battles had begun. It was just that it was not as tragic as Old Dragon City's battle line, but this, not so, was only relative to the cultivators on the mountain. The number of deaths in the Dali border army and vassal army was rapidly increasing by the day. Of course, it was the Dali cavalry stationed at the front lines that died first, and more died. But there were also some vassal army soldiers that the Dali dynasty thought were strong enough to fight on the front lines. Even so, these vassal state elites were still looked down upon by the Dali cavalry. The Jiang clan of Yunlin was in charge of a vassal state battlefield. A great battle had ended. Under the setting sun, Dali civil and military secretaries were in charge of arranging for soldiers to clean up the battlefield. There were fewer Dali cavalry units, and more of them were vassal army soldiers. The cultivators on the mountain and the soldiers at the foot of the mountain were all like this. Even after the battle ended, the vassal army elites who did not need to clean up the piles of corpses did not feel that it was unreasonable. After a series of battles, the disparity in strength was even more obvious than when the Dali cavalry went down south to crush the vassal states in the early years. Only then did they know one thing: the vassal army that went down south did not have many opportunities to use their full strength. A dozen Dali elites who had their wounds bandaged sat on a small hill and looked at the battlefield not far away. In fact, most of them were from the vassal state army of Dali, and only 3 of them were vassal Dali cavalry units. However, after a few battles, the relationship between the two sides became slightly more harmonious. The so-called harmony was that they could chat more leisurely. A young soldier who came from one of Great Li's vassals said softly, "Lieutenant, according to those immortals, I heard that when a person dies, most of them are gone forever. Some of them will turn into wandering souls, and they will die in the first 7 days. Only a small number of them have the chance to turn into ghosts." The general who was called lieutenant had an elegant face. If it were not for his injuries, people would believe him if he was thrown into the vassal state army's hometown. But this lieutenant was of course an old official position in the vassal state army in the past. Now, not to mention lieutenant, he could not even be a senior lieutenant. He could only be a deputy lieutenant in the Dolly Border Army, and he was promoted by one rank not long ago. Before today's battle, he was only one of the 3 deputy senior lieutenants, but now he was not one of them. He would probably become one of them again tomorrow. He laughed softly. Our hometown is still here. The sooner we die, the sooner we can go home. If we die too late, our home will be gone. When that time comes, we won't even know where to go when we die. If we were lucky, we could have taken a few more looks, but now we are unlucky. In fact, this military officer named Ching Ching was a true grand scholar. Ching Ching turned to look at the senior lieutenant beside him and joked, "Your dolly is at the northernmost side, have a good trip." Senior Lieutenant Wang Ji was a Dolly Border Army scout. He was about the same age as Ching Ching, but when he joined the army, Ching Ching was still a teenager and was still studying the sage books. Ching Ching once asked a question that he wanted to know the answer to. Why were the Dolly Iron Cavalry so strong? The man who had been a Dolly Border Army lieutenant for many years actually looked like a man in his 40s because of his old appearance. The man thought for a long time before giving an answer that was not the answer. He said that when he first joined the Border Army, the first time the enemy's knife saw his own bone, he carried the old senior sergeant to bandage his wound. In fact, the old senior sergeant did not blame him. At that time, he only blamed himself. He felt that he was not a good man, but he had to pretend to be one. As for later on, he got used to it. A young Dolly Border Army soldier said angrily, "What do you mean by, your Dolly Iron Cavalry? Explain it clearly to me." Wang Ji's old appearance was really old, but the young man's face was really young. It turns out that when Assistant Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue was a lieutenant, our general was a scout senior sergeant. Who would have thought that when Assistant Minister Liu had just joined the army, the old man was already a corporal? The general wanted the old man to sit down and drink tea while he helped to guard the door. The old man smiled and said that he could not. These are 2 different things. Drinking as a punishment was delicious at the border, but now that he is working in the yamen, drinking as a punishment is not delicious. Hearing this, the young man asked, "Senior Sergeant, you didn't take the initiative to ask to be a guard at the door?" Wang Ji was stunned and shook his head. "At the time, I was too busy laughing and did not think about this." The young man clicked his tongue and said, "Senior Sergeant, you were really impatient when you were a soldier and killed thieves. I feel that 2 thumbs up for Senior Sergeant is not enough. But Senior Sergeant, you are really not cut out to be an official. If it were me, I would have run to the door to keep a lookout and at least let the old corporal and the general drink a pot of tea." Wang Ji reached out and pushed the young man's head, laughing. "The general said that I am not going to be an official, and I admit it. You are just a small corporal, and you have the nerve to talk about Senior Sergeant." Wang Ji originally wanted to stop the conversation, but he did not expect that his fellow soldiers all seemed to like listening to such old stories. In addition, the young man kept asking about the situation in the capital, so the man continued, "I did not enter the Ministry of War's yamen, but the general took me to Delay Alley and Fan Street. Those 2 streets in the capital were famous for being filled with generals." The young man's eyes were full of longing. How was it? Was it heavily guarded? When people walked on the streets, they did not dare to breathe loudly. Did they have to report to the Ministry of War before even letting out a fart? Otherwise, they would have to chop off their heads. At this point, the young corporal laughed to himself. This joke was quite good. It was worth it to go back and talk to his subordinates. "So what if you are old? Aren't you still a soldier under my command?" Wang Ji shook his head and said, "In the beginning, I was so nervous that my hands were sweating. I was even more afraid than when I was on the battlefield. As I walked, there was no difference. It was just that the trees on both sides were old. When I walked there in the summer, I walked in the shade of the trees, so I did not feel hot. The corporal was embarrassed to say that when he turned his head, he saw the general's eyes were bright and full of spirit. He was not afraid at all. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, so he was not nervous. As for whether the general was forcing himself to be calm, he did not think much about it before and did not ask. He planned to ask if there was a chance in the future. The young man glanced at Ching Ching and laughed. Delay Alley and Fan Street, listen. Can you come up with such good names? Ching Ching nodded and said, we can come up with such good names. However, only Dolly has Delay Alley and Fan Street. These were words from the bottom of his heart. The young corporal said angrily, look at you. Are you looking for a beating? I am bare-handed. I will let you use a knife and have a spar with you. Whoever loses is a coward. Wang Ji reached out and pressed the young man's head again to stop him from embarrassing himself. He laughed and scolded, he is saying good things. Be more careful. Read more books in the future. The young man moved his head closer and whispered, can't you tell good from bad? After all, they were brought up by our corporal. I was just annoyed by them and found a reason to vent my anger. The corporal only repeated, read more books in the future. In the corporal's eyes, this young corporal was actually a child. Moreover, he was only 16. Was he old? A young man, as long as he could live in a peaceful world, could read more books. Let those of us who are older and have a higher position die first. The corporal did not tell the young corporal that the old man in the yamen who was holding the tea set and the teapot was very stable. However, the other hand that was deliberately hidden was trembling. The tendons in his hand were cut off on the battlefield. As for the old man's hand that did not tremble, he was missing 2.5 fingers. Scouts from the border army, cultivators who followed the army, and old soldiers from Dolly. The Dolly dynasty valued these the most. They would easily die first. Those who were immortals did not care about their lives. And those who lived for a long time on the battlefield. Civil officials, immortals, and distinguished scholars. The Dolly dynasty recognized them now. However, as long as they met the former, they had to step aside. When the Greatly cavalry and the vassal armies were first established and united, there were many conflicts, big and small, between the two sides. It was not only verbal, both sides often fought. Because of this, he had protected his subordinates quite a few times. At the very least, he wanted to seek justice. He only hoped that the valiant soldiers from Dolly's border army would not speak too much. It was enough. He did not dare to expect more. Fortunately, Dolly's border army law had always been there. The vassal troops could not break it. Those Dolly's border army who spoke without restraint did not dare to make a big deal out of it. Moreover, they would often beat their opponents on the training field. When they returned, they would be dragged back to the training field and beaten on the spot. Dolly's border army could see it. The vassal troops could also see it. Or according to some Dolly's border army customs, they would be beaten with the back of a sword. Even worse, if they violated the rules, they would be dragged by a war horse. Their entire back would be badly mutilated. Strangely, when they gathered to watch the show, the vassal troops would often be silent. The Dolly's border army would be the most rowdy with their own people. They would blow their whistles and say strange things loudly. Oh my, your buttocks are white and white. Let the brothers satisfy their cravings tonight. There was a strange thing about the Dolly's border army. The old scouts of the border army or the old Dekarches from the old barracks did not have high positions. In fact, they were very low. However, they all put on airs. This was especially true for the former. Even the Dali generals who received official military ranks would often first salute when they met on the road. Whether the other party would return the salute or not depended on their mood. He even witnessed a scene with his own eyes. When one of the huge ancient deities walked through the human world, there was a rainbow-colored light behind him. The Jiazi tent announced to the Tongyi continent that all the local demons of the Tongyi continent, as long as they could find a military tent nearby, would be conferred the title of mountain and water deity according to their cultivation level. After returning to the old land, they destroyed the Confucian temples and only left the martial temple. When Lord Xingwang and the mountain and water deity built their own ancestral temples, they gathered incense. There were also people who said that since they could pass the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was no reason why they could not pass the small old dragon city. Zhou stood at the northernmost crossing of the Tongyi continent. He looked at Cui Dong, who was in the center of the Aquarius continent, and smiled. Although we have disappointed Xiu Hu, we cannot disappoint him too much. Cui Dong turned his head and looked into the distance. He looked at the Fuyao continent and the Jinjia continent. Zhou Mi nodded. It is too late to plan. On the side of the Fuyao continent, there was a myriad of sword lights that headed towards all the remaining students of the various academies. The Jinjia continent had already given up half of its land, and the demon army was still advancing steadily towards the north. On a battlefield where the situation had already been decided, an ascendant realm great demon and Chao Ci's group met on a narrow path. The great demon ordered the army to disperse. He held a red gourd and blew the samadhi true fire. The surrounding hundreds of miles was scorched earth. But the white-robed man was still punching. On the battlefield, there was still a young woman who did not know whether she was dead or alive. She had already been played by an extremely rare 9th realm peak martial artist under the great demon's command. This battle gathered almost all of the remaining elite soldiers of the Jinjia continent, as well as many upper 5 realms and earth immortals. After fighting with the great demon army for a month, victory and defeat were possible. The Jinjia continent finally lost miserably, because of the betrayal of an old ascendant realm cultivator of the Jinjia continent. At the end of the Great Tao, he did not have long to live. The old cultivator wanted the old mountains and rivers of the human world to mourn with him for eternity. While the pure martial artists were fighting, an upper 5 realms demon cultivator came behind the female martial artist. He held a long spear in his hand. The two ends of the spear were as sharp as blades. He was about to chop off the woman's head. As for whether or not he would accidentally injure the 9th realm martial artist, he would think about it after obtaining a merit. Just as the young female martial artist leaned forward and tilted her head slightly, a short and thin old man suddenly appeared on the tip of the sharp spear in the hands of the unpolished Jade Realm demon cultivator. He stepped on the tip of the spear. White hair, purple clothes, barefoot. On the back of the old man's purple robe, there was a black and white yin-yang 8 trigrams pattern. A wine gourd hung from his waist. It was crystal clear, and the scene inside could be clearly seen. The starry light seemed to gather the entire Milky Way in the wine gourd. The skinny old man had just rushed over from the central divine continent. He had a small grudge with the ascendant realm cultivator of the Jinjia continent, but he was a step too late. The upper 5 realms cultivator used unpolished mountain and river again, but the short old man followed him like a shadow. He even asked with a smile, "Do you recognize me?" The unpolished Jade Realm cultivator who retreated after the failed sneak attack actually abandoned his life iron spear this time. He instantly teleported hundreds of miles away. He did not expect that the spear would follow the old man to a new place. The old man smiled and said, "Not particular. Die." The unpolished Jade Realm demon cultivator's body, golden core, nascent soul, yin spirit, and Yang's spirit were all shattered on the spot. He didn't even notice what kind of spell or divine ability that old geezer had used before he died. The iron spear fell to the ground. The old man was still standing in the distance. He patted his head and said apologetically, "I forgot that you can't understand my hometown dialect. If I had known, I would have used the great language of the vast world." The old man glanced at the other two battlefields. It seemed that he did not need to participate. At the northern ferry of the Tongyi continent, Xiaomi stretched out a palm and signaled Cui Dong to respond. Xiao Chua, who seemed to be in a bad situation, was now wearing the robe that Xiaomi deliberately separated from the Tongyi and Fuyao continents. Then left and right only needed to use all his strength. Anyway, half of it would fall on Wenxing. But if he did not use his full strength, then he would have to try Xiao Chua's full strength. Other than that, he would give him a taste of his own medicine. "Xiao Hu, you let left and right cross the continents in an instant, then I, Xiaomi, am slightly more generous than you." On the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, the old man suddenly frowned. A figure rose to the sky and looked worriedly at the Fuyao continent in the south. This old man was called Yu Xian. Or it could be said that he was Talisman Yu Xian. Just like when the immortal poet was mentioned, it would be that person who was most proud. When the martial god was mentioned, it would be the woman of the great Duan dynasty, Pei Wan. When the dog was mentioned, it would be someone. Chen Chunan of the secondary sage lineage monopolized Chunru. Longhu Mountain's grand heavenly master monopolized thunder techniques. This old man monopolized the world's talisman. Good fellow, 6 beasts gathered in one continent. What about Bai? 721. First, the true dragon GQ revealed her true form and took the initiative to leave the dragon platform to fight in the sea. She fought with the king stage great demon Fei Fei, who had a conflict with her great Dao. Then, Cui Dong's 12 flying swords of the Beko Keikyung building rushed to the battlefield to help GQ. Then, Yuan Shou smashed the true dragon's head with his staff and smashed Old Dragon City's mountain water formation. Finally, the Mahist ranger Su Ruo unsheathed his sword and blocked the remaining half of Yuan Shou's staff. On the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the demon race army continued to attack the city. Cultivators from the Aquarius continent continued to die. After the fighting was over, the wildlands was filled with bridges and god Dao steels, as well as satin ribbons. The great demon tossed the pocket-sized mountains from the Tongya continent into the sea. Then, he used his divine abilities to propel them into the sea, where the tips of the mountains were nailed into the seabed near Old Dragon City. They hung upside down in the water, creating a flat battlefield on the sea. The sea of clouds spread out over the surface of the sea, filling the valleys and valleys. Compared to the young true dragon that could only lie on the dragon platform to recuperate, Fei Fei was in a much better state. After receiving a secret order from the Jiazi camp, she waited for a moment. Then, countless huge icicles appeared out of thin air on the east-west line of the sea surface where she stood. They were slanted towards Old Dragon City that had been blocking the way for a long time. The icicles were lined up in order, like tens of thousands of catapults. Among these icicles, there were dozens of demon race cultivators who seemed to be sleeping soundly. They were sealed in an icicle cage. Most of them were gods of plagues and 2 were passers-by. Other than that, there was a large group of demon race cultivators who spared no expense to carve a talisman on the icicles that imprisoned the gods of plagues and passers-by. They did not want to anger the hot-tempered Fei Fei and freeze them to death on the spot and throw them into Old Dragon City. Of the 2 lords of the swaying river in the savage world, Yang Ji was the one who was more graceful and graceful. No matter how good-tempered these sovereign stage demons were, how good could their tempers be? Other than Lu Chao, who liked to roam the world as a swordsman, and Mr. Zhou, who rarely showed his face, were the exceptions. Imperial concubine Fei turned her head and smiled sweetly, softly calling out, "Young master," in her heart. A sword-wielding young man wearing a black robe with a snow-white ribbon tied around his hair was none other than Yu Si, a swordsman from Jiaoshan tent. He hurriedly rushed to the rear of the battlefield and found Fei Fei. Yu Si was still worried about her safety, even if she was a monarch-level great demon. Yu Si asked, "Are you okay?" Fei Fei shook her head. "That little brat is still too tender, relying on the protection of the true dragon's destiny and the vast water fate. All he has is his body's toughness, but he's still lacking in water attribute arts. Even if he succeeded, he wouldn't even be in the ascendant realm. He might not be capable, but his temper was not small. This battle would not give that little fellow too much of a chance. Hurry up and eat her up before that old hag Yang Ji. I don't mind accompanying young master to the central divine continent to relax." Only on Yu Si's side, Fei Fei was willing to speak more. The withered bone-thrown great demon Baiying had secretly rushed to the Golden Armor continent after the Battle of Tongyi continent ended. Tongyi continent's gentleman Zhong Kuei had previously prevented Baiying from fully displaying his strength, and this Zhong Kuei and that Jiang Shangjin were the two most deserving existences who had not died. As for the others, they had already received Mr. Zhou's secret order. She could not leave the battlefield of Old Dragon City, and she was not willing to join in the fun. After all, this time, the entire Fuyao continent was used as a hunting ground, and the person they were preparing to kill was Bai Yi, who had killed a monarch-level great demon with 3 swords. Although the situation had been reversed, and they had all the advantages, Bai Yi was still Bai Yi. Yu Si sighed softly. Wooden Clog has already received Mr. Zhou's surname, Zhou Qinggao. Fei Fei smiled and comforted him. Even as Mr. Zhou's last disciple, he still can't compare to young master's status. Yu Si shook his head. It was always so difficult to talk to her. Fei Fei knew that her young master was more concerned about the direction of the battlefield, so she considerately used Divine Man Mountain River's view, allowing Yu Si to clearly see the movements of the battle in Old Dragon City. On Old Dragon City's side, the cultivators had launched the first counterattack in the past 10 days. The momentum was huge, and there were actually more than 300 Qi cultivators. All of them rushed out of one of the 3 gates, towards the sea. Yu Si was stunned. Dolly is very pragmatic. Unlike vassal King Song Mu's character, logically speaking, he would not do such a thing. As long as the cultivators of Aquarius Continent left Old Dragon City's Mountain River's Great Formation, especially when they left the land and entered the sea, they would lose the protection of the other 2 Great Formations. Fei Fei smiled and explained, "It's that vast world strange technique again. They are all paper dummies. Anyway, they don't have any killing power. They are just used to scare people." Yu Si nodded. "That's the unique ability of my family's cultivators. After all, they can even use a brush to write out the various mountains and rivers of the human world, drawing hundreds of Qi cultivators. It's not strange to pass off as the real thing. I've heard Lu Bai mention it in the Jiaoshan tent before. I'm very curious. I want to personally travel to Paper White Blessed Land one day." However, Old Dragon City's move is not only used to scare people. That Song Mu is really good at managing the household. No wonder Cui Dong dared to put him in Old Dragon City. Just as Yu Si thought, the group of paper white cultivators that went out of the city to fight was used by Old Dragon City to deceive the monster cultivators of their techniques, as well as to lure some hidden offensive magic weapons. Even if it consumed some of the earth immortal cultivators of the monster race, it was still a good thing. Soon, there would be Dolly cultivators in charge of supervising and patrolling the battlefield, recording all the details in detail. On the battlefield, Old Dragon City would not let go of any small gains. This kind of action, big and small, there were new tricks every day. Both sides were like this. Zhou never personally made arrangements. He gave orders to the various army tents on the battlefield. Cui Dong was the same, letting vassal King Song Mu be fully responsible for all matters of Old Dragon City. As for personally entering the battlefield, that was even more unnecessary. If they were not careful, they would really die. Zhou Mi and Cui Dong rarely made a move. It was a kind of great protection for the top forces of their respective camps. We are all in a life and death battle, why are you two not allowed to die? Those who dared to say such words would probably die. A female great demon who once shook out a painting of rivers and rivers on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Cheese sneered when she saw that the battlefield of Old Dragon City was in a foul mood again. She took out a painting of mountains, the peaks were like clusters of swords. The scroll flashed and disappeared. First, it broke the Old Dragon City's city defense formation. Although a small part of it was pierced by the flying swords of many sword immortals, and a part of it was destroyed by the spells of the other Chi refinement warriors, the remaining half of the scroll was still able to unfold above Old Dragon City. The scroll faced down, and the mountains instantly fell together. They were like huge flying swords that smashed into the second formation that Old Dragon City used to protect the residents. Dolly has a sword boat. Hundreds of peaks were like huge flying swords, like a torrential rain falling rapidly on the small round lotus. After Song Mu learned about this in the meeting hall, he just nodded and continued to focus on discussing the details of the battlefield with the generals and secretaries stationed in Dolly. I am a vassal king of Dolly, not a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Protecting Old Dragon City, relying on the defensive formation of Old Dragon City, or according to some private agreement, with the help of the immortal, it has nothing to do with me, Song Mu. The reclusive Jinren who went by the alias of Chao Rong in the White Frost Dynasty sighed. When he saw the female great demon shake out the painting, he took out a treasure that he had kept for most of his life almost at the same time. Heartache, really heartache. It was a landscape, flowers, and birds album, 1 for each of the 4 seasons, and 4 for flowers and birds. They were all hand-drawn by him, he was quite proud of it. The incomparable rarity of the album was not in the paintings, but in the seal that was printed on each of the pages. The 3 sect masters of the Beko Keikyung building in Qingming Tian all left their seals, giving it to this Daoist Shinren who was not a native of the upper 5 realms of the Aquarius continent. The great sect master of the Beko Keikyung building, who took in a disciple on behalf of his master, had the seal, Daoist scripture master. The second sect master, who was Chao Rong's second martial uncle, the truly invincible Daoist second brother, also took out a private seal that was not easily stamped. There is no second place in literature. The third sect master of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Qin, who was also the master of the Jinren, had the seal, stone until now. In the Xiandu Temple, the old temple master's son had the seal, peach blossoms again. These 4 landscape paintings were all obtained with the help of his master, Lu Qin. Otherwise, with Chao Rong's identity as Lu Chen's direct disciple and the fact that she had not been in the Beko Keikyung building in Qingming Tian for a long time, how could she have such a big reputation? The great sect master was still fine, he might have given it to her after asking. However, the arrogant second martial uncle and the old temple master's son, who was at odds with the Beko Keikyung building, could forget about it. The remaining 4 paintings of flowers and birds were personally stamped by the old Jinren himself. The great celestial master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the Central Plains had the seal, Young Phoenix. The talisman Yu Xian had the seal, Amaze the World with a single brilliant feat. These 2 were the top 10 old immortals in the Central Plains. They were highly respected and had extremely high Daoist skills. The seal of the fire dragon Jinren in the North Continent was given by the old immortal. As he did not have a seal with him, he carved one on the spot and had the seal, chirp 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 incessantly. The last one had the seal of the embroidered tiger Cui Dong with the seal, supercilious eyes. The Jinren Chao Rong tore the 4 paintings of mountains and rivers in one breath. She pinched one and threw it out, pasting it on the mountain and river formation of the mansion. Finally, the 4 seasons flowed and it was like a small world in the Daoist field. This small world was not considered small. Especially the 4 seals, the smallest of which was no bigger than a thumb and the largest of which was no bigger than a palm, suddenly enlarged. Light flowed and Taoist skills flowed. Among them, the 3 words, Taoist scripture master, were gentle. The 4 words of the old temple master of the Dexian Du were like peach blossoms blooming in one of the worlds. It was both real and fake. Chao Rong's master seal, stone until now, had the aura of a mainstay. Especially the 8 golden words of Chao Rong's martial uncle, the second Taoist, were aggressive and incomparably sharp. They were also the only seal words that actively attacked the flying sword of the Great Demon Mountain. Chao Rong carefully kept the remaining half of the landscape of flowers and birds book in her sleeves. She laughed bitterly, I really don't have the face to see master. The old monk joked, it looks quite valuable. Chao Rong smiled and said, why would a monk care about money? The old monk replied, what is there is there. What is there 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 is. Chao Rong praised, good Dharma. The old monk was helpless. As expected, this poor monk is not suited to play games with experts. I always lose more than I win. In the painting of the 4 seasons mountains and rivers, concubine Cheong seemed to walk out of the cloud-opening cave. The sky was filled with snow and countless jade fragments. The old monk said, even Dolly might not have recorded such a secret treasure. At this point, the old monk was speechless. That embroidered tiger was good at calculating the heavens and the earth. It was really hard to say. Of course, the old monk did not see the supercilious eye mark on the last painting of the flower and bird scroll. He was only guessing based on common sense. Chao Rong smiled and said, right now, half of my senior apprentice brother is catching up with Madame Gui in Old Dragon City. As his junior apprentice brother, I can't possibly embarrass him. The old monk suddenly understood. Fan family's old boat from Osmanthus Island often passes by Jiaolong Gully. Chao Rong nodded. The reason why he was half of the senior apprentice brother was because the honored master had never acknowledged him as a direct disciple. However, back then, when the honored master was traveling the seas, the old boat was in charge of rowing the boat and traveling with the honored master. Even if there was no merit, there was hard work. Therefore, the direct disciples all recognized the old boat as their senior apprentice brother. The senior apprentice brother had many aliases. One of the most famous was Guqing Song. In the central divine continent, there was a famous reputation of pretending to be relaxed on the mountain. He was famous for his stubborn temper. No matter who he fought, no matter the disparity in cultivation level, no matter how great the opponent's background was, Guqing Song was never afraid and almost never won. He could even survive until the end. Alliance, the city lord of White Emperor City, Venerable Fire Dragon, and Guqing Song, had all provoked him. Later on, he left the land and returned to the sea to be an old man rowing a boat. It was said that he could not provoke any more people, in case the younger generation could not catch up. With Chao Rong's help to protect the array, Old Dragon City and the feudal residents were no longer in danger. Song Mu suddenly thought of something in the meeting hall. He reminded in a deep voice, all the cultivators who died outside Old Dragon City, even if they left the designated battlefield without permission, even if they accidentally violated the rules, they died in battle. Go and remind all the cultivators who are supervising the battle. These chi cultivators must be recorded in the military and criminal departments of Dali, and their military merits must not be discounted. A secretary said, "This is against the rules set by the imperial tutor." Song Mu turned his head and stared at him. "In Old Dragon City, I have the final say. Just do as I say. If the imperial tutor wants to question the feudal residents, he can come to Old Dragon City to look for Song Mu." The secretary's eyes were shining. He cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir." This agitated young civil official immediately sent a flying sword message to pass on this matter. For the first time, this disciple of Hesitation Alley, who was born in the Pillar State of Dali, sincerely recognized Song Mu's identity as the feudal lord. A young gentleman from the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom was guarding behind one of the huge holes in Old Dragon City's array. There were a total of 3 battle lines, which was enough to show the size of this gate. Other than helping the cultivators of Dali to arrange the troops, the gentleman also followed the cultivators of Dali to arrange the troops. Every time he accumulated enough spiritual energy, he would do his best to attack. This time, the young gentleman's words were the law. He softly said, "Green Cavalry Formation, 3 million." The so-called Green Cavalry was actually willow branches. They were densely packed and very imposing. It was okay to kill those demons who were not cultivators, but they were mainly used to stop the advance of the demon army. Zhou Ju, a sloppy sage from the Lakeview Academy, finally returned to the ranks of gentlemen a few years ago. As a result, he made a lot of contributions on the battlefield of Old Dragon City. However, he lost his title of gentleman in the academy and became a sage again. When will the ups and downs stop? Zhou Ju had already attacked several times before this, more exaggerated than the gentleman of the Cliff Academy. At this moment, he was squatting beside the gentleman of the Cliff Academy and gnawing on the immortal money. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A young cultivator from the military school of Wind Snow Temple was responsible for guarding this physically weak gentleman of the academy. In short, if the latter was in a desperate situation, he had to take the lead first. There was nothing strange about it. On the battlefield of Dali's border army, it was common for cultivators to follow the army. Although he was extremely steady on the battlefield, his temperament was extremely lively. He turned his head and laughed with the sage Zhou Ju, who had a similar temper. "Great Sage Zhou, 3,030,000. Is there an extra 100 characters?" Zhou Ju said seriously, "The first thing to be exquisite in the art of writing is to first frighten the opponent with the aura of the blade on the page. It is to subdue the enemy without a fight. As the absolute master of the Wind Snow Temple, you don't even know this. Why don't you go to the Lakeview Academy and hang out with me for a few days?" The gentleman of the Cliff Academy just said a few words. After summoning the Willow Green Cavalry army and rushing to the battlefield, he immediately sat cross-legged with a pale face and laughed. "Don't get addicted to it. That's enough." Zhou Ju and the military school of Wind Snow Temple's greatest pleasure when they were free was to tease this gentleman and call him the future Mountain Elder. However, the gentleman knew that the Mountain Elder of the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy had changed from Mao Xiaodong to the Imperial Tutor Cui Dong. It was impossible to imagine who would be the next Mountain Elder in the future. Who dared to guess the unfathomable thoughts of the embroidered tiger? Zhou Ju suddenly stood up and said seriously to the cultivator following the army, "Protect the gentleman." His figure flashed and disappeared. Near the gate, there was a little girl from the demon clan wearing a large black robe. Her spells and divine abilities were very strange. Her body instantly turned into thousands of birds and killed all the Willow Branch Green Cavalry. Zhou Ju wanted to meet her. He would find a chance to twist her head off and tell her that she was a beauty. On the other battlefield, the situation was even more dangerous. Even with the sword immortal of the Northern Reed, it was still dangerous. In the end, just as he was about to get what he wanted and accumulate enough battle merits to leave the battlefield and return to his sect in the hinterland of the continent to continue being the old patriarch, a person stood up from the pile of corpses behind him. It was the familiar face of the cultivator from the Aquarius continent. The latter clawed out the heart of the cultivator and stuffed it into his mouth along with the golden core. After that, the puppet fell to the ground with its mouth full of blood. An old sword cultivator of the nascent soul realm who was close to the battlefield, the Aquarius continent sword deity senior, could not find any trace of the sneaky demon's true body. He had no choice but to take a step back. He took out his natal flying sword and shrouded the pile of corpses with a huge circle of sword light. Then, the sword light fell and blasted more than half of the corpses into pieces. However, he did not expect that the puppet would suddenly fly away. The old sword cultivator's flying sword went straight after it. He did not expect that the corpse of the cultivator whose chest was cut open would escape in the opposite direction. At the same time, the puppet that appeared first went limp and was about to fall into the sea. In a split second, the old sword cultivator was clearly caught unprepared. He subconsciously restrained his sword intent and cut the puppet into two. Then, he immediately withdrew his flying sword and turned to kill the corpse without a heart. The beast's true body must be on the corpse. The sword light shone brightly and its momentum was like a rainbow. Li Kai was speechless. What are you doing with your fancy tricks? Even if this female sword deity who came from outside was indeed exhausted, she still used all her strength to take out her flying sword and completely shattered the puppet that had just been cut in half. She also shattered the soul of the demon's earth deity hidden in the human cultivator's skin. Glancing at the old man, Li Kai was too lazy to speak. She had to go back to the old dragon city and drink a few jugs of good wine to refresh herself. She was going to have a good sleep first before fighting. As for that sword cultivator, he looked very old. Looking at his nascent soul aura, he could be considered a newcomer. However, his golden core was of ordinary quality and had been polished for many years. Why was his battle experience like a fledgling's? He seemed to be an old sword deity from Xingyang Mountain. Oh, my dear mother. In terms of foresight, depth, and decisiveness of the sword, not to mention my clever disciple Qinli, even that little girl Gao Yuqing was far inferior. However, that old sword cultivator from Xingyang Mountain had already cupped his fists and thanked the famous female sword deity from the North Continent. As expected of sect masterly of floating duckweed sword lake. Cultivators from both continents knew about this female sword deity. A good sword deity. Her swordsmanship was truly exquisite. Her natal flying sword never missed its target. Every time, it would be a great harvest. So Ma Kuxuan looked up at her and said, "I'll try to help you get back some face." "I can only say that I'll try." Wang Zhu sneered. A young substitute of one of the 10, and his tone was even more arrogant than one of the 10 from the Central Plains. Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "I didn't say that I would kill Fei Fei. I'm not the type to dream." One of the 10 from the Central Plains, the old sword cultivator Zhou Shenji, had been beaten to death by a sovereign great demon. Of course, this was related to Zhou Shenji's battle in the mountain cave. However, in a battle between Ascendant Realm cultivators, the difference between winning and killing was too great. Fei Fei was also one of the 14 sovereigns of the wildlands. Ma Kuxuan was not stupid. If she wanted to die on the battlefield, he could find an opportunity to call her from afar. In the current battlefield, there were some people who were careful and meticulous. Most of them would die as soon as they made a move. Didn't this Wang Zhu of the Clay Bottle Alley take a hit from Yuan Shou? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Ma Ku Xian was being criticized in Old Dragon City. Some people thought that since he was one of the 10 young people who could command God's spirits to attack Sky Screen, he should be fighting on the front lines of Old Dragon City. Others felt that Ma Kuxuan, as the #1 cultivator of the Aquarius continent, was too reclusive. He should learn from the Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin, who dared to ask for a sword expert. Unless Ma Kuxuan heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't care about it. Once, when he was outside Old Dragon City, he happened to hear it. He just said, "The title of one of the 10 candidates isn't worth much, so I'll give it to you. Then you can go and die." Wang Zhu did not say anything. He just turned his head and looked to the north. Mountain-moving apes, mountain-driving dogs, talismans, yellow-scarved strongmen, silver-armored strongmen, and puppets created by the Mahist mechanism master were tirelessly building layers of battle lines around the southern peak. As long as the Dali dynasty had money and the North Continent as their support, manpower and material resources were not a problem. Scorched earth. No need. When Old Dragon City fell, nothing would be left behind for the demon clan. It would only be a complete ruin. Even if the demon army pushed all the way to the foot of the southern peak, it would still be the same. Ma Kuxian just calmly looked at the cold and cheerless woman. Very good. She was the most different in the Pearl Grotto heaven back then. Fortunately, she was still the same. She was in the clay bottle alley, and he was in the apricot blossom alley. They did not meet often. The most they met was every morning beside the iron lock well. He saw her pretending to be struggling to fetch water and felt that she was really cute. Sometimes, she would sleep in and go out later to fetch water. However, if the savage world lost and retreated to the barbarian land south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you would still have a choice. I am the oldest person in the Tong Yi sect's ancestral hall now. As someone who is about to die, I can only do so much for the ancestral masters. These young people who were willing to die for the honor of the sect must not die. The Jade Gui sect in the southern part of the Tong Yi continent had only been the leader of the continent for a few years. The patriarch of the disciplined sect had already died in battle. Even the cute little girl Lu, who later became Hua Mao's elder sister, had died in battle. Even if the ancestral hall still existed in the future, how many people would scold him? In that case, wouldn't he be lonely? I, Jiang Shangzhen, would definitely die of loneliness. A figure suddenly appeared and took a Dao technique from an Ascendant Realm demon that was waiting for him. He crashed into the sect's last mountain and river array and shot towards Jiui Peak. Since no one was staying there, he could use it to practice. Jiang Shangzhen spat out a mouthful of blood. Raise your sword and welcome the guest. Jiui Peak collapsed and cracked. In the end, countless chess pieces, 9 sword arrays, and 9 flying swords appeared. Old Man Sun and the other ancestral masters who had eaten even more incense ashes. Don't blame me for being a prodigal. Most of the old ones are dead. My young people really can't take it anymore. Aquarius Continent. Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin, the #1 sword cultivator in the northern lands of the northern lands, Bai Shang, and Cool Breeze sect master, He Xiaoliang, were rushing towards Shiyu domain. As for He Xiaoliang's senior brother, Old Boat Zi, he had already bade farewell and went to Old Dragon City alone. Under the arrangement of the Dali dynasty, they were in charge of helping Aquarius Continent defend Shiyu domain. They only needed to defend against the enemy's great demons. The three of them had a subtle relationship. Wei Jin and He Xiaoliang and Bai Shang. Especially Wei Jin, who had not drunk for many years. Now, he secretly drank the wine brewed by the Wind Snow Temple. It was as if he had become the Jianghu man who rode a donkey and carried a wine jug. As for He Xiaoliang's Qing Shui sect, because of Su Xian, he had a grudge with Su Xian's master, Bai Shang. Bai Xiang had once said that he Xiaoliang could forget about ascending to the ascendant realm. This caused the relationship between Wei Jin and Bai Xiang, two sword immortals who were completely unrelated to each other, to become more subtle. Wei Jin could not help but scold Xiao Hu. "What were you thinking? Why did you have to group the three of us together?" After reuniting, He Xiaoliang had always been courteous to Wei Jin and did not deliberately alienate him. But the more so, the more Wei Jin wanted to drink. He lifted the wine pot and poured the wine to the south, murmuring, "Brother, your 1-foot spear of the Tongyi continent was never tough in front of me, the jade-faced young master. I didn't expect it to die so tough. If I had known, I would have smiled more and said more nice things to you back then." Dali's capital. The Mahist sect of Middle-earth, which had entered the game earlier than the Shang clan, had placed their bets on the Aquarius continent's Mahist sect cultivators. They were still building mountain ferries and sword boats for the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty was good at making money, and Sir Fan was even more so. In the past, Dali's Minister of Revenue was known as the soft persimmon that anyone dared to pinch. Now, he had become the one with the worst temper in Dali's court. He even dared to scold the Minister of War. Looking at his posture, he saw the Minister of Works as an enemy, not to mention scolding him. He even dared to hit him. Every time he met with the Minister of Works, who had the same rank, to discuss matters, he would be scolded as soon as they met. After the discussion, he would scold him again, but the Minister of Works would often get up and leave quickly. The 6 yamens on the same street in Dali's capital city had long opened up a large piece of land, gathering all the yamens together and linking them together. As long as the officials of each department had official business to attend to, they could visit each other without any hindrance. In the past, Lu Qingfeng and Guan Yiran, who were also great blasphemy supervisors, could often meet again. As Master Guan's great-great-grandson, Guan Yiran was only filling in for the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue. He didn't get promoted, and according to the rules of Dali's court, he wasn't even considered a promotion. Therefore, there were a lot of civil and military officials who were fighting for justice for the Guan family. Lu Qingfeng, who was just a civil official of a vassal state, had been promoted to the right assistant minister of works. However, Guan Yiran, who was born in Dali's Guan family and was also a military cultivator, was only filling in for the vacancy in the Ministry of Revenue. Not only that, it seemed that when old Minister Guan left, Guan Yiran deliberately distanced himself from all relations with the Ministry of Appointments. These years, during the holidays, he never took the initiative to visit those uncles who held important positions in the Ministry of Appointments. Even his grandfather's generation, Guan Yiran was very arrogant and still didn't greet them. It was said that there was an old minister who had left the Ministry of Appointments for more than 20 years. Before leaving, he had been transferred to another ministry to serve as a minister for 3 years. He had always treated Guan Yiran as his own grandson. He had been idle in his home in the capital for many years, but Guan Yiran, this heartless little bastard, still didn't visit him. On the 2nd day of the first lunar month last year, the old man was so angry that he waited at the gate of his home for a long time. In the end, he still didn't see the young man who liked to laugh and joke around. The old man was so angry that he hit the floor with his cane and scolded Guan Yiran for being a bastard. When the old man turned around, he complained in his heart that Minister Guan was too cruel. How could he bully his own child like this? In Yinchi Alley, an old man who had left his position for many years was busy with his grandchildren. Anyway, there were a few juniors in his family who were a little promising, so they didn't lose face. Walking in Yinchi Alley and Ma-er Street, he didn't have to lower his head and shrink his neck. Today, the old man took his grandson for a walk in the garden. The child who had just started to learn to read from the tutor suddenly said to the old man in a childish voice, "Grandpa, we have so many immortals on the mountain, and so many great demons in the wild world. Can't the two sides just fight in the sky? When the fight in the sky is over, the fight on the ground will start. When the time comes to fight, my strength is too weak. I don't want to help. Isn't the Ministry of Revenue short of money? I'll donate all my New Year's money. Doesn't my father often get scolded by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue? If I give money, they won't scold my father anymore, right? It's 20 taels of silver. There was too much knowledge in this, so the old man could only pick some things that the child could understand. War wasn't playing house. Not only were the immortals on the mountain not afraid of death, they also couldn't be afraid of those below the mountain. No one could be afraid of death. Otherwise, it would be a second Tong Yezhou. At that time, the two of us will have to move. Maybe we'll really move, bring some belongings, bring some sage books, or maybe we'll move our heads. But the last sentence, what was there to say to a child? Don't talk about the child being scared. Every time he thought of the worst outcome, he would be scared. Should he drink a few mouthfuls of old wine to calm himself down? Now that Dolly allowed the officials to resign, half of their family assets would be confiscated. The remaining half, if it was enough to pay for the cross-continent ferry, they could go north to seek refuge in the North Continent. Dolly wouldn't stop them. If they didn't have enough money, they could still borrow. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the accompanying cultivators would personally check all the accounts. Those who dared to hide or omit information, as long as it was more than 10% of the family's assets, all their assets would be confiscated. Regardless of age, the entire family would be exiled. Now that Dolly was in need of money and manpower, he lacked both money and manpower. For the time being, the various places in the Aquarius continent that had not been affected by the flames of war, Jianghu and the commoners, those who privately caused more than 10 people to fight, without asking for the reason of both sides, would be executed. Cultivators who caused trouble would be executed. Those who didn't deal with the disturbances at the foot of the mountain without the involvement of cultivators and demons would be punished by the local government. Then, the Minister of Justice of the vassal state would be directly sent to the nearest 5 sacred mountains or Crown Prince Mountain. For all the fights that involved cultivators and demons, according to the rank of the sects and immortal mansions, all the immortal mountains would be divided into 3 grades. From low to high, they respectively governed a radius of 300 miles, 1,000 miles, and a radius of 3,000 miles. Regardless of whether or not there were disturbances, as long as the culprit couldn't be caught or killed on the spot, they would be punished. Afraid of an unexpected disaster? Then spread out all the immortal masters on the mountain, day and night to monitor the movements around the entire sect. They already didn't need to go to the battlefield to fight. Could it be that they couldn't even take care of the safety of the area near the entrance of their own mountain? It was better not to be such an immortal on the mountain. All the cultivators of the mountains and swamps in the continent could obtain a patrol token from the 5 sacred mountains, Crown Prince Mountain, and the vassal state's Ministry of Rights. Regardless of their cultivation level, after obtaining this jade token, according to their cultivation level, they could travel freely in their respective territories. They could also help the immortal masters find and fill in the gaps. Once they found something, they could receive immortal money. As long as they accumulated enough shares in the secret archives, they could exchange it for Dolly's military merit. At that time, whether they wanted to obtain an official position in the Ministry of Rights of the vassal state or retreat to the North Continent, they would be free. For those cultivators of the mountains and swamps who were unwilling to go to the battlefield, Dolly's cavalry and vassal states were not allowed to force them. However, if the gods of the mountains and swamps dared to leave their posts without permission, the vassal state's monarch and the entire Ministry of Rights would be held accountable according to the law. If the immortal masters of the mountain operated privately and removed the names from the records without permission, once Dali and vassal states investigated, the entire mountain's ancestral master hall would be punished, the ancestral master hall would be executed, and the rest of the cultivators would be exiled to the southern sacred mountains. Emperor Dali, Songhe. The small court meeting had just ended. He quickly closed his eyes and rested in the imperial study. He would soon receive a group of ministers of the 6 ministries. Each of them had important matters and needed him to make the final decision. Then, he would issue a decree to the Dali court. He remembered the words of Cui Dong, who was both a teacher and an imperial tutor. Today, all kinds of Dali Cui Dong were unreasonable and mean to vassals. In the future, if His Majesty changed slightly and relaxed his governance, it would be the future Song clan's popular opinion. He could not let His Majesty lose at least half of the continent's mountains and rivers and not get a few good words in the history books of various countries. In and out of the books, there were good reputation. Rest assured. Dali's vassal state, colorful clothes country, near Yenji County. The haunted house on a rainy night in the past was now a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, an immortal's mansion. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head gently. After the North Continent's fire dragon Venerable, the South Whirlpool Continent's Chen Chu Nan, and the White Mountain Continent's God of Fortune, Wanyan Lao Jing, the Jinjia Continent's Ascendant Realm Cultivator, was once the most promising Ascendant Realm Cultivator in the world. He was regarded as one of the top 10 cultivators in the Central Plains. As for why he didn't go to the battlefield in his hometown where the outcome of the battle was uncertain, he didn't go to the desolate world's Ascendant Realm demons and perish together with them. He didn't want to destroy the demon army in one go. Why did he choose to kill the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in his hometown? Was it because his Tao was severed, and his soul and body were already rotten to the point where he could only wait for death? As a result, his Tao heart collapsed, and his inner demons caused trouble, attracting some otherworldly demons to steal his heart lake. Was it because of the huge restriction of the Central Plains Confucian Temple? Was it because he had been holding a grudge for a long time? Or was it because of the various old grudges that had passed for countless years? In any case, it was destined to become an unsolved mystery that would never be solved. Yu Xian didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. That Wanyan Lao Jing was a stubborn old thing to begin with. The grudge between the two of them wasn't small. If it wasn't for the annoying old-fashioned rules of the Confucian Temple, Yu Xian would have already crossed continents to visit the Jinjia continent. Didn't he like to go into seclusion? Then he might as well not come out. Yu Xian lowered his head and looked towards the north of the central region of the Jinjia continent. He sighed. What a good move by Jia Xing. When a scholar's heart was evil, it was truly terrifying. The Tongyi continent's catoptric deflection could be clearly seen in the north-central region of the Jinjia continent under the old man's feet. What a good move by the Tongyi continent. Yu Xian descended into the mortal realm and didn't dare to travel far with his own soul. Was he seeking death in the Jinjia continent, where most of the mountains and rivers belonged to the desolate world? Yu Xian knew some small tricks of the talisman Dao. So what if he was one of the 10 of the Central Plains? That Jia Xing even wanted to kill Bai. The Central Plains divine continent, which occupied half of the world, had the 10 of the Central Plains' most famous people. The most proud person in the mortal realm was the immortal poet Bai. He was the only one. The other 9 people were roughly divided into 3 groups. They might not be accurate, but they were the most widely spread. Longhu Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master. The cornerstone of all military cultivators. Talisman Yu Xian. Baidi City's Xing Juzhong. Female martial god Pei Bei. She was a great demon who founded a sect. Mahist's master. He was known as a special existence who could single-handedly take down a city. It was said that as long as one of the 10 wasn't present, any of the 10 of them could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Old Sword Immortal Zhou Shenji. Huayin. Lu Cha would be the 7th. Lu Cha was indeed on his way to the Fuyao continent, and he did not deliberately hide his sword qi. In the eyes of the cultivators at the peak of the South Whirlpool continent, he turned into a beam of sword light and flew away. Mr. Zhou had previously given this bearded ranger of the wilderness 2 choices. He could cooperate with the Dragon Monarch and kill a junior at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Or he could go to the Fuyao continent and send Bai Yi off. A swordsman sending off a swordsman. Compared to Bai Yi dying tragically under a spell, he would die a more meaningful death. If he liked to stand out, then he would be killed. Zhou Shenji was only the first. The Ascendant Realm Wanyan Old Jing who had lost his mind was on the other extreme. It was indeed as the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain had said, at the ruins of the inverted mountain, he had announced to the world that they would not be free for long. Who told the cultivators at the peak not to be free? Of course, it was the Confucian rules. The most hateful thing was that the higher the realm, the heavier the restrictions. When Ascendant Realm cultivators left their continent, they had to greet the Confucian temple sages who were in charge of the sky screen and obtain permission to travel across continents. Not to mention the savage world, even in the green underworld where Taoism was the dominant sect, would there be such a rule? However, in the vast world where hundreds of schools of thought contended, there were all kinds of rules to restrict immortals and Ascendant Realm cultivators. Lu Cha chose the second option. In the wilderness, he did not contribute much because he respected Qin Qingdu and those sword cultivators. After all, he could not go to the vast world and ask Qin Chunan for a sword and not attack a few times. Bai Yi was the same as Alliance. Lu Cha wanted to ask for a sword the most. So what if he could not ask for a sword alone? Lu Cha wanted to do something, but in the end, he could not do anything. Mr. Zhou finally said 2 sentences. The first sentence was, "Please remember where your hometown is, Mr. Liu." The second sentence was, "Moon-bearing mountain invites Lu Cha to attack." Apart from this, Mr. Zhou was also scheming against Qin Chunan and the entire South Whirlpool continent. Zhou Shenji died, and Fuyao continent and Tongya continent fell into the hands of the wilderness. Only the South Whirlpool continent, which was closest to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, still had few battles. Once Bai Yi died in the Fuyao continent. Then what about the mellow scholar Qin Chunan? The South Whirlpool continent now had the Huai family's patriarch and one of the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lu Ji, who could hold the line. Qin Chunan was very leisurely. What a noble and mellow scholar he was, sitting calmly on the fishing platform. Zhou Mi stopped his mental calculations and lightly shook his sleeves. He smiled at Cui Shi and said, "Let's wait for left and right to strike Xiao Chuo with their swords. As a student, I'll take half of Mister's life before going to the Fuyao continent." Cui Dong remained silent. It was something that Suo would do. If Suo did not do it, the old scholar would force Suo to lower his head and attack. Cui Dong's gaze was on the south of Zhou Mi. Soon, a towering tree and a majestic tower would be erected there. The old scholar gave him something and Lu Shilu helped him take it to the Tongya continent. Taoist temple, Tongya continent, Wudong tree. You calculate your own, I calculate mine. I, Cui Dong, do not care about your calculations. Not to mention Bai Ye's life or death, I don't even care about the old scholar and Zuo's life or death. Not to mention Qin Chunan, who was born of the secondary sage. Which one does Cui Dong need to worry about? However, I, Cui Dong, will return the favor. Let's see if you, Jia Xing, dare to not care, and if you cannot care. People were dying on the 3 fronts of the continent. Dolly Imperial Tutor remained calm. Other than controlling the Beko Kakyung building and killing the great demon with his flying sword, he only explained the subtleties of the 100 schools of thought to the Confucian disciples. Other than mental calculation, he also asked questions and answers with the Confucian scholars. For some reason, a high-spirited Confucian scholar from the Lakeview Academy mentioned that there were no borders in the world. Cui Dong said indifferently, "Fuck no borders." The whole place was silent. The one who said this was not Cui Dong Shan, but the imperial tutor Cui Dong. In the Fuyao continent, Bai Yi wielded his sword and left a remote school far away from the flames of war. He listened to an old master use a strong local accent to teach and dispel the doubts of a young child. Bai Yi looked around and smiled indifferently. He wondered if the plum trees and flowers in his hometown were white. It turned out that after father and mother left, they traveled far away. The scholar Bai Yi had a clear conscience in this life and a clear conscience. Then Bai Yi left. (722) In the ruins of the Jinjiao continent battlefield, a short and skinny old man with white hair and purple clothes with a wine flask tied around his waist stood barefoot on the tip of an iron spear that was inserted into the ground. Yu Xian looked around. Corpses of elite soldiers and qi cultivators were everywhere. There were also piles of corpses that were supposed to be built by the beasts of the demon race for the skeleton throne so that Bai Ying could make use of these skeletal ghosts that had been reduced to puppets to push northward and take over the remaining territories of the Jinjiao continent that was no longer capable of fighting a decisive battle. Bai Ying was indeed the most deserving of death among the 14 throne demons. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. She had already wreaked havoc in the Golden Armor continent. Once this beast reached the central divine continent, how terrible would it be? It was a pity that he was a step too late. He could not stop the crazy Wanyan Laojing and could not take the opportunity to take down Bai Ying. Actually, Yu Xian's purpose of crossing continents was to put aside his grudges with Wanyan Laojing and help the Golden Armor continent hold on for a few more days. Yu Xian admitted that his talisman skills were indeed enough to suppress Bai Ying's skeleton army. After all, Yu Xian did not have much, but he had a decent number of talisman. Winning with numbers. In addition, Bai Ying did not look like someone who was good at fighting. Yu Xian felt that since his life was not in danger, as long as he did not learn from Zhou Shenji, it would not be a big problem to join in the fun. But at this moment, Yu Xian was standing on the tip of the spear. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The old man tugged at his beard and was even more worried. Bai Ying was nowhere to be found. She must have gone to the Fuyao continent to kill Bai Yi. Did he want to be in a favorable position? It was just that he did not know how this throne demon, who did not seem to be good at fighting, was feeling. Was he as worried as Yu Xian? After all, to kill Bai Yi, he had to pay a price. Yu Xian looked at the little girl who was slowly walking over and stopped a little further away. The old man smiled and said, "You're called Pei Qian, right? You're famous. You look like Chao Xiai. Young people like you can scare us old farts to death." Very good, very good. Pei Qian had been looking left and right. She stopped and cupped her fists. Then she asked, "Old immortal you, can I clean up the battlefield?" "If possible, at most 5 minutes. Half an incense stick will do." He could kill a pure Jade Realm demon cultivator with a flick of his finger, and this old senior was dressed like this. Pei Qian recognized him with a single glance. He was the talisman of the Central Plains, Yu Xian. Pei Qian felt that although he had missed out on Sword Immortal Zhou, he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. His master had once mentioned Yu Xian and admired him greatly. For an old immortal that even his master admired to be willing to come alone to the Golden Armor Continent's battlefield, Pei Qian felt that he had missed out on old immortal Yu, but he had not missed out on old immortal Yu. This battle had not been in vain. Back then, Pei Qian had asked his master whether the yellow paper talisman on his forehead was more valuable than the talisman that old Yu had painstakingly drawn. At that time, his master nodded and gave Pei Qian an extra bowl of fish soup. Actually, at that time, Charcoal had already eaten her fill. When she took the bowl with a bitter face, he didn't know if he was right or wrong. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of these things from his childhood. He felt that he had let old immortal Yu down. It wasn't about which talisman was more valuable, but that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and casually called him old Yu. Yu Xian seemed to be standing on the tip of the spear, looking towards the south towards the Fuyao continent. However, he was actually paying attention to the female martial artist behind him, who was picking up scraps. He wanted to see if she kept her promise to only pick up the treasures on the mountain from the demon cultivator's corpse. If she accidentally picked up the wrong one, then don't blame this old man for being careless. Very good. The little girl had a good eye for picking things. She was also very careful in doing things. Since that was the case, no matter how many opportunities there were, they should be taken by her. As long as she could see them and take them away, the little girl could make a fortune. Of course, Yu Xian did not care for these items that were too ordinary. Moreover, he was at most cleaning up the corpses of the battlefield to prevent them from becoming a problem in future battles. How could he be in the mood to make money? Moreover, Yu Xian had never worried about money or his natal items in his entire life of cultivation. He had always relied on his own ability to make them come uninvited. What's so good about being a pure martial artist? Why don't you join my sect and learn my Dao techniques as a talisman? You don't even need to use your fists to kill people. One must know that in the Central Divine Continent, there has always been a saying that killing people with immortal aura, talisman of Xian. Little girl, have you heard of it before? Are you tempted? You can be tempted. It was a pity that the little girl's eyes were only shining. What a greedy person she was. She did not know that the real immortal money was right in front of her eyes. Exactly the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That Pei Qian returned to the place where he had stopped and cupped his fists again. He thanked old immortal Yu and took his leave. Yu Xian nodded. The little girl was much more pleasing to the eye than that brat Chao Ci. The old man had also made up his mind. He would go and take a look. He would only go to the Fuyao continent to take a few glances and throw a few talisman. If he could not win, then he would run. Pei Qian, who was covered in blood, took a deep breath. Before he left the battlefield, he looked at the corpses that were destined to be unable to be buried. Even if they were buried, it would be meaningless. Pei Qian bit his lips and said in his heart, "Everyone, take care." Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The earth trembled and rippled, shattering the corpses of many Earth Immortal Realm demon cultivators. After Yu Xian heard Pei Qian's thoughts, he smiled slightly and stepped lightly on the tip of the spear. The old man landed barefoot. The long bridge flipped and caught up to Pei Qian like an immortal riding the wind. It was neither fast nor slow. It was neck to neck with Pei Qian. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed the long spear with the golden talisman engraved on it. It was the life weapon of the unpolished Jade Realm demon that old immortal Yu had killed. Pei Qian turned his head and shouted, "Old immortal Yu's reputation is not in vain. No wonder my master would say that the talisman is unparalleled. The talisman's Tao is mysterious. It is like the gathering of rivers into the sea. It is a myriad of phenomena. It is even more amazing in the Central Divine Continent." Pei Qian felt a little guilty. His master had not said that before. He did not know if his words were too flattering. If only his master was here. He would definitely know his limits. Pei Qian did not dare to look at the mortal world. It turned out that his master was not the only one who was not by his side. It did not matter. She had temporarily taken in an anonymous disciple. He was a little mute who did not like to talk and did not speak much. Thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Pei Qian found the child at the top of a mountain. He was still squatting on the ground habitually. Chao Xiai and Sister Zaishi stood side by side. They were both dressed in white and looked like a pair of immortal couples that had walked out of a painting. After Pei Qian landed, she called "Ah man." The little mute who did not want to say anything just looked up at her and then lowered his head again. Pei Qian looked at Chao Xiai and felt a little helpless. Until he saw the confrontation between Chao Xiai and an Ascendant Realm demon. Chao Xiai was at a disadvantage, but she was not in a difficult situation. Only then did Pei Qian know the truth. It turned out that Chao Xiai still did not use her full strength when fighting on the battlefield in the past. Killing demons, saving people, punching, strength, trajectory, pulling back, and punching again. Every punch was just right. Chao Xiai seemed to be able to predict every punch, so there was no need for her to fight first. After Pei Qian and Yu Feng left, Yu Xian stroked his beard. No wonder the little girl was so polite. It turned out that she had a good master who taught her carefully. He did not know how old she was, but she actually had such steady knowledge. Yu Xian restrained his smile and disappeared in a flash. He went all the way south and traveled across continents. He muttered, "If I die, I die." The old man was all alone. He only had the talisman to accompany him. Hao Ran saved Bai Yi, the talisman Yu Xian. Fuyao continent. Bai Yi was alone with a sword. Dressed in a green robe, he flew to the sky. The mountains and rivers of the continent under his feet had become a big world of formations. From the sky to the land, everything was shrouded in the fate of the wilderness. With the coast of the continent as the border, it became a huge cage to detain, suppress, and kill Bai Yi alone. Bai Yi did not care. As long as the battlefield was far away from the human world, Bai Yi was not used to seeing too much. The final battle of his swordsmanship in this life was like a poem. How could it be like this? As for the rest, you can do whatever you want, as long as you are happy. Bai Yi hovered with his sword and looked around. He was not at a loss. The only regret was that Bai Yi did not want to owe anyone. It was just that this sword that had accompanied him for many years could not be returned to Daoist son of the Xiandu Temple. This celestial sword was called Tai Bai. This was the first time Bai Yi met Daoist Sun and the celestial sword Tai Bai. It was also the first time Daoist Sun traveled the vast world to relax. Daoist Sun gave Bai Yi the sword as a gift at first, but Bai Yi was unwilling to accept it. Daoist Sun changed it from a gift to a loan. The reason was that the celestial sword's name clashed with the color of the peach blossoms in his temple. It was difficult for him to get lucky. The celestial sword Tai Bai was a perfect match for Bai Yi. I'll treat it as marrying off my daughter to Hao Ran and get a son-in-law. It's not a loss at all. Around his huge body, there were many Ascension Realm cultivators with pipa in their arms. Coincidentally, his old friend, Yuan Shou, who had crossed the continent at the same time, caught them and chewed on them like soybeans to treat his injuries. In the battlefield at Old Dragon City, Yuan Shou had suffered many flying swords from the North Continent sword cultivators. Although it did not hurt the foundation of his great path, he was still severely injured. Moreover, the great demon true body was tough. Once he was injured, he would not be afraid of Ascension Realm opponents who were not sword cultivators. However, now that he was facing Bai Yi, Yuan Shou and Yang Ji were not polite. Yang Ji did not mind this little loss. Both of them had to recover to their peak combat power. Yuan Shou was still hovering on his sword. He carried a long rod on his shoulder and a string of beads that were refined from many mountains in his hand. Now, there were many more beads in his hand. They were all from some of the big mountains in the Tongyi continent. In fact, it was not a matter of whether they had a chance of winning or not. It was a sure win situation. Whether it was Lu Cha from his own camp, or Alliance who returned from the outland through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or even Bai Yi, they would all end up the same way. The only thing that concerned Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, or rather, all the great demons, was whether or not one of the 6 of them would die, and which one of them would die, was the most important. Bai Ye's last sword strike in his life was bound to drag one of them down with him. Even if he could not kill anyone, he would end up as a yellow phoenix, which was equivalent to death. A burly great demon dressed in golden armor looked no different from a human, but he was 100 feet tall. The ancient golden armor on his body was both a cage and a shelter. The golden armor was on the verge of shattering. Streaks of golden light that were as thick as water flowed out of the stone stream like a stream. His alias was Niu Dao, which was an extremely vulgar name. He was different from the other sovereign stage great demons who stared at the vast world and took what they needed. His true target of revenge was still in the Qingming Tian, not even the Beko Keikyung building. It was a young old fellow who liked to stay in the Lotus Grotto heaven to observe Dao. The only great demon who did not like to reveal his true body was the unusually handsome Qiayun. He had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Therefore, he appeared exceptionally small and was roughly the same size as the scholar Bai Yi. Bai Ying, 5 mountains, Yang Ji, Yuan Shou, Niu Dao, and Qiayun. They came from different battlefields and different locations. In the end, they were all present in the Fuyao continent. The 6 great demons who surrounded and killed Bai Yi were all sovereign stage great demons. The Lotus Monastery Master, Huang Luan, and Yao Jia, the 3 great demons were already history. Zhou Qingao asked curiously, "What did that sword immortal boss say?" Chen Qingdu likes to walk on the city wall with his hands behind his back. I walked with him for a few miles. Chen Qingdu smiled and said that this matter has nothing to do with me. As long as you can convince the Confucian Temple and a few sword immortals other than me, I won't have any problems. I'm the previous penal official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I've been in this position for more than 100 years. Of course, I used an alias. Chen Qingdu also helped me to hide my real identity. You won't be able to guess it, right? Zhou Mi smiled. For some reason, although Chen Qingdu was surprisingly easy to talk to, it seemed that from the start, he did not think that he could succeed. The sword immortal penal official smiled and said, "I really can't guess." Lu Bai suddenly asked, "Teacher, why is Bai willing to wield a sword and guard the Fuyao continent alone?" The teacher only laughed. He did not explain anything to this direct disciple. Zhou Qingao could only help the teacher and senior to explain patiently, "Senior, do you think that Bai died for nothing?" Zhou Qingao shook his head and said slowly, "Yes and no. Yes and no." When Zhou Shinji was in the Central Plains, he was the old immortal in the hearts of almost all the Qi refinement warriors, especially the native sword cultivators. He was one of the 10 in the Central Plains. Although his ranking was not high, only 9th, he was still regarded as invincible in the sword. In the end, after he was killed by a sovereign great demon, many people in the Central Plains began to fight for the old fortune teller, Huayin, who was at the bottom of the 10. Many people even felt that Zhou Shinji was an old trash who did not live up to his name. What sword immortal? Perhaps even if he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in that barbarian land, Zhou Xinji might not be able to carve his name. Once Zhou Xinji died, Wanyan Laojing betrayed him. If it were you, who is already in the Ascendant Realm, would you want to get involved in this mess? Isn't Bai's swordsmanship better than Zhou Xinji's? Killing that sovereign with 3 swords to avenge Zhou Xinji. Then what will happen if Bai dies? But the problem is, if Bai does not go to the Fuyao continent, who can go, who dares to go? Whether it is the Fuyao continent or the Tongyi continent, is it the place to decide the fate of the world? Liu Bai was actually not stupid. If not, he would not have become Wooden Clog's right-hand man in planning matters. He nodded and said, in the end, we still have to look at the situation in the Central Plains. As long as the vast world can defend itself, it will be in an invincible position. We will be in trouble, very troublesome. Many of the accumulated first-mover advantages will gradually become hidden dangers, big and small, and will surface one by one. Si Chen suddenly said, Bai should quit while he is ahead and return to the Central Plains. He has opened up a brand new world and has already done a lot of good deeds. Killing a sovereign with a sword is enough to have a clear conscience. It's time for someone else to take the stage. Zhou Qingao shook his head and said, if Bai also thinks like this, then the vast world will be easy to fight. Liu Bai admired this last disciple that Mr. had just bestowed a name to. Now, he was her little junior brother. Back then in the Jiaoshan tent, Liu Bai had already admired the military camp leader Wooden Clog strategizing. Now that they were in the same sect, Liu Bai felt even more inferior. On Mr.'s side, Zhou Qingao was never timid, as if he was never afraid of saying or doing wrong things. When talking to his senior brother, Si Chen, he was not at a disadvantage at all. It was definitely not intentional. In terms of words, his junior brother must win against his senior brother. Zhou Mi smiled and said, you guys are still thinking too lightly. Don't think that just because the Great Wall of Sword Qi has stopped us for many years, that your world is not strong. Yes, it's fine if you think so. As for Mr.'s hometown, this vast world, it's even better if everyone thinks so. That's great. Only a few, like Xiao Hu and Bai, would dare to be the only ones sober when everyone is drunk. Most people are afraid of this. If those idiots at the foot of the mountain are annoyed, then the temper of the immortals at the foot of the mountain is not small. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was too difficult to take down. It was a bad thing, but also a good thing. After taking down the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would be easy to take down the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent. The morale on the battlefield would not fall, but instead rise. Also, the South Swirl continent would be taken down sooner or later. They had to destroy the Gold Armor continent and the Aquarius continent. If not for the fact that Zhou Xinji wanted to die, he would have to die. Otherwise, he would be a hindrance to the Fuyao continent situation. Furthermore, this guy was stubborn and did not retreat. I was prepared to give him a chance to become famous. But later on, Bai also killed a sovereign with 3 swords. Bai did not even have a chance to use his sword. Because Zhou Xinji had severely injured a sovereign with 1 sword even earlier. From this, it can be seen that the sword immortals and sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are all like ants. Look at our Central Plains divine continent's Zhou Xinji, who is only 9th. Doesn't he only have a total of 14 sovereigns? Our old sword immortal Zhou only had 1 sword immortal in the Shanshui cavern. His sword immortal took care of 1. Therefore, this battle was actually very easy to fight. Those demon beasts used up half of the world's strength, but so what? They were not worth mentioning. Therefore, we were only lucky to take down 2 continents. Therefore, the Central Plains Confucian Temple was too cautious. The scholarly sages made a big fuss over nothing. They were too unwise and irresponsible. It was laughable, too disappointing, too sad. Lu Bai listened with his mouth agape. Zhou Mi shook his head lightly and looked towards the Central Plains divine continent. He smiled and said, "The world has not changed. It will always make people laugh until their tears dry. The strong do not care about right and wrong. At the same time, they must have no worries. As long as the strong are strong enough, they can sit firmly at the top. Words and actions, even if they are silent, everything is reasonable. Even the world will help them reason." Zhou Mi smiled and said, "I will die in vain. At that time, the world will only see the truth with their own eyes." The most proud Bai Yi of the human world was killed by Lu Cha of the savage world with one sword. That's all. Previously, everyone was not afraid at all. Now, I want all of you to be scared to death. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, people were used to fighting and killing. They died when they wanted to. How could the world that had enjoyed 10,000 years of peace be compared to the savage world? When it comes to mobilizing the power of the entire world on a large scale, you people are scattered across the vast world. Each of you can play with your own mud in your own homes. Zhou Mi laughed loudly. Then, he straightened his clothes and shook his sleeves. He took the initiative to open the heavenly fate restriction of the continent. He bowed to the heaven and earth and said loudly, "The holy teacher, my hometown has made scholar Jia Xing despair for too many years. Now, it's time for me, Zhou Mi, to disgust all of you." Above the sea of clouds in the Aquarius continent, Su Ruo asked, "This Jia Xing?" Cui Dong said, "He's just putting on an act. He's hiding something." Zhou Mi turned to look at the Aquarius continent. "Only Xiao Hu knows me best." Zhou Qingao only asked one important question, "What about the Confucian temple?" Zhou Mi smiled and said, "Why is it so important? My hometown is not a reasonable place." Zhou Mi was a reasonable person. Therefore, he had already spoken for the Confucian temple. He had already pointed out why the Confucian temple in the Central Plains was so restrained. Jia Xing's 12 strategies for peace. Which strategy was not to prevent the Confucian temple from what happened today? Which one of them was not the root cause of the current situation? Even the gentleman and the sage could not be the imperial tutor of the Confucian temple, the ruler behind the scenes. Even the emperor could not be a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore, they deserved to suffer today. The Confucian temple asked for it. When people had to die on the battlefield, how could the sage, the gentleman, and the sage reason with them? Would they bring a few books of the sage to those who were about to die and talk about the sage's principles in the books? Back then, the righteous world did not listen to them. They shelved the 12 strategies for peace that I painstakingly wrote. Now, let's listen and think more about it. It's a pity that there's only one Cui Dong. It's a pity that Xiao Hu will die. Not only will he die, but his name will also go down in history. Even if the righteous world wins the war, it will still be the same. The Confucian temple has given the world too many paths to take. It has given the world too much freedom. However, it will only make people feel that they are not free. It's far from enough. Very good. If you want pure and unrestrained freedom, I will give you Yushan. The only principle is that the strong are respected. This is what the savage world has always believed in. It's not what Zhou Mi, said. Zhou Mi quickened his pace. The 3 students tactfully let the teacher walk by the beach alone. The official stopped and looked at the battlefield at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent. Imperial concubine Fei had sent the god of plagues and the 2 passers-by to the old dragon city. It seemed to be effective. Zhou Qingao and Lu Bai turned around and walked slowly. Zhou Qingao was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he said, "Senior sister, do you know which hidden official you like?" Lu Bai was dumbfounded. She laughed and scolded, "What? Wooden clog, are you crazy?" Zhou Qingao also stopped and laughed, "Who's crazy?" "No one is crazy." Lu Bai's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Impossible. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense." Zhou Qingao continued to walk. "Rather than worrying that the hidden official will be my future inner demon, I might as well open up my heart and admit that I like him. Firstly, Chen Pingan will definitely die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if I take a step back and say that Chen Pingan doesn't die, senior sister actually knows that she is destined to never be able to personally take revenge on him in this lifetime. Then the hidden official will always be on the path of cultivation, waiting for Lu Bai. The more you deceive yourself, the more opportunities the hidden official will have. Secondly, not only do you have to like her, but you also have to really like her. Then, Lu Bai only needs to have a thought in his heart. In the future, he will personally ascend to the city to let the culprit who killed Chen Pingan know one thing. Chen Pingan likes Ning Yao, but it is not as good as Lu Bai." Lu Bai was sweating profusely. He did not move to catch up with his junior brother. The official and Zhou laughed in their hearts. Teacher has accepted a good disciple. Zhou smiled. It is normal for a senior brother to not be as good as a junior brother, but don't come too early. Zhou Qingao is different from you senior brothers and senior sisters. He truly admires the Great Wall of Sword energy, and he yearns for that young hidden official. Hence, his rejection of the vast world is much heavier than all of you. At the same time, he has a greater chance to become the Chen Pingan of the wilderness. Only when he is like him can he surpass him. As for that Fei Ran, she has her own path to walk. She changed her name to Qin Yin because she was bored after reaching Tongyi continent. Furthermore, Fei Ran does not need to become someone else. Teacher is in a good mood today, so I will say a few words to you in advance. There are some young people in my heart that I have high hopes for. Other than you, Zhou Qingao, Fei Ran, and you see, Tan Tan. There are a few more. There are about 10 of you, less than 20 young people. I'm looking forward to your great Dao accomplishments. Believe me, it will not be low. I will go find Kui Yu and bring her to see that Wudong tree and that Yao suppressing building. The official, you and junior brother will help to keep an eye on the old Dragon City battlefield. The official accepted the order. Teacher is meticulous, thorough and meticulous, and conducts himself well. Junior brother is noble and virtuous, and conducts himself well. The old elementary scholar staggered as he sat in the sky of South Pisuo continent. He was not far away from a sage of Right's lineage. One did not want to speak for the time being, while the other was waiting to speak. Anyway, the old elementary scholar beside him would definitely speak, and no one could stop him. You sages have always been lonely since ancient times. It's been hard on you. As expected, the old elementary scholar coughed a few times. Since he was at the unification of the 3 continents, he could not spit out real blood, so he just treated it as a cough to moisten his throat. He first complained about how hard it was for others, then complained to the sage, "It's not easy for me either. Forget about the Confucian Temple's merit book, it's not that big of a deal. However, you have to give me an extra credit first. In the future, when the Confucian Temple quarrels, you have to stand on my side and speak up for me." The Confucian Temple sage nodded and said, "Let's talk about it as it is." I have said exactly what I should have said, sage of literature. As for what I shouldn't have said, it's useless even if the sage of literature makes a scene here. The old elementary scholar sat cross-legged and beat his chest, feeling wronged. I'm not as magnanimous as your teacher. No wonder there's no prefix in front of the word sage. Look at me, you should learn from me. The sage said straightforwardly, I've seen a lot. I can't learn from you. The lineage of the Sage of Rites in the Confucian Temple had always been the closest to the lineage of the Sage of Literature. Otherwise, the Grand Chancellor of Rites Learning Palace would not have hoped that Mao Xiaodong, who was not a direct descendant but was a registered disciple of the Sage of Literature, could stay in Rites Learning Palace and focus on his studies. The supervisor of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the gentleman Wang Zai, who was from Rites Learning Palace, would not have taken the initiative to speak ill of Qin Pingan, who was not a hidden official at that time. In the end, he even took the initiative to ask Qin Pingan for a seal with the seal script, the sun shines in the day, and the moon shines in the night. He did not even regard Qin Pingan as an outsider and asked Qin Pingan to sign his name. The old elementary scholar sighed. What a boring person. If he was not too lazy to go far, he would have changed to a more sensible and witty person to chat with. The Confucian Temple in the central region had a total of 72 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. These Sage of Rites Learning Palace were responsible for guarding the sky canopy of the 9 continents year after year. They had to watch over the brightest lights in the world day and night. They had to suppress the actions of all the Ascendant Realm cultivators and prevent them from leaving the continent without permission. They also had to monitor the whereabouts of the immortals and their indiscriminate use of supernatural powers to prevent harm to the people in the world. For example, the Tongya continent and the Fuyao continent had 3 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. The Aquarius continent had only 2 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the smallest continent. As for the South Hassa continent, it had 4 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the closest to the Inverted Mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was 1 Sage of Rites Learning Palace in the Fuyao continent. He had a good temper with the old elementary scholar and was relatively talkative. He joked with the old elementary scholar in private that he saw the lights of praying and making wishes in the world from afar. They rose up one by one and were getting closer and closer to him. He really felt that the beauty of the world had reached its peak. It was because of the sage's words that the old elementary scholar had the humorous comment of sitting on wax. It was the old elementary scholar's unique skill to be able to take bad words seriously and say good words seriously. As for being able to say nice things in such a weird way. Bullshit your mother. I, the old Shotsai, am a scholar with a scholarly reputation. Who would he say anything bad about? The old elementary scholar asked, do you have any wine? There is always an endless supply of good wine in the world. You can borrow 2 pots from any rich family. Let's drink. Remember, don't pick the divine wine from the immortal mansion on the mountain. I'm not a picky person. The sage shook his head. The old elementary scholar hit his palm with his fist. Then I'll go find Chin Chunan to drink some wine later. I don't even need to borrow it. Alas, look at how things have turned out. It's as if the scholars of the Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as generous as those of the Sage of Secondary Learning Palace. Blame me, blame me. It's hard to absolve myself from the blame. Fortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, I would definitely punish myself by drinking 3 cups. The sage said, if the Sage of Literature says so, then so be it. The old elementary scholar immediately laughed. If you stand upright, your heart will be full of noble spirit. No wonder you can be a sage above Chin Chunan. The other Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as impressive as you. The only imperfection is that you are a little stingy with some small things. The sage said, if I remember correctly, someone almost put a sack over a registered disciple and threw him into the School of Rites Learning Palace. Before doing so, he even encouraged him that if one day he really became a Sage of Rites Learning Palace, he must go to the South Pasua continent to oversee the sky screen. Must he help his teacher vent his anger? The old elementary scholar waved his hand vigorously in denial. Impossible, impossible. Mao Xiaodong respects his teacher the most. He would never betray his teacher. It was unknown whether he was denying it or admitting it. The sage said, Mao Xiaodong drank too much at the Grand Chancellor's place. He said it as if his teacher was still as elegant as ever. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, that makes sense. That makes sense. The sage suddenly looked into the distance beyond the mountains and rivers of a continent and asked, Sage of literature, can we win? Can we save people from dying? The old elementary scholar thought for a while and answered, since we can't do more, you should think more positively. There were still some sages in the Confucian temple who, at the cost of their cultivation of the Great Way, searched for broken secret realms in the long river of time. Then, they placed them on the map of the vast world, either waiting for the fated person or waiting for the right time. In the end, they would become the newest paradise or blessed land in the vast world. He would never occupy the Confucian temple. There was once a vice hierarch who joked that there was no need for the sage's principles to compete with the world for benefits. In the past 10,000 years, the biggest gain was, of course, the discovery of the fifth heaven. The discovery of the traces and the stabilization of the path were credited to a certain sage who had quarreled with the old elementary scholar the most and embarrassed the old elementary scholar the most during the battle of the third and fourth heaven. Only when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi showed up together did the sage feel relieved and passed away. The sage only smiled at the old elementary scholar when they met. The remaining sages who accompanied the sage of literature, some of them all, some of them only half. They were so strange and resolute that they went to a faraway place where they would never return. In fact, other than the sage's principles, the words of the old scholar left a deep impression on the sage of the sky screen. He was a very old scholar, not a sage of literature. Those who don't get along with me are bad people with rotten hearts. Those who have a conflict with me are enemies with no redeeming qualities. Those who don't have the same literary heritage as me are blind scholars. Who the hell am I? Back then, the old scholar was in the Confucian temple. He seemed to be talking about himself first, but he was talking about everyone else later. The old scholar turned his head and asked sincerely, Since you admire my knowledge and my character so much, why don't you become my disciple? The sage said indifferently, I'm a few hundred years older than the sage of literature. Besides, I believe the sage of literature knows very well whether the sage of rights line is good or not. The old scholar rubbed his hands and said, Oh you're too shy. I have a good relationship with your sage of rights. It'll be fine if you change your school. I might even praise you for your good taste. Even if the sage of rights doesn't praise you, I'll have to praise you in front of him. I've really taken in a good student who doesn't have any prejudice against his school. The sage didn't reply. The old scholar was famous for his love of climbing up a pole. If he didn't have a pole, he would chop bamboo and firewood to make one himself. Even if he was facing the sage of rights or even the sage of literature. Even if he was facing a country bumpkin or a schoolchild. The old scholar coughed lightly. In the secluded areas of the two continents where people didn't go, in the human world that hadn't been completely stripped of its great fortune, there would be strange phenomena. Clouds would rise and fall, or water would rise and fall. As for the South Saw continent, with the sage beside the old scholar, the fortune of the mountains and rivers would disappear as soon as it appeared. The old scholar smiled and said, You're tired. My guest isn't a good one. The sage shook his head and said, Anyway, I don't have any wine to entertain the sage of literature. The old scholar asked, You're not chasing me away, are you? The sage nodded and smiled. If the sage of literature says so, then so be it. The old scholar sighed and said, It doesn't feel good to just sit and wait for death, does it? The sage shook his head and said, it's better than the sage of literature. I don't have to suffer. The sage of literature only left the Yin spirit to guard the sky and stabilize the fortune of the mountains and rivers. It was a helpless act by the Confucian temple, but also a fortunate thing for the human world. Since ancient times, the lonely sages didn't have a real body, they were purer and more compatible with the way of heaven. The old scholar stood up and left, cursing. He staggered and quickly disappeared. Anyway, the chi cultivators in the world were all impassioned and full of righteous indignation. They scolded the sages for being good people who only knew how to give their heads to others. The old scholar's words didn't make much of a difference. The sage sighed. Xiao Chua drew his sword and fought with his left and right. The old scholar didn't just need to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. If it was an ordinary ascendant realm cultivator, he would have swallowed the mountains and rivers to make up for his lack of great Tao. The sage looked down and saw that the Qin Academy, which was a collection of great achievements in the world's memorial archway, was arguing again. Now, there were many Confucian scholars in the various imperial academies of the central divine continent. Even the 72 academies were speaking up for justice. It was as if they were willing to sacrifice their identity as Confucian scholars to scold the sage of literature for not doing anything. They were so muddle-headed that it seemed like they hadn't even touched a single military book. They actually allowed the Tongya and Fuyao continents and half of the Jinjia continent to fall into enemy hands. How does the central divine continent need to build a battle line? The central divine continent can't even defend two small places like the Tongya and Fuyao continents. As long as the Confucian temple sages all come out, the 10 people of the central divine continent will assist them. If 10 people aren't enough, they can add on 10 backup people. With the mighty Yupu and the immortals' help, those barbaric beasts of the world, the 14 thrones and whatnot, will all be easily destroyed. There was a young woman wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She listened quietly at a gathering of Confucian scholars for a long time. Regardless of whether they were right or not, she would listen first. It was just that after hearing so many words, she also wanted to ask a few questions. Thus, she found a Confucian scholar and asked, "Are you going to ask the Ascendant Realm cultivators and the immortals to come out? The sage of literature and the sage of rights will take action. What if they are still unwilling to come out? After all, people will die in war. The Ascendant Realm cultivators of the Tongya continent are all dead. They cherish their lives and fear death. I think the cultivators on the mountain are the same as us. After all, the purpose of cultivating on the mountain is to attain Tao and achieve immortality. I don't even need to mention the sage of literature. Who dares to disobey the sage of literature's rules? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Kill a few to establish dominance. Then the rest can only follow unwillingly to the battlefield." In the end, as you said, they all bravely went to their deaths and died in a faraway land. Aren't the words of the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain circulating now, saying that the great cultivators of the world are not free? Will they really be free when the time comes? For example, will they just switch to the wasteland? When the time comes, they will have to fight against the wasteland and prevent their own people from rebelling. Will it be very difficult? The key is the hearts of the people. The higher the position of the people and matters, the higher the view. Similarly, the higher the view, the more the people below the mountain will see the actions of the people below the mountain. In the eyes of the people below the mountain, what about the hearts of the people in the central divine continent? The hearts of the people. In this chaotic world, what does this little bit of hearts count for? Those who do big things don't care about trifles. As long as we win a great battle, the hearts of the people above and below the mountain will naturally change. Of course we have to care. The old scholar said, "It's all because she's a living person." As for other things, they'll do as they should. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the responsibility first before you can talk about correcting it. Chen Chunan said, left and right are the most difficult. The old scholar nodded and said, it's different inside and outside the book. Scholars are always in a difficult position. Chen Chunan made a sound of surprise and joked for the first time, is the old scholar going to start scolding? If you want to scold, don't just scold the line of the sage of literature. Remember to scold the scholars from the other lines of literature as well. The old scholar said, the first few pages of the old almanac are the ones I borrowed from the old man. Do you want to hear about it? Not to mention you, even your teacher might not know as much as I do. You're someone who only likes to read the books of the sage and doesn't care about what's going on outside. You don't like to ask about those trivial things. That sage of ours is very reserved. Looking at his posture, it's as if he wants to burn a stick of incense for every page he turns. He's not tired, but in my eyes, he's really tired. Chen Chunan raised his hand and a jug of wine appeared in his hand. He handed it to the old scholar. The old elementary scholar shook the unusual wine pot. The wine inside was even more miraculous. The old elementary scholar frowned and threw it back to Chen Chunan. You can keep the fate of the mountains and rivers here. I don't lack this little bit. The old scholar said, I don't have enough strength right now. Help me cover it up a little. If there's a mistake and the secrets of heaven are revealed, it's all your fault. Chen Chunan immediately helped to isolate heaven and earth. As long as it was a serious matter, the old scholar would never hesitate. The old scholar looked at the big water outside the stone cliff and told Chen Chunan some of the old almanac. 10,000 years ago, the human race climbed the mountain and even reached the sky. They either destroyed the heavenly court or killed or expelled those high and mighty existences. Those existences who regarded the human race as the source of incense and wantonly controlled the life and death of the human race became a thing of the past. In fact, when that moment really came, almost all of the human race couldn't believe that they had really won. From then on, it seemed that the human race was responsible for establishing eternal peace in the whole world. The demon race, which had existed before the human race, had made mistakes and made contributions. In fact, they still had a deep grudge against the human race. In the end, they were still given a quarter of the world, which was later called the wasteland. The mountains and rivers were vast and boundless, but the products were the most barren and the spiritual energy was relatively thin. After that, the sword cultivators who had made great contributions were moved to the area of today's Great Wall of Sword Qi after an earth-shattering civil war to build a high city. The three ancestors appeared one after another and in the end, they worked together to build the Great Wall of Sword Qi into a large formation that could ignore the weather of the wasteland and stand tall. Chen Chunan asked, those ancient sword cultivators didn't hesitate to break off relations with all the factions. What was the reason for this? I only know that if the sword cultivators didn't split internally, it's hard to say what the world would be like now. The old scholar sighed and said, what else could it be? Sword cultivators have the greatest killing power in the world and have killed the most deities in the heavens. One group of sword cultivators was arrogant and felt that the ruins of the celestial court that the ancestors of the three sects didn't want anyone to touch should be sealed up. Then the young Taoist priest looked up and smiled at the old scholar and Chen Chunan 10,000 years in the future. A burly man in armor and holding a saber with both hands frowned and said nothing. But he was murderous and looked at a young man with a sword on his back who was closest to him. This was a discussion on the banks of the river. Only the sword cultivator was present. His name was Qin Qingdu. In addition, there were two demon ancestors who participated in the discussion. One of them was the master of the moon-bearing mountain, the great ancestor of the wasteland. The other was Bai Zhe. Beside Bai Zhe stood a middle-aged man in a green robe. It was the Sage of Rites. Further away, there were several majestic figures with boundless ancient intent. But they were relatively blurry. Even Chen Chunan couldn't see their faces clearly. In the farthest place from everyone, there was a tall figure who seemed to be pulling up a head of black hair. The old scholar said, Chen Qingdu's first sentence was so tough that it seemed like he was holding up the world with his backbone. Just one sentence. Chen Qingdu said to fight, and he fought. It was as if the young man with a sword on his back really said that on the bank of the largest river of time in the world. The old scholar pointed at the burly man with a saber in both hands. He held the saber in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. Very good. Further away, Bai Zhe wanted to speak, but the Sage of Rites gently pulled on his sleeve and shook his head, indicating that there was no hurry. The tall figure in the farthest place was blurry, but his voice was cold and clear. I'll help Chen Qingdu. The monk on the opposite bank shook his head. The young Taoist priest sighed. Can't you see the true enemy of the great Tao? Even if he was only looking at a time scroll from 10,000 years ago, even if he knew the final result, Chen Chunan couldn't help but feel heavy. The old scholar chuckled. Next, it's time for us old men to take action. Magnanimous, magnanimous, how magnanimous. Do you think my heartfelt words were just flattery? No way. Chen Chunan saw the old scholar, who was also the great sage master of the world, wave his hand and then walk to the side of the young man with a sword on his back. He gently pressed the hilt of the sword and looked up with a smile. I'll take care of the sword cultivators. I'll swear that no matter what the sword cultivators do in the future, no matter who they fight, the Confucians will bear all the consequences and responsibilities. The monk on the opposite bank put his palms together and the Taoist priest on the bank nodded. Then the old scholar withdrew his gaze and smiled at the young man. Chen Qingdu, believe me. In the future, I'll give the sword cultivators an explanation. I can't say how good it will be, but I guarantee it won't be bad. Chen Qingdu, if you don't believe me, then there's no need for trouble. You just have to fight as you please. I'll protect the sword cultivators of the world. I've long been used to this. Chen Chunan suddenly became serious. This mellow scholar's expression became more and more solemn. He bowed to the great sage master from 10,000 years ago. He bowed to the true sage in Chen Chunan's heart. The tall figure in the farthest place said indifferently, "It's best if you fight. If you don't, I'll go to your territory in the future." The old scholar put away the painting of time. There was no more figure in the water outside the cliff. This was the truth and the truth. Otherwise, who could define the sword cultivators who were best at killing his felons? Because it was everyone other than the sword cultivators. Not only the human race, but also the two demon race ancestors. Moreover, it wasn't something that the sword cultivators were completely reasonable. The sword cultivators' scabbards couldn't control their swords. The Taoist cultivators' Taoist hearts couldn't control their Taoist techniques. In the future, no matter how many thousands of years passed, the human race would only be a muddy pond. In the past, the gods were high up in the sky and treated all the humans on the earth as puppets. Would the human race be free of worries in the future? Would they then start killing each other? At that time, the two leaders who represented the demon race in the meeting actually had a huge difference of opinion on the matter of the migrating sword cultivators. One approved, the other didn't. But since it was divided into the wastelands, they didn't say much. However, the leader of the wastelands who approved of turning the sword cultivators into felons definitely didn't expect that the felons would be stationed in between the wastelands and the vast lands. After all, compared to the sword cultivators who were part of the human race, the enmity between the demon race and the human race was more complicated. At that time, the two demon race ancestors who were in the meeting at the riverside were the current master of the moon-supporting mountain and Baizé, who was later suppressed in the majestic town tower in name. Why were there so many remnants of the ancient gods who had been quiet for 10,000 years suddenly appearing all at once? And why were they all coming for the vast lands? Not to attack the Beko Keikyung building and not to trample on the moon-supporting mountain in the wastelands. Because the vast lands took in all the sword cultivators, the first two scholars took up the responsibility to preserve the legacy of the sword cultivators in the world. Otherwise, the vast lands and the wastelands would just be two separate worlds at most. Why did they have to go through the extra step of having a great wall of sword chi to kill people for 10,000 years? Why did they have to make the vast lands and the great wall of sword chi hate each other? No matter what, since the Confucians dared to talk about this, they had to pay the price and endure 10,000 years of attacks from beyond the heavens. All the accompanying sages who were in charge of the canopy of heaven had separated themselves from the great path. Their real bodies had gone beyond the sky, following the Sage of Rights in the battle against the evil. Only their Yin spirits were left in Howren's hometown. Was it at the end of the Tongyi continent's gentleman, Zhong Kuei? It was a long time ago. The remnants of the ancient gods who could escape this calamity, other than those who were once supreme, had their golden bodies completely dissipated, or were forced to reincarnate as humans. As for the rest, there weren't many, but which one was easy to deal with? Why was Chen Qingdu willing to go to the moon-supporting mountain with his sword? It was to return a favor. Why was he willing to defend the city for 10,000 years? It was to win an upright explanation for the sword cultivators from the Holy Master. Otherwise, wouldn't Chen Qingdu be a piece of trash in your eyes? A huge piece of trash. Back then, during the meeting at the riverside, he didn't dare to use his sword. He didn't dare to die just like that. The human world was destroyed. The great wall of sword chi was cut into two, but he didn't even use his sword. Boss, a sword cultivator, was inferior to a teenage sword cultivator in the lower 5 realms. The old scholar sat on the stone cliff and glanced at the sky canopy. Then, he said softly, I once asked the old man why the sages did this and made such a huge sacrifice, but he didn't say a word. The Confucian temple seemed to be hiding something on purpose. Only those righteous people who were candidates for the position of sages knew the inside story, so that they could make a choice early on whether they wanted to be a ghost or not. I was really anxious at that time, so I asked the old man, let's talk to the world about our hardships and the difficulties of being the head of the family. Let's try to reason with them. Whether or not you can take it in and remember it, let's at least try it out. At the very least, we can let the ingrate know that he is an ingrate. You know how the old man answered me. The old man stretched out 3 fingers, not 3 sentences, but 3 words. Why? Chen Chunan asked doubtfully, what do you mean by the words the Holy Master? Was the Holy Master blaming and demanding of all the sages, or was it inevitable that he would be disappointed after merging with the Wei for 10,000 years? Or was there some other deeper meaning? The old scholar said regretfully, you know that I'm good at reading people's expressions, but the old man was expressionless at that time, so I couldn't guess the answer. Chen Chunan said, the sages were willing to give the world more freedom, which was what Jia Xing hated the most. He wanted to separate the heaven and the earth again. The most outstanding cultivators were in the heaven, and the rest were on the earth. Compared to the vast world in the past, the strong had the greatest freedom, and the weak had no freedom at all. The strong in Jia Xing's eyes had nothing to do with one's temperament. The old scholar stood on tiptoe and patted Chen Chuan's shoulder. It's not easy for you to be criticized behind your back, but you're almost catching up to me. Good, good. I'm your brother, and you're my brother. We're good brothers, no wonder we can chat together. The cultivators of the central divine continent who were inextricably linked to the Tongye continent, Fuyao continent, and Jinja continent, as well as the various dynasties, noble clans, and immortal sects, were all staring at the battlefield in the South Swirl continent. In the end, they were all watching Chen Chunan alone. Those who were reasonable kept it in their stomachs, while others were already pointing fingers. Some even spoke openly. The old scholar said softly, "Die, die, die. Why don't you come to the South Swirling continent to die? Why don't you go to the Jinja continent to die? Why don't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to die? Why don't you go to the Tongya continent and Fuyao continent to die? Why don't the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent die? Why don't the 10 people of the vast world die? Why don't the Confucian Temple's Vice-Chancellor and Chancellor die? Why don't the sages die? And you, Chen Chunan, why don't you die outside the South Swirling continent?" The old scholar said helplessly, "Many sages have already died." The more he spoke, the angrier he got. "You guys should at least give Chen Chunan a chance to die a worthy death. All of you are F*** dogs, 100 times more F** king than Alliance. When the time comes for the South Swirling continent to be destroyed, oh, shut up. In fact, I won't shut up anymore. I'll start by saying that Chen Chunan is a piece of trash and that he will die sooner rather than later." It was rare for Chen Chunan to speak up for the old scholar. Unexpectedly, the old scholar didn't appreciate it. He stomped his feet and said, "Old man, you're right. Why? Why did Zhou Shinji have to go to the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent? Why did the talisman Yu Xian have to take the risk to leave the Central Divine Continent? Why did Jing Juzhong of the White Emperor City go to the Aquarius continent to accept disciples and conveniently pass by the Lushui pit? Why did he have to pinch his nose and bring people to the South Hausa continent to lose money? Why did the only son of the second sage have to lie down at the foot of the moon-supporting mountain? Why did my disciple have to go save Bai Yi when she was about to slash her own teacher? Why did Lu Ji chase after Lu Cha without saying anything? Why didn't Zhan Long go to the Pearl Grotto heaven? Why did the fire dragon Jinren have to guard the bridge above the sea? Why would the Taoist temple be willing to take out a life iron ring? Why did the old monk in chicken soup take the initiative to enter the game? Why did Bai Yi travel with his sword and finally feel proud for once?" The old scholar sighed. Of course, the common people have a clear conscience. They never know what happens on the mountain or in the sky. We can't be harsh on them. He asked again, "Then what about the cultivators with enough vision? What about those who see everything but turn a blind eye?" Chen Chunan answered, "This is the freedom that the Confucian school gives us. If we're willing to do this, then we'll accept it and don't complain." The demons of the desolate world were like a starving person who barged into a rich family's house. They wanted to eat their fill and survive. If they were too slow, they would be killed by the demons behind them. If they were afraid of death on the battlefield, their entire family would die. Would the Confucian temple and the Confucian sage of the Central Earth do this? Would they dare? Would they be willing? Would they be willing? Would it be appropriate? Only the Aquarius continent was the most willing and dared to compete with the desolate world in terms of ruthlessness, meticulousness, and calculation of people's hearts. Some of the sages' teachings were temporarily placed in books. How many peak cultivators in the world heard the words of the moon-supporting mountain grand ancestor? How many of them actually listened? In any case, there was definitely more than one trader of the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Lao Jing. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, "I want to complain. I can't bear to scold the common people, but there are some peak cultivators who are even more scheming than old man Huai, especially those bastard scholars in the Confucian orthodoxy. Their brains are full of water. I'll spit on their faces one by one. I have to admit that those who cultivate the Tao are already different from the rest. There are good and bad. Chen Chunan was silent for a long time before saying, "Human nature is evil." The old scholar was not happy at all when he heard this. Instead, he said, "The nature of the mind is divided into two and the human heart is inclined towards kindness. The young people of today are very different. There's still hope for the future." Chen Chunan finally smiled and said, "The current Confucian sage's disciples and students are all very powerful. On the other hand, my quasi-sage's branch is being scolded because of me. Are you secretly happy?" The old scholar patted Chen Chuan's sleeve. "I'm not that kind of person. It's not good to judge a scholar with the heart of a sage." The old scholar couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Look, you're secretly happy. There's no such thing." The old scholar's figure flashed as he went to look for little treasure bottle. Chen Chunan was about to ask. The old scholar's hoarse voice resounded in Chen Chuan's lake. "Wait and see." He did not reveal the secret to the young man. He only said to little precious bottle, "If I'm not wrong, Su Bai's teacher is the Lord Su of Zhaoling, a well-deserved Confucian scholar. However, although the teacher and student both have the surname Su, they do not have a family tree." Li Baoping understood in his heart. The Lord Su, who was crowned as the sage of calligraphy by the people, was not a Confucian temple worshipper. However, he was an old teacher that little Uncle Master admired a lot. The old elementary scholar smiled and said, "Your teacher has a good eye. He picked out 16 books for you to study. Among them was Mao Xiaodong's exegesis of Cui Dong. You can see the foundation of Cui Dong's knowledge and Mao Xiaodong's exegesis. That means you can see the power of spells." It was hard to imagine that Mao Xiaodong and Cui Dongshan, a junior brother who specialized in writing books to explain his senior brother's knowledge, would be at odds with each other in the Cliff Academy. The old elementary scholar asked, "Little precious bottle talked about the book. I heard that you read a lot of books. Have you read it?" Su Bai nodded and said, "I have, but I read more than I think. I can't figure it out." The old elementary scholar said casually, "If you decide to become a Buddha, it's like riding the wind with dust. What's so difficult about it?" Su Bai blurted out, "Once you start cultivating, it's like duckweed returning to the sea. There's no hesitation." The old elementary scholar nodded and said, "When you return to the central divine continent, you can take a walk. Go to the Li Ji Academy and ask Mao Xiaodong about the exegesis of calligraphy. It's not easy for a young man to travel. You can't just enjoy the scenery." Su Bai blushed and nodded vigorously. The old elementary scholar said to Su Bai telepathically, "My little precious bottle, as long as you're not blind, you'll like it. It'd be strange if you don't like it. It's just that the world is not peaceful now. The more young people want to cultivate harmony and peace, the more beautiful it is. It's just that you don't need to fight for time. Since you don't have a literary background now, there's no need to rush. When you go to the Li Ji Learning Palace, you can learn whatever you like. Whichever teacher or teacher you feel is more knowledgeable, you can learn from them what they are best at. There's no need to stick to the rules." Su Bai hesitated and asked, "Mr. Wenxing, is that teacher of mine the legendary Lord Su?" When he was learning in his early years, his teacher liked to impart knowledge by explaining words. Before he traveled, he recommended books to Su Bai and he preferred exegesis. But if it weren't for the Wenxing's words today, Su Bai would never have brought an old teacher from the countryside to the side of Lord Su. The old elementary scholar was helpless. Why were the young people nowadays so hard to fool? Each and every one of them was shrewd and cunning. They weren't as simple and honest as his last disciple. However, since Su Bai had guessed it himself, the old elementary scholar did not want to make things up. Furthermore, this matter was of great importance. Even if it was something that would spoil the mood, he still had to say it directly. Otherwise, according to the old elementary scholar's original plan, he would find someone to secretly escort Su Bai on his way to one of the academies in the Central Plains to seek protection. Although Su Bai was talented, the current world was dangerous and unusual. The clouds were treacherous, and Su Bai lacked experience. Whether or not he was a young man of his own lineage, since he had met him, he had to protect him as much as possible. Especially that Lord Su. Because of the relationship between knowledge and the scholarly sage's name, he had become the target of all the king-level monsters in the wasteland. It was only known at the peak of the mountain. But it was a pity that it was all in the past. However, in the end, there were still some people who sincerely felt that if Xiao Hu was missing from the world, it would be a lot less fun. The old scholar suddenly asked, "What is the cleanest thing in the world?" Su Jun shook his head and said, "I don't know." Was it the first disciple who asked him about his teacher? The old scholar answered his own question, "It's morality." Su Jun nodded and said, "I agree." The old scholar said again, "So what if the flaw does not obscure the jade?" Su Jun smiled and said, "That's true." The old scholar stomped his foot and said, "Let's go." Su Jun bowed. The old scholar could only return the gesture. These old seniors and sages were always so polite to him. He was still at a disadvantage because he did not have the title of a scholar. The old elementary scholar told Qin Chunan to bring him across continents to the central divine continent. Then, he told the big guy from Sui Shan to give him a hand. At the entrance of Sui Mountain, the old elementary scholar staggered and fell to the ground, falling flat on his face. The golden-armored deity sat on the steps and said with a smile, "Oh, a big gift. I'll take it as you've made up for the debt you owed to Sui Mountain." The old scholar stood up and shook his sleeves. He strode to the foot of the mountain and stood beside the mountain god of Sui Mountain. The height of the person standing was about the same as the person sitting. The old scholar looked up at the peak of Sui Mountain with a solemn expression. The tall and sturdy mountain god smiled and said, "What, do you have a favor to ask?" The old scholar rubbed his face and said, "Asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. It's difficult. Besides, asking for help is not my forte. It's even more difficult." The mountain god was gloating. If the Holy Master's request was useful, he would not be the Holy Master. The old scholar turned his head and asked, "When you saw the old man earlier, did you say, 'My humble abode brings light to your humble abode'?" The mountain god shook his head and said, "Not you, I did not say a word." The old scholar had a suspicious look on his face. Seeing the big guy's righteousness, he could only say regretfully, "You're still not enlightened. We've wasted so much time talking. If I were you, I would have set up a few tables at the peak and prepared tea. Then, I would ask the old man if he needed me to chop off that guy's head. Then, I would slap my chest and ask the old man if he needed me to say something. Even if I had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, would not hesitate. If I could not chop him to death, I would bring my own head to see you." The mountain god's face darkened and said, "You really think the Holy Master can't hear your nonsense?" In the past, there were only the two of them and the old elementary scholar could spout whatever nonsense he wanted. (724) Yuan Shou stepped on a long sword that was a relic of the ancient times. The long rod in his hand spun unsteadily. His vigorous gang chi formed a big circle and spread out continuously. It shattered the rainbow-colored glaze rain that fell from the sky. Donned in golden armor, the sovereign stage great demon named Niu Dao stood motionless. He allowed the swift and fierce sword chi to hit his armor. He hated that the sword chi was too light and too little. It couldn't break through the cage on his body. Hence, when Bai Yi used his full strength for the first time, he received the sword. Xia Yun patted the blade-strengthening gourd on her waist and used her sword aura to clash with the sword aura. She held her cheeks with her fingers and squinted at the beautiful scenery. She muttered to herself. The wind and rain scattered the wind and the wind. The burly giant who sat on the golden cattail hassock exhaled gently and blew away the wind and rain sword aura. Yang Ji, who had a human head and a dragon body, slightly activated his natal supernatural power and gathered the raindrops around him. They eventually condensed into rainbow-colored glaze. However, they could not withstand the impact of the sword aura and shattered. They gathered again in an instant. After a few rounds of gathering and dispersing, a few puppet maids who were holding pipa received the order and collected the raindrops that were mixed with sword aura into their strings. Most of the pipa could not withstand the attack of the sword aura and turned into dust along with the puppets. However, there were still some pipa that shone brilliantly. Slender sword aura followed the fine patterns on the wudong board and the palms. Finally, the strings of the pipa revealed traces of pure sword wool on the strings. Yang Ji reached out and grabbed a pipa. He looked at it and the strings of the pipa moved. Unfortunately, the strings broke one by one. Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, who was closest to him, shook their heads and indicated that Bai Ye's sword aura did not have any clues that could be used to deduce it. They had to find other opportunities. Yang Ji, or rather, all the sovereign stage great demons who participated in this siege, had to understand one thing. What kind of Dao did Bai Ye's 14th level merge with the vast world? Bai Ying had appeared on the battlefield as a white skeleton on the throne, whether it was the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the Golden Armor Continent. Today, she had removed the withered bone throne and became a middle-aged man. It wore a dull robe, but it was the manifestation of the withered bone throne. Beside Bai Ying was an old sword attendant whose head had been watered with immortal wine to grow flesh and bones. He was more than 10 feet tall and was the true appearance of the dragon monarch in the past. However, he had lost the dragon monarch's intelligence and was named Dragon Stream by Bai Ying. The long sword that the sword attendant was holding, Candlelight, was one of the remnant souls of the sword cultivator's clairvoyance. Bai Ying had spent a lot of effort to find it. After consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, she finally refined it into an immortal weapon. The moon-supporting mountain actually knew about this long ago but pretended not to know. She stepped on the head of a dragon monarch and refined a wisp of the soul of clairvoyance. This time, in the Golden Armor Continent, Bai Ying was one step ahead of the talisman Yuxian. She made a deal with the Ascendant Realm Wanyan Laojing in private. She refined the Rodan Wanyan Laojing into an existence similar to a heroic spirit puppet. It was neither human nor ghost, neither god nor immortal. Great monster Bai Ying seemed to dare to do anything. The only benefit that Wanyan Laojing got was that he could avoid the impending heaven's doom and completely destroy his life as a top cultivator of the human tribe. Therefore, whether it was the King Stage great monsters in the desolate land, the 10 of the central region, or the Howran 10, whether they could occupy the King Stage or be ranked among the 10, it depended on whether they could really kill an Ascendant Realm cultivator or at least beat another Ascendant Realm cultivator until he could not fight back. For example, the Fire Dragon Immortal once blocked the entrance of the Lushui pit for several months. The old Immortal could send an Immortal flying with a slap. As for the talisman Yuxian, in the ruins of the Jinjia continent battlefield, he easily killed a Jade Realm demon cultivator without using any spells. In fact, in the eyes of the top cultivators, it was not worth mentioning. If it were not for the fact that there were too many rules in the Howren realm, there would be a lot of such, not worth mentioning. Therefore, the Ascendant Realm cultivators in the desolate land often judged the situation and took the initiative to choose to rely on stronger cultivators, or simply left the place where the king stage great monsters lived in seclusion. For example, the guard dog by the old blind man's side was once an Ascendant Realm cultivator who was known for his ferocious fighting. What happened to him? He went to the Great Wall of Sword Aura and kindly helped the old blind man to find a few magic weapons, but he was despised by the old blind man. After he was kicked away, he simply lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. After entering the Ascendant Realm, one's status was high and detached from worldly affairs. Every time the sun and moon passed by one's shoulders, the mountains and rivers were always in one's hands. They were even praised by Chi cultivators as having attained immortality and were immortal with the heaven and earth. Of course, this was an exaggeration on the mountain. If one wanted to be immortal with the heaven and earth, the Ascendant Realm cultivators were not qualified to say so. Wanyan Laojing could only sit and wait for death. The closer one was to the peak, the fewer paths there were. So much so that the cultivators who reached the peak in the end only had one way to go, which was to break through the next realm. They needed some kind of heaven and earth unification for each of the 14 realms. However, regarding this matter, the number of 14 realm cultivators could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, if one really entered this realm, everyone would be secretive and would not speak about it. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to giving away half of one's life. The old scholar's unification of the 3 continents in the Howren realm. What happened to him? The fate of the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents was carefully and precisely cut out by Wen Hai and refined into a robe for Xiao Chua to wear. Bai also gently held the celestial sword Tai Bai in front of him and flicked his finger. The long sword vibrated and a ray of bright sword light was like an autumn pond, clear and deep. The sword aura and water vapor together formed the shape of a dragon's pond, flying away unpredictably. The sun and moon were in the autumn pond, white lights surrounded by thunder. The moon looked at the water at night, the sword aura was like mist and smoke, the scene was unpredictable. The moon of Ame, the moon of Suozhou, the moon of Lushui, the moon of the immortal's feet, the moon of Linglong on the crystal curtain, the moon of Tianshan in the vast sea of clouds. Bai also visited the immortals with his friends in the past and had seen countless moons in the human world. In the end, it seemed that Bai was the immortal himself. The bright moons hung in the sky, as if there were 6 more lights out of thin air. They were of different sizes and heights, just right above the heads of the 6 sovereign realm monsters. The bright moons and moonlight instantly converged into a line. The sword light went straight down. Yuan Shou frowned slightly. Now, they all had to think about their own plans. Good move, I will use my rod to smash your flying sword. Yuan Shou laughed out loud, holding the rod with both hands. He leaned sideways and smashed onto the sword light that drew an arc. The strength of that rod was really strong. Under the sword, there wasn't a single cloud within 100 miles. The great monster Niu Dao, whose body was covered in a golden light, dared to raise his neck even when facing Bai Yi. At this moment, he frowned slightly. Bai Yi found the flaw in his Dao so quickly. He didn't let the sword light break through his armor. Instead, he revealed a huge Dharma form and reached out to grab the sword light. After clenching his fist, golden light poured out from between his fingers like a waterfall in the sky. At the same time, Niu Dao used a special ability to move mountains and seas in his small world. He directly changed the dozens of cave abodes where his life item was placed. The turbulent spiritual qi in his body changed its course like a flood and finally changed to a lake where he was stationed. The handsome great monster Qian smiled. He formed a sword seal with 2 fingers and pointed lightly, "Go to." Previously, he used sword qi to fight sword qi. Now, he used sword light to fight sword light. Dozens of miles away, the 2 sword lights collided like flying swords. On Bai Ying's side, the sword attendant was still in charge of receiving the sword. Fortunately, the sword in Long Jian's hand was a real immortal weapon. Because it was refined from the soul, it had its own mysteries. Bai Ying didn't need to do it personally. In terms of fighting, Bai Ying had always been very secretive. In the desolate world where the strong were respected, he had always been regarded as one of the weakest of the 14 sovereigns. Bai Ying almost didn't even have a record of fighting with Ascendant Realm demons. Most of the time, he controlled the skeleton army and crushed through the border. Occasionally, there would be a difficult opponent. He just let Long Jian use his sword. Moreover, Bai Ying's withered bone execution field had many strong people under his command. The Lotus Nunnery Master who was not in the training field and landed in the human world, and Yang Ji who was far away from the Swaying River, would be regarded as weak if they encountered other sovereigns. Yuan Shou hit the second sword light with his rod. For a moment, his clothes fluttered, and his 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind. Yuan Shou's body swayed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Bai Yi, if you have the ability, give me another 17 or 18 sword lights. I want to see if you have more sword lights." "Hey! You really came. As you wish." More words, more swords. Sword lights went straight to Yuan Shou. He took special care of this sovereign realm great demon. Yuan Shou suddenly burst into laughter. From the moment the staff shattered the sword light, to the moment the staff deflected the sword light, and then to the moment the staff flicked the sword light, it was a perilous situation. Every sword light that pierced through the sky would split the heaven and earth, like a paper cutter that could easily cut through a piece of snow-white paper. Yuan Shou held the rod with both hands, showing his fierceness. His eyes were red, and there was a golden light flickering in each of his pupils. Although he used his rod to smash the sword, Yuan Shou still stared at Bai Yi who was holding the sword with one hand. As far as his vision could see, there were several Bai Yi who were holding swords in a radius of 1,000 miles. Among them, there was a relatively clear figure of Bai Yi. He could even vaguely see the trajectory of the sword. This was one of Yuan Shou's innate supernatural powers, insight into heaven's secrets and foresight. The demon race was famous for the toughness of their real bodies. Yuan Shou's face was smashed by countless sword qi, but it could recover in an instant. As for the robe on his body, it was the same. As a sovereign realm great demon, if he did not wear an immortal weapon-ranked robe, how could he have the face to run rampant in the world? On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sovereign realm great demon did not fight many times. Those who fought with all their strength could be counted with one's fingers. Most of them followed the orders of the Jiazi tent and were responsible for supervising the demon race army's attack on the city. The gray-robed elder wanted them to focus on the vast world. Lu Cha's sword was only for Alliance. Unless the Grand Ancestor of Yu Mountain personally suppressed him, with Alliance's fighting style, who was not afraid of being surrounded and beaten, it was unknown how many military tents would be destroyed by Alliance. In the later stages of the battle, Yao Jia attacked the city lord of one of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Beko Keikyung building because he was greedy for merit. He deliberately targeted the Daoist saint who was at the end of his rope. However, he angered the latter, who did not hesitate to die and asked Lu Ji to strike. Lu Ji did not let him down. She almost completely cut open Yao Jia's meticulously crafted golden throne. Yao Jia crazily destroyed mountains and temples in the Fuyao continent and wantonly collected fragments of the golden body to make up for the foundation of the great Tao. Yang Ji said to Bai Ying telepathically, "Bai Ying, why aren't you attacking with all your strength?" Bai Ying smiled and replied, "Aren't we also hiding and only parrying and not fighting back?" Yang Ji asked, "Do you need half an hour to absorb all the spiritual energy in this continent? Do you need my help? If Bai Ying also gives up his pride, it will be very troublesome." Bai Ying nodded and said, "I'm more than happy to." In fact, if Bai Ying really fought with him for the spiritual energy, it would indeed be very troublesome. However, Bai Ying was the one who was in trouble, not the 6 sovereigns. In this hunt, Bai Ying led the way and used the stupidest method to deal with the 14th realm cultivator. If Bai Ying used his sword to fight the enemy while opening the doors of the cave abodes to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how troublesome would it be? Zhou Mi did not explain at that time. He only told him to try his best to stop Bai Ying when he was fighting for the spiritual energy, lest Bai Ying saw through the truth. No matter what, being trapped in this situation was a huge problem for Bai Ying. Either he was too calm and waited for the spiritual energy to be exhausted before dying in battle, or he was too impatient and caused trouble early and died early. At present, it seemed that Bai Ying was either too arrogant or he had already sensed that something was wrong. Neither of them affected the overall situation. Yang Ji wore an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe. She looked down at a painting of mountains and rivers thousands of miles in the sky. There were only 2 colors, black and white. It was very different from the real mountains and rivers of the mortal world. Yang Ji went around the 5 peaks and mountain ranges. All the rivers and lakes in her line of sight suddenly boiled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was then drawn into the water and condensed into water. First, there was Bai Ying controlling the sea of clouds to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, she used her evil aura to mess up the atmosphere of heaven and earth. Then, there was Yang Ji controlling the rivers and swallowing the spiritual energy like a whale. It was obvious that they wanted to work together to forcefully turn the Fuyao continent into a land of decline that Qi cultivators hated the most. Xia Yun took advantage of the time when Bai Ying's sword shone on the head of the Yuan Shou. She had nothing to do. Seeing Yang Ji's action, Xia Yun put 2 fingers together and gently pressed against the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist. She smiled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll help a little." From now on, the immortal wine on the mountain would be the only wine that contained the most spiritual energy. Xia Yun, who had changed her name to Jiu Gui, felt that she could not bear to drink it. When she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she changed her name to Qinghua. She personally saw the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi shattering like porcelain. When she arrived at the vast world, she changed her name to Jiu Gui. Other than liking to collect all kinds of immortal wine, she was also good at skinning female cultivators to sow their faces. The Rain Dragon sect near the Inverted Mountain, the Yuji Mound in the Tongya continent, and the Yuju sect in the Kongli Mountain at the Ancestral Mountain, the journey to the vast world was not in vain. At that moment, the only one who was not idle was probably the old man who was holding the staff with both hands. There were too many sword gleams, one after another. He really did not dare to be idle. The so-called understated ordinary sword gleams were also the natal flying swords of the Ascendant Realm sword cultivators. Some sword gleams were swept down by Yuan Shou's staff and fell to a certain mountain under the sea of clouds. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, raising it to the ground. Some sword gleams were smashed into the great river by the staff. Not to mention the huge waves that were 1,000 feet high. A huge lake was created on the spot. The river slanted and poured into it, causing the water level of the river downstream to suddenly drop by more than 10 feet. Yuan Shou scolded angrily, "Are you done yet?" Half of it was because he was targeted and was extremely sullen. He did not dare to get close to Bai, but he also could not get away. The other sovereigns saw him as a joke in vain, as if they were watching a monkey show. The other half of it was because Yuan Shou truly felt sorry for the damage to the magic robe on his body. If this continued, it would not be as simple as damaging his appearance. Instead, it would drop by a level. The magic robe was refined from a total of 12 dragon veins and mountain roots from all over the wilderness. However, Bai had unleashed too many sword gleams. Without exception, they all arrived in the blink of an eye. Even if Yuan Shou's staff could shatter or repel the sword gleams, the shattered sword gleams were still too dense. This caused the magic robe that could be sewn together to become more and more tattered, with countless holes of various sizes. Xia Yun used the blade-strengthening gourd to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She smiled and said, "Great staff technique, Elder Ancestor Yuan. After this battle, your name will definitely spread far and wide. You only destroyed Bai with 17 sword gleams. This is more praiseworthy than destroying a continent's ancestral master hole. That's 18 sword gleams." Yuan Shou held the staff with both hands. His palms were badly mutilated. First, he used the staff to deflect the sword gleams. Then, he swept the staff horizontally and broke the sword gleams. The sword gleams were split into two. This was the terrifying part of Bai's sword gleams. As long as they were not fragmented enough, any one of the sword gleams could endlessly entangle Yuan Shou. There was no way for him to evade. Yuan Shou roared angrily. The old man's face turned into that of an ape. He controlled his sword to shrink mountains and rivers and moved hundreds of miles away, shattering the two sword gleams one by one. Previously, Yuan Shou was slacking off. He was slightly weaker when he used the staff. As a result, he accumulated 3 sword gleams that approached him at the same time. As a result, his neck was directly torn open and his head was almost separated from his body. Although it was not a big deal even if his head was chopped off by the sword gleams, it would not hurt much of his Tao foundation. After all, in terms of the toughness of his real body, Yuan Shou was firmly ranked at the forefront among the 14 sovereigns. Therefore, he could just move the mountain and move the head back. He could even chop it off and be smashed by the sword gleams. Yuan Shou could still grow a new head immediately. However, in this way, the injury would be real. It was definitely not something that could be compensated by eating dozens of Yang Ji's people woman. Yuan Shou's staff shattered the sword gleams. There were no fancy moves. It was a boring move. It was nothing more than a straightforward move. Therefore, Bai's 18 sword gleams could not be seen. However, if a Qi cultivator were to observe the battle at the side, his Tao heart would probably be shattered on the spot. Every time Bai's sword gleam splashed and scattered, it and the Gang Qi of Yuan Shou's staff each contained a Tao meaning. If a cultivator wanted to watch the battle to sharpen his Tao heart, it would be no different from becoming enemies with both of them. Xia Yun was extremely understanding. Before Yuan Shou opened his mouth to scold him, he had already helped Yuan Shou to scold him. He jokingly scolded him, "Damn sissy, shut up." Yuan Shou spat out a mouthful of blood. It was no wonder that he could teach a junior apprentice brother, Fei Ran, who was as famous as the young secluded official and the sword immortal attendant. Fei Ran was the leader of the 100 sword immortals of the moon supporting mountain. It was said that Xia Yun had accepted him as a disciple on behalf of her master. The great demon, Niu Dao, said dully, "Who's going first? Don't drag it out. What's the point?" Actually, from the appearance of the 6 sovereign great demons, to Bai Yi unsheathing his sword to shatter the glass barrier, to the 18 sword gleams slashing towards Yuan Shou, it was not enough for a mortal teacher to drink a few mouthfuls of wine at the table. The burly giant sitting cross-legged on the golden futon, the great demon, Wu Yu, had 3 heads and 6 arms. After he stood up, all 6 of his arms held a divine weapon at the same time. He smiled and said, "After witnessing Mr. Bai's poetry sword aura, I'll use my martial prowess as an Ascendant Realm cultivator to experience Mr. Bai's unparalleled sharpness." Chi cultivator, Ascendant Realm. Pure martial prowess, 10th Realm, divine arrival. After Wu Yu stood up, not only did he hold his weapon, the futon that was originally piled up with countless golden books instantly turned into 11 golden talisman. They were attached to the ankles of his legs, the glabella of his 3 heads, and the 6 arms. Bai Ye's 2 fingers pinched a sparkling white bone pearl. He used it to accurately measure the remaining spiritual energy of the continent. He smiled and said to the burly giant, "It's still better to be more careful. After all, what Bai Yi wields is an immortal sword from the Dexian Du Temple. Actually, Wu Yu, you don't have to do this. It won't be too late to make a move in half an hour." Wu Yu shook his head and did not listen to Bai Ying's suggestion. His body became the height of a mortal, and his 6 arms each held 2 blades. One was a straight blade, and the other was a horse-chopping sword. He also had 2 swords, a hammer, and an axe. The Confucian scholar who had once been the most disappointed in the world was now the most proud scholar in the world. His etiquette could not be said to be light. Not only had he mobilized 6 great thrones to surround Bai Yi in one go, he had even set up 3 layers of restrictions for the Fuyao continent. The outermost layer was the flow of energy of the mountains and rivers of the continent. It enveloped the entire Fuyao continent and completely cut off the possibility of the spiritual energy of the Fuyao continent being connected to the world. This was similar to the 3 enclosures and 4 divisions formation of the Tongyi continent in the past, and the 24 solar terms formation of the Aquarius continent today. This caused this battlefield, which had a huge disparity in numbers, to always be on the side of the sovereigns of the wasteland. The huge continent's territory was only a battlefield for 7 sovereigns. The heavenly glass barrier that Bai Yi broke with his sword was Zhou Mi cutting off a part of the river of time as the second heaven and earth. Between the two, there was another heavenly phenomenon, mountain and earth formation. It was formed from the 5 mountains and hundreds of rivers of the various countries in the Fuyao continent. It was located under the Sea of Clouds, and it was like a painting of mountains and rivers. Zhou Mi dragged the mountain and earth formation into the sky above the Fuyao continent. The mountains were scattered all over the place, and the rivers weaved a net. This separated the heaven and earth of the Fuyao continent into 2. It was as if one of the greatest merits of the Sage of Rites, the heaven and earth formation, had appeared in the world. Zhou Mi did not hesitate to kill the 14th realm Bai Yi. When Bai Yi saw Wu Yu stand up, he only shook his head and did not comment. In an instant, 6 sovereigns landed beside Bai Yi. They gradually lined up, with 3 on each side. However, each of the sovereigns held a sword in their hands. "You used 3 heavens and earth to trap me, Bai Yi, but I also used the heaven and earth in my heart to trap the enemy. In the past, I was in high spirits and wandered the world with my close friends. Everywhere I looked, I saw mountains and rivers. Everything and everyone was a heaven and earth in my eyes." Wu Yu bent his back slightly and stomped heavily. He did not use the earth-shrinking mountain river ability. Instead, he charged forward. Every time he stepped on the void, there would be ripples in the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within 100 miles would be stirred up. He chopped off the head of Wu Yu, who was holding the sword. After it shattered and dissipated, it condensed and appeared elsewhere. The 6 sovereigns, who had manifested from Bai Ye's heart, surrounded Wu Yu and attacked him. Wu Yu was blocked and temporarily could not fight with Bai Ye's true body. With 3 heads and 6 arms, his body was as fast as lightning and unpredictable. He shattered those Dharma manifestations with 1 strike and killed the 6 Dharma manifestations. Wu Yu also wanted to see how long Bai Ye's heart manifestations could last. He also wanted to confirm whether Bai Yi needed to consume spiritual energy. Xia Yun could not help but laugh. She gently rubbed the blade-strengthening gourd with her thumb. Bai Yi was a true sword immortal. She admired him and longed for him from the bottom of her heart. Xia Yun's blade-strengthening gourd had an extremely long seal at the bottom. He was willing to receive 3 million celestial coins, to befriend all the beauties and famous scholars, and to drink 1,000 caddies of wine with all the sword immortals in the world. If Bai Yi died today, then for the next 10,000 years, there would probably be no one who looked like Bai Yi. As for Wu Yu, it was not strange. The demon race had an innate advantage in the martial path. However, it was easy to enter the martial path, and it was faster to climb higher. Only reaching the top was harder for the demon race than for the human race. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This was because compared to the human race, the demon race's martial path had less invisible great Tao pressure. At the same time, there were both pros and cons. They lacked training. The number of martial artists in the 10 realms in the savage world was not as high as in the vast world. Actually, the martial path today was half of the path to becoming a god in the early years. The gods had set up many restrictions on the human race. Their hearts fluctuated, their thoughts were chaotic, and their souls were unstable. This was only one of them. Their innate physiques were weak because they were destined to be unable to avoid the river of time from the start. The river of time continuously washed the physical body, causing the human race's lifespan to be short. This was a huge restriction. There were many gods in the ancient heavenly court. The human race ants under their feet, regardless of whether it was their appearance or their innate physiques, were set to be the closest to the gods. However, they were still too weak. He allowed Bai Ying and Yang Ji to steal the spirit energy without stopping or snatching it. He just has to go against me. This time, 18 sword lights hovered around Yuan Shou. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the sword qi was dense. The tips of the swords were all pointed at the old man. Among the sword lights, there were golden words. Bai's poems were invincible. His poems were used as flying swords. The 18 sword lights were far more powerful than before. They were as big as mountains lying between the heavens and the earth. When Yuan Shou saw this strange phenomenon, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt extremely satisfied. He actually tore off his robe and kept it in his sleeves. Then, he put on one of the most ancient deity armors, the mountain ghost. Does Bai really think that I'm a pushover? Yuan Shou's joints crackled like thunder. He put away his long sword, the Kun Zhen. He no longer controlled the sword. Holding the rod in one hand, he stabbed the void beside his feet and revealed his true body that had yet to reach the peak. The mountain ghost on Yuan Shou's body, the colorful robe that he wore at the Great Wall of Sword Qi on credit, and the west peak that Chen Pingan lent to Wei Xian. These 7 sets of armors were once worn by ancient high-level deities. Therefore, in ancient times, whenever the deities went on a hunting trip, they would shine like comets in the sky. The sweet dew armors made by the militarists in the later generations were all imitations. It was not because the craftsmanship was not good enough. In fact, the sweet dew armors of the later generations were not inferior to the craftsmanship of the deities. Especially the golden crow armors and the warp and weft armors, which were of a higher grade than the ancient times. The only shortcoming was the innate disadvantage of the materials. In ancient times, the punishments of the heavenly court were extremely cruel. The dragon-slaying platform was only one of them. The deities who were in charge of the punishment had even more shocking methods to deal with the deities who were convicted. The deities of the mountains and rivers, Lord Xing Wang, and the heroic spirit of the civil and martial temple in the later generations were first conferred righteousness and then molded into a golden body. In fact, compared to the deities of the ancient deities, their golden bodies were much weaker. Once they lost the incense, their golden bodies would be on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, the deities of the ancient deities were superior. The incense in the human world was very important. It could help the deities refine their golden bodies, but it was not necessary. Without the incense, they would still be immortal until the Great Tribulation that was compatible with the innate fate. If they could pass it, they would be promoted. Their corpses would turn into stars. It was silent for eternity. Bai also glanced at the fake mountains and rivers that Bai drew on the scroll and then looked at the great monster Yangji. Previously, the bright moon turned into a line and asked the 6 sovereigns. There was the Tao meaning of the sword light that cut down the flood dragon. Therefore, the flood dragon's Yangji was the most fearful. The other sovereigns could block the sword easily. Bai also looked at the vast river that was full of Reiki and smiled. I'm not proficient in the Tao of water. I've only broken the water Tao and cut through the heavenly abode with my sword. Bai also had a thought. The rivers left the riverbed and eventually turned into huge swords that were suspended in the air. The swords rose in the human world. The sword slashed towards the sky and targeted Yangji, who was one of the most proficient in the Tao of water. Yangji snorted coldly. The swords of the rivers were 100 miles away from her. They broke into pieces on the spot and returned to the human world. Bai hasn't really used his sword yet. Bai also turned to look at Bai Ying. He heard that this great monster was good at controlling the skeleton army. Bai also silently recited the 5 words mantra in his heart. Tao, heaven, earth, general, and law. You can only see Bai in a book. You can't see the light horse chasing the white clouds with a sword. Bai also knew a little about the art of war. Everyone knew that. Bai also muttered, even after so many years, I still feel that it's not as smooth as the heaven and earth law. The great monster of withered bones, Bai Ying, smiled slightly and finally took out his natal item. A huge banner stood behind him. The skeleton army majestically charged towards the heroic spirit army that was galloping on horseback. Then, in an instant, whether it was the sovereign great monster that had attacked or not, they all sensed a subtle sign. Bai also slashed open the golden armor deity's armor with his sword. He slashed his armor and body into 2. Behind Bai, Chia Yun was in the same situation. She suffered a sword strike. However, compared to the golden armor deity, Chia Yun seemed to only have a slender sword mark that went down from her glabella. Chia Yun seemed to have suffered a sword strike, but she was still unwilling to part with her skin. In reality, Bai had finally used his sword. Chia Yun believed that she could not avoid it. She directly tore her body apart to avoid Bai's sword. Moreover, she was distracted by 2 sword strikes. What if Bai also focused on 1 sword strike? Even after the sword strike, Chia Yun was not in a hurry to close her body. The sword aura of the immortal sword was too shocking. If Chia Yun directly merged her body into one, she would be entangled with the sword aura. The gains did not make up for the losses. Chia Yun sighed in her heart. In this vast world, there seemed to be another immortal sword. It was in the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu in the Central Plains. It was rumored that the ancient fire god, like the water god, had many summer palaces. His territory was boundless. One of the fire god's many divine thrones was in Mars. It was also rumored that Mars had an attendant who was proficient in forging. He used Mars as a furnace to extract fire essence as charcoal. He used the river of time to misfire. He held stars in his hand as round hammers. When they were broken, he would throw them away and replace them with another one. In the end, he forged a few long swords for several supreme gods of the ancient heavenly court. It was as if all the elegance in the world had been taken up by the vast world. Chia Yun sighed again and again. It should not be like this. 10,000 years ago, after the riverside meeting, there were actually two secret meetings. One was a discussion of the Tao between the ancestors of the three sections. The other was an internal dispute of the demon race. The Grand Ancestor and Bai Zhe went their separate ways. For the next 10,000 years, the wilderness was divided and divided. There were endless disputes. "725, slashing again and again at level 14 was already an eye-opener for the talisman Yu Xian. Especially when Bai Yi killed 6 sovereigns without missing a single strike, Yu Xian was even more impressed. The sword Qi was vast and majestic. There were some things that only Bai Yi could do, and it made people feel that he still had energy to spare. He chopped the 6 sovereigns like vegetables. If Bai Ying was not at the peak, at least Yu Xian would not dare to say that he could definitely kill any of the sovereigns. Therefore, there was only one reason. Bai Ye's sword was too unreasonable. However, when Yu Xian heard that Lu Cha was also coming to Fuyao continent, and it was exactly as he had predicted, he laughed bitterly. Not only was there a 7th sovereign, it was Lu Cha without a doubt. A sovereign great demon who could call Alliance brother and exchange swords with each other was indeed the most suitable trump card. In the vast world, every great cultivator who was already at the peak of a mountain and was only a step away from ascending to the heavens received a mountain bulletin. Every bulletin they received was usually very important. It was completely different from the bulletin that ordinary immortal masters used to pass the time in their free time. Yu Xian quickly collected his emotions and reminded Bai Yi telepathically, the spiritual energy here is strange. However, since I am here, you can rest assured and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles. Do not touch anything further. If you are contaminated, there will be endless troubles. When Yu Xian came, he used his specialty, the talisman, to forcefully break through 3 layers of heaven and earth restrictions. It was not easy for him to reach Bai Ye's battlefield. As expected of the Central Plains divine continent. Not only did he break through the door, Yu Xian also used tens of thousands of rare talisman to display the mysterious ability of supporting the mountainside. From the north-central region of the Golden Armor continent to the south, and then crossing the sea to Fuyao continent, Yu Xian did not spend much time. However, opening the door took Yu Xian a full 45 minutes. From this, one could see the determination of the wilderness to kill Bai Yi. One had to know that when it came to the art of opening a mountain, if the talisman Yu Xian claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The native Taoists of the vast world were divided into the talisman and Danding branches. As for the talisman branch, in addition to the Taoist sect outside of the Beko Keikyung building, there were 3 altars in total. The talisman Yu Xian occupied one of them. Yu Xian was able to snatch the word talisman from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. Such a feat was almost comparable to the North Continent snatching the word north from the Snow Mountain continent. There was even a saying that he liked to nap in the sleeves of his Ascendant Realm friends, such as Venerable Fiery Venerable and Venerable Venerable Fiery Venerable and Venerable Venerable and Venerable Xuandu and Venerable Venerable Immortal, and the Ascendant was the Ascendant he. Every time he crossed the continent, he would give him a ride. When the Venerable Fiery Venerable blocked the entrance of the Lushui pit, he could not do anything about the palace of the ancient water deity that had been refined by the fat woman. He once used a talisman sword to send a message to Yu Xian, asking him to quickly open the door so that they could discuss how to split the loot. Yu Xian used a talisman dragon to reply to the Lushui pit. In the secret letter, he claimed that he was in a life and death retreat. His life was hanging by a thread every day. When the talisman dragon was outside the Lushui pit, it had exhausted its spiritual energy and revealed its true form. It was a green bamboo cane with talisman drawings. After the Venerable left the Lushui pit with the bamboo cane, he calculated with his fingers and felt that something was wrong. The time did not match. Moreover, the life and death of the Ascendant Realm was extremely dangerous. He did not have the time to reply to the letter. Hence, the Venerable changed his mind and did not return to the North Continent. When he returned to the Central Continent, he found out that the Venerable Immortal was attending the Green Immortal Mountain Banquet at the Bamboo Sea Cave. This time, Yu Xian traveled alone to the Fuyao continent. Not only did he use the talisman to open the 3 heavens and earth restriction, he also built 3 temporary doors. Of course, Yu Xian wanted to ensure his freedom to come and go. He also wanted to find an opportunity to bring Bai Yi along. However, he did not expect that as soon as he arrived at the battlefield, all the talisman would shatter at the same time. The 3 doors collapsed instantly. Yu Xian complained incessantly. Bai Yi smiled and said, "This is not like the talisman, Yu Xian. I appreciate your good intentions, but the matter of spiritual qi is not a problem." The Central Plains talisman Yu Xian was famous for not being willing to fight to the death with others. As long as he fought, it would be a spar of Tao. This was because Yu Xian would first ensure that he was in an invincible position. Then, he would use other people's stones to improve his jade, and study the knowledge of the talisman. When he met people of similar levels of Tao, Yu Xian almost never used overly domineering offensive spells. If there was no difference between life and death, he would not harm the harmony. If the person's Tao was not good enough and died, how could he harm the harmony with Yu Xian? Yu Xian also did not know that Bai Yi was a level 14 Tao fusing mystic. He could only nod his head. This short old man who was the sole talisman of the world was currently floating in the air. He was just 100 miles away from Bai Yi. The old Taoist's hands were forming seals. Near his hands, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars were moving in an orderly manner. If he was too close to Bai Yi, it would inevitably delay Bai Yi's sword. Bai Yi was fighting 1 against 6, and 1 sword against 6 sovereigns. In this kind of battle on the mountain peak, the difference of a millimeter was the difference between heaven and earth. Yu Xian could not possibly cross the continent to rush here, even if he caused Bai Yi to be distracted. However, if the distance was too far, Yu Xian did not feel that he was some old immortal with great Tao skills who could help. Under the white-haired old man's feet, a black and white Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram appeared. The old man's body was still, but the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram under his feet slowly rotated. There were countless killings in the past 10,000 years, and he had never been so aggrieved. Yuan Shou was still unable to get close to Bai Yi. The great demon, Yang Ji, controlled one of her natal items, the Dragon Palace water residence. In an instant, she traveled thousands of miles. Wherever she passed, water surged, and countless illusory water immortals and water spirits appeared. They were like mighty guardian spirits. Using this item, Yang Ji was the closest to Bai Yi. She took out another natal item, and it suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down on Bai Yi. Yu Xian frowned and looked up. This old woman's wealth was not small. She was indeed the pinnacle of the desolate world. She did not lack good things. The object that Yang Ji took out was the jade that was first abolished by the Beko Kekyung building for thousands of years. There were seals on all four sides, showing four dazzling colors of red, green, white, and yellow. Among them, the leading side was inscribed with the words, "The first lunar month has just ended," and the other words were, "The sharpness of the sword shall not be used, chasing the spirit and the ghost of the Kuei dragon to control the water, and the small thing lies in the great way." It was not only an ancient relic, but also a six-fold Dharma seal that had been refined by Yang Ji. The heavenly pattern was blue sky, and the earth pattern at the bottom of the Dharma seal was netherworld. As soon as this seal appeared, heavenly might surged. The white jade dermic seal spun as it descended. It had the momentum of an immortal breaking through the heavenly tribulation. In particular, one of the sides of the white jade seal, "Blades and swords shall not pass," was innately superior to sword cultivators and swords. The seal shone brightly, and with a flash of spiritual light, the ancient seal turned into time and dissipated in all directions. Not only was Bai's attack unable to cut through the Dharma seal even absorbed some of its sword chi, causing the Dharma seal to descend with even greater momentum. Bai did not get too entangled with the Dharma seal, allowing it to rapidly descend. When they were less than 30,000 feet apart, Bai thrust his sword a second time at Yang Ji. The sword slashed at Yang Ji's imperial crown, which had a human head and a flood dragon body. 12 Tamassawara flowers hung down from the crown, and the pearls and jade curtains at the front were all cut apart by Bai's sword, allowing Yang Ji to reach out and grab the falling pearls and strings. With a thought, Yang Ji's natal item was restored to its original state. However, in order to make up for the damage done to Bai's sword, the fairies clinging to the seams of his dragon robe were all handsome, and it was difficult to tell whether they were male or female. All of them possessed the pure fate of water, but in order to mend the damage done to the crown, they were instantly reduced to ashes in the hundreds. It was formed by a line of sword light. It was as if Bai had cut off the heavens and earth, returning a sword to Li Wenhai from afar. However, this sword light should have cut the old Taoist behind Bai in half, but when the sword light passed through the Taiji diagram, it was continuously bent and folded. In the end, the sword light completely bypassed the talisman Yu Xian. The old man's move was actually shocking enough. After all, Yu Xian was standing on the formation. He stood still and caused Bai's sword to miss. Yu Xian stroked his beard and smiled. Bai's sword was very powerful, and very elegant. It was a coincidence that he had accidentally avoided the sword. As long as he could leave the Fuyao continent alive, there was no need to talk about such a secret. He could just go to a certain shameless sword cultivator sect that hung Bai's portrait in the ancestral hall, have a few cups of tea, and have a small chat. He clearly had nothing to do with Bai, but he still had the nerve to hang Bai's portrait. If he wanted to become an immortal master of the ancestral hall, he had to make that sword cultivator circle the mountain on his sword and recite Bai's 300 poems in one go. Would he believe it? As for the 6 huge sovereigns, their true bodies and Dharma projections were all cut into 2. The true bodies of the 3 great demons that were unfortunately cut by the sword light returned to their original forms. They had all lost some of their vitality. Because they used their natal items to block, the sword light still could not shake the foundation of their great Tao. Yuan Shou picked up a head that had fallen down and moved it back to his neck. After a few thousand feet, a dragon tail rose into the air and merged with the upper body. The legs of the 3-headed, 6-armed great demon ox blade were chopped off at the knees. He was willing to give up. As for the other 3 great demons' Dharma projections, they recovered even faster. Xia Yun stood on the shoulder of her Dharma projection. The golden light of her Dharma projection scattered in all directions. With a slight thought, Xia Yun's golden body was reconstructed. Among the 6 sovereigns, Xia Yun was the most lazy one. At this moment, she still had the leisure to size up the uninvited guest, the talisman Yu Xian. In particular, the natal wine gourd at the old man's waist made Xia Yun envious. Yu Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. These sovereign demons could really fight and withstand. They were all unreasonably arrogant. They were all fighting head-on. Bai Yi also cut down their true bodies and dharma projections with a single sword strike. If it were an ascendant realm cultivator who ruled the world, he would definitely not dare to fight head-on like this. In terms of physical toughness, human cultivators really could not compare to the beasts of the wilderness. If it were an ordinary ascendant realm great demon in the wilderness, regardless of whether it was their true body or dharma projection, they would have obediently recuperated after suffering such a sword strike. How could they be like Yuan Shou and Yang Ji, who were getting braver as they fought? However, the old man could not help but sigh in his heart. The great wall of sword qi had stood for 10,000 years. There was a battle almost every 100 years. How many attacks had it suffered? It was just that Qin Qingdou's temper was indeed unreasonable. Rumor had it that in the past, when the Tao ancestor rode an ox to pass through, Qin Qingdou did not even look at him. He slapped a certain sovereign demon back to the bottom of the ancient well, and Qin Qingdou also turned a blind eye. Later, the second Tao ancestor finally left the Beko Keikyung building and went to the world to capture an ascendant realm. It was said that Qin Qingdou almost made an exception and left the city with his sword. Only then did the second Tao ancestor leave behind the largest mountain seal in the world, the inverted mountain. Those who could make the second Tao ancestor hold back his anger and not cut people down were Qin Qingdou and the old scholar. The truth had already become an unsolved case. Perhaps future generations would not be able to find the answer even if they turned over the old almanac. It was the same. Just like what many talisman Yu Xian did in the past, it was also one of the many unsolved mysteries in the world today. Which great cultivator who stood at the peak of a mountain did not leave behind a series of mountains and rivers and traces of climbing on the path of cultivation? For example, to this day, there was still a mountain of a small country in the Liuxia continent. Yu Xian used a talisman to hold it several feet high in the air for as long as 600 years. The talisman still shone brightly, without any signs of spiritual energy dissipating or any signs of broken talismans. It was said that at that time, the mountain lord of that place was unreasonable and unruly. He accidentally angered Yu Xian, who was traveling to the territory under his jurisdiction, and was punished by Yu Xian. After Yu Xian took out the talisman, he returned to the central divine continent. However, he spread the word that as long as the mountain lord did not come to the mountain gate and kowtow to him, the mountain would not be able to take root. In fact, the mountain lord of that small country had already found Yu Xian once, but Yu Xian deliberately left the mountain and waited bitterly at the mountain gate for several years to no avail. He could only return empty-handed. Even if a mountain lord of a country had fewer restrictions than a mountain god or a land, it was extremely difficult to even leave the borders of a country, let alone travel across continents. Especially when crossing continents, one had to wade through thousands of miles of water. It was said that the mountain lord went through untold hardships, borrowed or begged, and used countless mountains and rivers to finally reach the mountain gate of the talisman Yu Xian. In the end, he learned that the immortal master had traveled far away and did not know when he would return. It was fine if immortals played around in the mortal world or if their Tao hearts were unpredictable. In short, the talisman Yu Xian purposely did not meet the mountain lord. The mountain lord endured for several years and was the guardian of the mountain gate for several years before he kowtowed and left. From the beginning to the end, he did not bump his head into the mountain gate's memorial arch with hatred. This mountain lord could be considered to be magnanimous. There were also mountain cultivators who did not get along with the Daoist talisman sect and thus did not get along with Yu Xian. It was rare for him to let his emotions affect his decisions. In the end, he was in an awkward situation that did not have any heroic spirit at all. Yu Xian could not help but ask, "What should we do?" Bai Yi smiled and said, "Just use your sword." As the restrictions on the continent became heavier, the world became smaller and smaller. Bai Yi was still oblivious. In the next moment, Yu Xian let out a long sigh. In the past, I always felt that there was no problem for Bai Yi to be ranked first among the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, the talisman Yu Xian should not be too far away from Bai Yi. I never thought that after meeting him today, I would realize that I was wrong. He deliberately ignored the Confucian school's 3 sages of the Confucian temple. Perhaps the people on the mountain had different opinions about the ranking of the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, there was almost no objection to the talisman Yu Xian being ranked in the top 5, or at least 6th. Even the city lord of White Emperor City and the female martial god, Pei Wan, were ranked up and down. Every time they were ranked, there would be endless arguments. No one knew how much money they earned from the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. As for the 10 people of Hauran who were more controversial, there was no certainty. For example, the sects of the Sword Cultivation Mountain often liked to list Alliance and his left and right. This was especially so for the North Continent. Other than the 3 sages of the first sage, the Sage of Rights, and the second sage, and their own venerable fiery dragon, the remaining 6 people were all sword immortals. Bai Yi was not a sword cultivator, but with Tai Bai Yi, he was considered one of them. He was ranked 4th and could not be any lower. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu was also included. After all, he was also a sword cultivator and could be considered one of them. Other than that, Alliance of the second sage's lineage and the sage of literature's lineage. One of them had never lost a battle on the mountain, while the other's swordsmanship was the best in the world. As for Zhou Shenji of Middle-earth, he could barely be considered as a sword cultivator. The old sword immortal, Zhou Shenji, was once so embarrassed that he almost rode his sword across continents to the North Continent to curse and kill people. It was said that the elder ancestor of the Huai family had spent a lot of money on the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. It was not that the talisman Yu Xian was belittling himself. It was just that Bai Yi's swordsmanship was too extraordinary. For example, at this very moment, Bai Yi used his heart to divide the heaven and earth into 6. A small boat cut through the clouds of the White Emperor. The Yuan Shou was puzzled. He looked around and did not know why he was standing on a cliff. Bai Yi wielded his sword. His clothes were as white as snow. He stood on the small boat and slashed the Yuan Shou with his sword. West Dang Tai Bai had a bird path that could sweep across the peak of Mount Amei. Bai Yi wielded his sword and walked out of the peak of the moon. The waterfall flowed down 3,000 feet and turned into a sword. The sword gleam slashed down the 5 peaks. All the birds flew away. The lone cloud was idle. There was a pavilion. The green-robed swordsman slashed the great demon in the water. The wind blew for 10,000 miles. The autumn geese flew far away. Leaning on the railing, the sword gleam chased after the deity in golden armor. In the ruins of a battlefield, the iron armor was shattered. Bones were piled up. Bai Yi slashed the white jade with his sword. Other than that, it was the place where the talisman Yu Xian was. It was still the original heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. He was still 100 miles away from Bai Yi. Speaking of which, it was strange. Today's meeting was the first time Yu Xian and Bai Yi had a close encounter.